Did you know that business analysts are in high demand and that CBAP certification is a game changer for your career? Welcome to the Certified Business Analyst Professional Exam Prep course by Simplilearn. Now, whether you're looking to boost your credentials or advance your skills, this course will guide you through the key concepts from the business analysis body of knowledge, BABOK, and by the end, you will be fully prepared to ace that CBAP exam and apply your knowledge in real-world business analysis. So let's look at the agenda now. First, we'll dive into the core business analysis concept, like the BACCM framework and the 4 levels of requirements, like business, stakeholder, solution, and transition. Next, we will cover essential knowledge areas and tasks, such as planning, monitoring, and managing requirements through the project lifecycle. We'll also explore business analysis techniques like capability analysis, balance scorecard, and estimation methods to predict cost and time efficiently. Finally, we'll be applying everything you have learned into real-world use case studies from Unilever, Stanford, WhatsApp Pay, and Mayo Clinic. So if you're interested in boosting your career in business analysis, do not forget to check out our AI-powered business analyst course by Simplilearn. Now, this course is perfect for professionals who are looking to enhance their skills with the latest tools like Power BI, Excel, SQL, all while gaining hands-on experience with real-world projects. You'll also learn how to leverage generative AI for smarter, faster decision making. Now, our program is IIBA Babok V3 aligned and it will help you prepare for certifications like CBAP and CCBA. We'll be engaging with 10 plus industry projects, 40 plus practical activities, and benefit from live online sessions led by experts. Plus, with Simplilearn's Job Assist, you will get the support you need to land your next big role. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. The course link is mentioned below. Now, before we move on, here's a quick quiz question for you. Which of the following defines the required performance and security of a solution? Your options are business requirements, stakeholder requirements, solution requirements, or transition requirements. Let me know your answers in the comment section below.
So my name is Bijo Mani. I've been working in change management, business analysis, project management, product management, etc. Mostly in what is called the BFSI sector, which is the banking and financial services and insurance sector, for over 18 years. I got certified in CBAP in 2019. I have been taking CBAP training for almost 5 years now. So that's a quick introduction to myself. Let me now switch to the agenda for today. What we will do is, before I go through the actual material, so this is the lesson plan. We have total 9 days, but the course material is calibrated for 8-day sessions, but we will use some of these sessions for talking through the projects, and some of these will take slightly more time, slightly less time. But as a guideline, this is the kind of lesson plan that we will follow. So today's goal is to go through 2 topics. One is an introduction to the CBAP certification and an introduction to what is known as the BABOK, Business Analysis Body of Knowledge, which is basically the text based on which the CBAP examination is designed. And before we get into the actual material, what we will do is, let me give you a quick view of the LMS portal of Simplilearn. I'm sure many of you will be already familiar with, and what is it that you need to do in order to complete your Simplilearn certification. So let's go back to the plan for today once again. So we will now start off with an introduction to IIBA and the different certifications that IIBA provides. We will look at the eligibility for the IIBA CBAP certification. We will look at the exam application process, the blueprint of the exam and the outline of the exam. We will look at the recertification. So that will be the first 1 hour of the course today. In the second part, we will look at an introduction to BABOK. We will define what a business analyst is. We will look at some key concepts of business analysis. We will look at the key skills or competencies that you should have as a BA. We will look at some techniques. We won't go through them in detail because we will go through them in detail during the rest of the course. We will look at the business analysis perspectives, and that will complete the session today. Now, The key component of business analysis body of knowledge is what is known as the knowledge area. So there are 6 knowledge areas, right? In the coming sessions, we will go through each of those knowledge areas. So the knowledge areas are business analysis, planning and monitoring, elicitation and collaboration, requirements lifecycle management, strategy analysis, requirements analysis and design definition, and solution evaluation. So that will be the next part of the session, which will be the next few days. Once we complete the knowledge areas, there are 5 perspectives. We will touch upon them today, but towards the end of the course, we will go through them in detail. The perspectives are agile, business intelligence perspectives, information technology perspective, business architecture perspective, and business process management perspective. And then we will close the session. If you do not understand any of these terms, do not worry. We will go through them in detail in the coming classes. Okay, let's get on with the introduction to CBAP. What are we going to cover this here? We are going to talk about IIBA, benefits of the IIBA professional certification, criteria for CBAP certification, the exam application process, the exam outline, and recertification requirements. IIBA stands for International Institute of Business Analysis. It is the professional body which sets the standards for business analysis. They do that through what is known as the BABOK guide. You will hear that term again and again. It stands for Business Analysis Body of Knowledge. Okay. IIBA also looks at a skill matrix and defines the competency model for BAs. We will look at the competency model or the skills that you need to be successful as a BA later in the session today. It will also look at recognizing your knowledge and experience through certification. So there are 3 certifications that IIBA provides. The entry-level certification is called ECBA. The mid-level certification is called CCBA. And the professional level certification is called CBAP. These are the 3 certifications that IIBA has implemented in order to recognize your knowledge and experience and expertise as a business analyst. There are you can take an IIBA membership. You can take membership with IIBA. Membership fee will depend on which part of the world you are in. There is a tiered membership fee structure for IIBA. If you take a membership, there are certain benefits that comes with it. You will get to volunteer with them. You will be able to develop your communication skills. There are some events that IIBA chapters conduct. You can participate in it. You can network with other BAs. You can learn from experts. You will be getting access to all the knowledge materials within IIBA. You can use that to learn. So these are some of the benefits of the IIBA membership. What are the benefits of CBAP certification? I won't read through all of these things. It will give you a recognition as an individual. You can achieve a career goal through CBAP certification. Typically, certified analysts are paid slightly higher than those who are not certified. So these are some of the benefits. You can read through the slides. You will get the slides in your LMS as the trainer slides. You can go through this. I won't go through each point by point. I think that's something which is self-explanatory. This is also another useful information for you. Many organizations will support or fund those who want to get certified as CBAP. And the benefit of the organization are listed here. So they can showcase their the commitment to professional development, the level of maturity of knowledge of their staff. They can make sure that they follow standard processes. They can ensure that their deliverables have certain level of quality. So these are some of the key benefits to the organizations. Now, the reason why we are telling you this is you can use this to negotiate with your employer to support or fund your examination and your certification. Okay, now comes, I think, the more critical part, which is the eligibility criteria. In order for your CBAP certification by your IIBA, not from Simplilearn. From Simplilearn, we already discussed the 3 criteria. From IIBA, you would need to have a minimum of a total 7,500 hours of BA experience in the last 10 years. It roughly translates to, if you are working as a full-time BA, 4 to 5 years of business analysis experience is what you need to in order for you to be eligible for CBAP certification from IIBA. Not only that, within that 7,500 hours, you need to have 900 hours in 4 of the 6 knowledge areas. So we will go through the knowledge areas in detail. So in any 4 of the 6 knowledge areas that are there needs to have a minimum of 900 hours that should be there. In addition to that, you need to have professional development for 35 hours, which is what we are going to get through the course. So once you complete the course, you will get a certificate from Simplilearn, which is an endorsed education provider of IIBA. So you can use that to claim that. You need to provide 2 references and then sign the code of conduct. So these are the eligibility criteria for CBAP certification. Now, the obvious question is, what if you don't have BA experience? Many of you are having 0 BA experience. So the first thing is that your title need not be BA. The work that you have done has to be that of a BA. So for example, if you have worked as a QA in a software industry, you might not have, your designation might have been that of a tester, right? But you have worked on, say, for example, solution evaluation, what we call as the knowledge area, solution evaluation. You can claim that, right? You might have done stakeholder management, that you can claim in as business analysis, planning, and monitoring. So there might be certain part of the work that you have done which could be considered as business analysis work that you can claim for your certification. If you have, even after that, if you do not have enough number of hours, you need to look at some of the more beginner-friendly certifications from IIBA. You can look at CCBA, you can look at ECBA, which does not require any experience whatsoever. Now, in order to land a BA job, what you need to do is you need to convince an employer that you have the skills that are necessary to perform as a BA. So that is where this course, the projects that you do, any volunteering opportunities that you utilize in order to build those skills and actually implement them in real life will come into picture. So these are some of the, and this is the eligibility criteria for the CBAP certification. Now, if you are going to apply for the CBAP exam, this is the process that you will follow. So you will first apply for the exam, for the certification, and pay for the certification. When you are paying for the certification, you will document your experience. So you will say, I have worked in each of the knowledge area for so many hours. In total, I have worked in so many projects. These are the projects. When you are documenting your experience, you will provide contacts who will be then approached by IIBA to validate your experience. Okay, so that's the first step. The second step is you pay for the exam. Once you pay for the exam, you have up to 1 year in order to register for the exam and take the exam. So once you pay for the exam, once you have done the preparations, you will register for the exam for a specific slot, and then you take the exam. Okay, so that is the application and exam process. The application fee, if you are not a member of IIBA, the application fee is $145, which is the same as that of a member. But the exam fee is $505 for a non-member and $350 for a member. Now, even if you are not a member, check within your organization. Some of the organizations have memberships and tie-ups with IIBA where you will get a discount on your IIBA exam fee. Okay, so that's the application fee. If you are getting recertified, so like I did my certification in 2019, every 3 years you need to get recertified. I got recertified in 2022 and then again last year. So when you get recertified, if you are a member, you need to pay $85. If you are not a member, you need to pay $120. The reason this is important is, if you look at the difference between the fee for a member and a non-member, it is roughly $150, right? There are some places where the membership will be much cheaper. Like in India, for example, where I was taking the exam, it was around $50 or $55 or something like that. So it worked out cheaper for me to take the membership and then give the exam or give the certification. How do you prepare for the exam? So we will go through the BABOK guide throughout the course, but you need to read through the BABOK guide. You should be very comfortable with the BABOK guide. There are some material available in the online library in the IIBA website. Go through that. Go through the FAQs in the IIBA website. There are some other resources that are suggested by IIBA. You can go through that. You can try to find a mentor. There are study groups that you can find within IIBA clubs, and then you review. The one step which I will definitely suggest is, especially for those who are planning for CBAP exam, is take the Simplilearn tests very seriously. They are slightly on the tougher side than the actual IIBA exam. So if you do decently in the Simplilearn exams, you are likely to do well in the CBAP test. The exam consists of 120 questions. All of them are multiple choice. It is a 3.5 hour test. Okay, now what does the exam has? There are, like I said, there are 6 knowledge areas. Each knowledge area has a certain weightage. You can see that on the screen. You can see, for example, requirement analysis and design definition, which is a key knowledge area for business analyst, has highest weightage at 30%, and then the rest is roughly equally distributed. But we will go through each of the domain or each of the knowledge areas in detail. Any questions on the certification before we pick up the certification? I can see there are right here the assessment that we write here in Simplilearn and the IIBA affiliated CBAP are the assessment that you have within Simplilearn will give you the Simplilearn certificate. That is not the IIBA certificate. For the IIBA certificate is where you have to register within IIBA and provide the exam and pass it. That is when you will get the IIBA CBAP. If you, like I said, there are 2 parts to that answer. I already, I think, covered that, Sultana. You need to if you already have some experience, you need to see as we go through the knowledge areas if part of those experience can be claimed as business analysis experience. That might be one way where you might have enough experience. But even then, if you don't meet the eligibility criteria, then obviously you cannot give the IIBA CBAP exam. If you still want to have the certification, you can look for CCBA or ECBA, depending on your level of experience. Or if you are looking for a job as a BA, you can use the Simplilearn certificate and the experience and the knowledge that you gain in order to look for jobs where you can have an entry level BA kind of a position. Who can be the referrer? No, it could be somebody who have known you in a professional capacity, Nikit. Anybody who has known you in a professional capacity can be a referrer for you. Our certification mandatory? No, certification is not mandatory. Take this point to talk about how I got into business analysis. So I joined long time back. I think I joined one of the software consulting companies based out of India. I worked there as a software engineer for 4.5 years. Then I did my MBA. Post MBA, I joined a banking company in their operations. I was working in their operations for close to 2 years. And there was a project that I was supposed to support, which I supported for around 6 months. And I was using my domain knowledge to help provide requirements to the business analysts there. And then I asked the team, they wanted to have a new BA there because I think the BA was leaving or something like that, that I would like to take up that opportunity because I have the domain experience and I have a past experience in software development. And then I convinced them that they hired me as a BA, and that's how I got into BA. At that point, I did not have a business analysis certification. I worked as a BA for, I think, almost 6 years before I took the certification. So you don't have to be certification to get into a BA job. What you need is the knowledge and skills, and you need to convince an employer that you have them in order to get into that job. If you have experience in QA, Harish, you can use part of that experience as a BA. So that's what we call as transferable skill. Okay, now IIBA, once you get certified, they want you to do a recertification, right? The goal of recertification is that they want to make sure that you not only get certified, you continue to develop yourself as a BA, learn new things, you work as a BA, you contribute to the BA community of practice. So that is why there is a recertification program, right? So every 3 years you need to get recertified, right? The purpose is to make sure that there is ongoing professional development, encourage learning, make sure that there is certain amount of standards that is being met. So all those things are the reason why we have recertification. How do you get recertified? You have 6 CDU categories. It's formal academic education. You can attend some course, what is known as professional development, professional activities. There are self-learning. You can read some books. There are some online courses that you can attend. There are volunteer services, professional experience. Each of these might have limited CDUs that you can claim. But essentially, what you do is you list the number of hours that you spend in the last 3 years in each of these CDU categories, and it should add up to 60 CDUs, and you report that to IIBA, and you provide contacts. You can verify that you have completed these CDUs, and then you pay the fee. That's when you get the IIBA recertification completed. Okay, with that, we complete our very first lesson. Thank you for your cooperation. Congratulations. What did we study? What did we learn? So IIBA is the organization that sets standards for business analysts. It defines what is known as the BABOK. It defines the competency model. It also comes up with a set of certifications which will recognize your professional competence. If you have a membership with IIBA, there are some benefits. If you complete CBAP, there are some benefits, both for you and for your organization. In order to prepare for the CBAP exam, you need to be very familiar with the BABOK guide. You need to review the FAQs on the IIBA website. You need to go through trainings, have a mentor, join a study group. We looked at how to apply for the exam. We looked at the exam eligibility criteria. We looked at the exam format, the exam blueprint, and the recertification process as well. With that, we completed our first lesson. So what are we going to cover in the rest of the class today? We will look at what is business analysis. We will look at a definition of business analysis. We will look at what does a business analyst do. We will look at the business analysis core concept model. We will look at the knowledge areas. We will look at the different types of requirements. We will look at requirements and designs. We will look at a list of competencies that a business analyst should have. We will not go through in detail. We'll just look at the techniques, right? There are 50 techniques. It will take us the entire course to cover all of them. So we won't go through them in detail. We will take a look at the techniques just so that you know that there are 50 techniques. We will look at the perspectives. We will go through the perspectives briefly, but not in too much of detail, because again, we will cover them in detail in the future classes. Okay, now, one of the biggest problem that we have, especially when it comes to developing and implementing software, is lack of clarity of what is it that we want to build, right? You can see some statistics on the screen. A number of software projects are failed because the requirements are either poor, they are not clear, they were ambiguous. There is a large amount of effort that is wasted because incorrect requirements were provided and they had to be corrected. A lot of money is being spent in fixing requirement errors, which becomes a major part of the rework that is involved in software development. Now, how can we fix these problems, which is where you need to do business analysis with a set of standards which are defined by the business analysis body of knowledge, so that we have better business analysts who will then capture better requirements, which means better software products are being created. Okay, we will look at the key concepts of business analysis. Who is a business analyst? Business analyst core concept model, knowledge areas, requirements classification, requirements and design, and who is a stakeholder. First question, what is business analysis? Bridge between stakeholders and tech teams, analyzing requirements, forecasting through business artifacts. Okay, bridge between business and IT. That's a very good definition. Uh, Client and software people who helps to place the client requirement. Yeah, exactly. Enable change. Yes, BAs are the ones who enable change, define needs to solutions, enhance value. Yeah, identify business needs and recommend solutions. That's very good, Ashish. Business research. BAs do business research. Finding the root cause of issue, find solutions for improvement. Yes. Business needs and providing solutions to address business problems. Okay, a number of good responses. The textbook definition, I think some of you almost gave the textbook definition, which is that business analysis is the process through which you enable the change, right? So there is a change that needs to happen. You enable that change. How do you enable that change? By defining the need and by recommending solutions that will address that need, right? I'll repeat. Business analysis is when you are enabling a change by defining the needs and recommending solutions. But then the question is, then what do we mean by change? What do we mean by need? And what do we mean by solution, right? We will see that in a minute. What do business analysts do? Business analysts perform the tasks that are described in Babok guide. They identify information, they speak with stakeholders. Many of you said they are the bridge between business and technology. So they speak with business teams in order to understand their business problems, their aspirations, their goals. They elicit these from their business stakeholders. They will then, somebody gave the example of root cause analysis. They might investigate a little bit further to understand what is the underlying causes of the stakeholder dissatisfaction or the stakeholder problems, and then identify what needs to be done, right? That's what a business analyst do, right? So they basically try and understand what is the problem that we are trying to address, or what is the opportunity that we are going to benefit from. How can we, what is the reason why that problem exists? What are the root cause of that problem? What is the root cause of that opportunity? How can we implement a change or a solution in order to benefit from that opportunity, or in order to address that problem? That is what a business analyst is. Okay. Now what we will do is we will try and go through the key terms, or what is known as the business analysis core concept model, so that we have a we have a common understanding of these terms that we will use throughout the entire course for the next 9 days. The first is change. Okay. The change is the act of transformation in response to a need. Okay. Let's take an example. Let's say I will use deliberately a non-technical example for everybody to understand, right? Now, need is a problem or an opportunity. Let's take a very non-technical example to understand what a need is, right? I live in Bangalore, right? If you have been to Bangalore, or if you know somebody in Bangalore, they will tell you one of the biggest problems in Bangalore is traffic, right? If you were to travel through traffic, if you were to travel through Bangalore, you are likely to get stuck in pretty bad traffic. So that is a problem, right? The problem that we have is the bad traffic in Bangalore. So we are unable to go to our office every day because it takes us 2 hours to cover 10 kilometers of distance in Bangalore. So the traffic problem is our need, right? We need to address the need. Now, what are the solution? What is a solution? Solution is a one way to satisfy the need, right? Now, what are the different ways in which you can address traffic problem in Bangalore? One is we can try and improve the public transport in Bangalore. So we can, so they are building metro in Bangalore. So the metro lines can be a way to address the traffic problem. They can improve the bus network. They can, another solution can be they can charge a congestion charge for some of the highly crowded areas in the more central areas. Another solution can be they can implement carpooling, right? Another solution can be the organizations in Bangalore can come together and agree that they will provide more work from home options for their employees. So each of these is a different solution that can address that particular need, right? Now let's take one particular solution. Let's say we go with public transport, right? What does that mean, right? So today we have certain level of public transport. We need to go to a level of public transport where everybody can comfortably travel from one place to another easily, comfortably, without having to use their personal transport. So that requires a number of things to be put in place. So you need to have metro lines, you need to have better bus transport, you need to have last mile connectivity, you need to have places where, like if it is a short distance, like a kilometer, you should be able to walk, right? That entire transformation of going from how the city is currently to how the city is to be in the future, where you can essentially go anywhere, either walking or through public transport, is the change. It involves possibly multiple solutions. It involves adoption of that solution as well, right? It is one thing to say that you implement, say for example, a metro line, but people are like, okay, everybody else go by metro, I will continue to go by car, right? That is not going to solve the problem. So you need to drive that awareness and that adoption as well. So that's basically change, or that is the act of transformation in response to the need. Okay, now there is three more things. The first is that we will cover is a stakeholder, right? Stakeholder is somebody who is related to the change, need, or the solution, right? So if you take again the traffic problem in Bangalore, the need, everybody is related to the need, right? The entire public of Bangalore, the entire residents of Bangalore is related to that problem. So they are the stakeholders. Solution, people who build metros, people who the BMTC, which is the best operator in Bangalore, the metro operator in Bangalore, they are all stakeholders. The government, they are all stakeholders for the solution and for the change, right? So those are the stakeholders. Then what is context? Context is the circumstances that influence the decisions, the solutions. Like in the case of Bangalore, the circumstances that it is a very rapidly growing city, right? It is often called the Silicon Valley of India because of the large number of technology companies in Bangalore, and they are still growing, right? Because they are still growing, often what happens is that the infrastructure is unable to keep up with the pace of growth, right? So when you plan for the future, that context should be kept in mind, right? You should keep in mind that this is a rapidly growing city. So if you assume that the city will grow at a very, like the growth will stop, you cannot plan. When you are planning for the infrastructure, you cannot plan for the current city. You have to plan for the city in 5 years time, right? And in 5 years time, it would be probably double or triple the size depending on what growth rate you are going to provide it, right? So that is the context. Okay, so context is basically the circumstance that is going to impact the change that you are going to implement. The last is the value. Value is the usefulness of a change to a stakeholder within a context. So in Bangalore, it could be the ability of people to save maybe 2 hours of travel every day, amount of reduction in pollution. It could be reduction in fuel expenses. So number of different values can be attributed to a change. So value is the worth of a change to a stakeholder in a context. We will look at a few more examples, but can you see a PDF document? Okay, let's look at a couple of more examples. So we saw the 6 core principles, right? Let's look at an example. So there is a bank. The bank wants to launch a mobile banking app. Change. What is change? Change is a transformation from current state, which is the as is state, to the future state, right? What will be the change? Moving from a branch-based service to a digital mobile banking, replacing existing manual loan approvals with automated approval system. So these can be examples of change. What is need? The customers of the bank are often waiting long hours in the queue in the branches. There is high operational cost because you need to maintain the branches. The competitors offer better digital services, so you are better off going to a different bank than your current bank, right? So these are the problems or opportunities that is motivating the change, which is moving from branch based service to a digital mobile banking. What is the solution? Develop a mobile banking application and implement an automated loan processing system. So these are solutions that you can implement. Who are the stakeholders? Customers, bank employees, IT team, compliance team, management. So these are all stakeholders for the mobile banking example. What is the value? Customers will get 24/7 banking access, reduced operational costs, faster approvals, like for things like loans, better customer satisfaction. These are all the value that the change can deliver. Now, what is the context of this, right? So, banking is often very highly regulated. So, you need to be in compliance with regulatory requirements. You need to make sure that the cyber security is taken care of. The fintech market is very competitive. So, it is there is an opportunity cost if you do not implement the mobile application, right? You might have an existing core banking system, so you might need to think of ways in which you can integrate with it, without which you will not be able to have the solution adopted and implemented. Okay, we will look at one more example before moving on to the next topic, which is hospital management system. We'll use these examples quite a lot in all our sessions going forward. So basically, imagine a hospital where you are using a paper record for maintaining patient information. They are moving to a digital system. The need is to reduce patient wait times and errors. Solution is the hospital management software. There are a number of stakeholders. Value is faster services, better care. Context is healthcare regulations and budget limits. Okay? Okay, so that is the business analysis core concept model. We will continue to see this in the future. We will see again these 6 terms. Make sure that you understand them. Okay, now we will take a look at the 6 knowledge areas at a very high level. Okay, so the first knowledge area is called business analysis, planning, and monitoring. Before you do anything, you need to plan, correct? Let's say you want to clear the CBAP certification exam, right? What will you do? So you will create a plan. How will you create a plan? You will look at, okay, what are the things I need? I need 7,500 hours of experience. Do I have that? Yes. Okay. I need to document this 7,500 hours. Okay. How much time is it going to take? Okay. It will take me a week. Okay. So first is to document my experience. Then I need to get the PDUs, the professional development units. What do? I have to attend the Simplilearn CBAP course. Okay. So let me sign up for that. The course will be from this date to this date. So that's the second activity. The third is, okay, I need to read the Babo guide. So I'll go, it will take me, 2 months to read through. Okay, so I'll read it from this date to this date. And then I will review the material from Simplilearn, which will take me this many times. So it will go from this date to this date. And then I'll give some mock tests. And then I will do some revisions. So you will basically create a plan, which might be, let's say, from 6 months from today, I want to give the CBAP exam. In order to make that happen, I need to take these steps. This is my plan. These are the activities. This is the support I need. This is the money I need. This is the people whom I reach out to for mentoring or whatnot. Right? This is what you do before you take up any activity, essentially. Right? If you were to apply for a job, what you do is, okay, so this is I need to get my CV ready. I need to realize what kind of job I want. I need to understand what skills I have. I need to maybe attend some sessions. So these are the kind of planning that you do before any activity. You need to do that before business analysis as well. So business analysis, planning and monitoring is the knowledge area that talks about the organization and coordination of activities that needs to happen before you do business analysis, and the performance assessment that happens after you complete the business analysis. Okay, so we will see a few tasks in it. There are 5 tasks. All of them are related to organizing and planning for the business analysis activities, as well as for getting the feedback once the activity is completed. Elicitation and collaboration, right? So in business analysis, you need to get information from your stakeholders, right? It could be what is their problem, what is their need. It could be what are their goals. It could be what is that happening today. It could be what is it that they want to happen at the end of the change. So you need to get a lot of information from your stakeholders. So that involves certain tasks, some techniques, some approaches, some tools. So all those are covered under this knowledge area, which is elicitation and collaboration. It also talks about how are you going to communicate the information that you collected from your stakeholders and make sure that you engage with them on an ongoing basis. Okay, that is elicitation and collaboration. Now, you planned for your business analysis activities. You collected some information from your stakeholders. You need to document that information. You need to make sure that when you document it in such a way that it is available throughout the life cycle of your project, as well as the solution that you are going to build, right? And as long as the solution is being used, your the information that you gathered should be maintained and should be available for people to refer to. The requirement lifecycle management knowledge area covers the tasks that you are going to use in order to maintain that information throughout the life cycle of the solution. Right. Now we looked at the 3: business planning, monitoring, elicitation, and requirement lifecycle management. What you need to do is also look at the bigger picture, right? Why are you doing the change? What is the need? What is the current state? What is the future state? What needs to be done in order to go from your current state to future state? So that big picture strategy is being done in strategy analysis. Okay, so this is a set of tasks that you are going to perform in order to understand the business need better, the business goals better, the strategy that you're going to go from current state to the future state, and to define the current and the future state. This will then lead you towards requirements analysis and design definition, where you will then break down the business need and the business goals into more detailed requirements that can be then modeled, specified, understood, validated, and verified, and then can be used by your development team to convert into solutions. And then finally, once some sort of solution is in place, you need to make sure that your solution is delivering the value it was expected to deliver. If it is not delivering the value it was expected to deliver, you need to understand why and come up with a set of recommendation in order to increase the level of value realization. Okay, I know I went through them slightly quickly, but we will cover each of them in a lot of detail, and we will go through them in detail in the future session. But I will take a look at. Okay, let me cover the relationships between the knowledge areas. Then I will take questions. The business analysis, planning and monitoring, requirement lifecycle management, and elicitation and collaboration are the overarching knowledge areas. So they are used in all of the remaining 3, right? The remaining 3 are iterative activities that basically kind of follows a sequence. So you start with the strategy analysis, where you define the need and the business goal. Then you break down that into detailed requirements. You model, specify these requirements. Then the solution is built. When the solution is built, you have some actual value that is delivered. That actual value is then evaluated in the solution evaluation. That will result in further needs that will then feed to strategy analysis, and then that will iterate until we have met the solution value that you were expecting to meet. Elicitation and collaboration is used in strategy analysis to understand current state, future state, to understand the business need, all those kind of stuff. In requirement analysis and design definition, to go through the detailed requirements, to review the requirement models, the specifications, all those kind of stuff. In solution evaluation, to understand how users are using their solution. Requirement lifecycle management is used to store information that is gathered from all of these three stages. Business analysis, planning, and monitoring is used to plan these activities and to get feedback once these activities are completed. Okay, so I'll take questions before we move on to the requirement classification schema. Does context impact the solution more than the need, or the solution can still the need when context is no, you need to consider both. So the goal of the solution is to address the need, right? You are going to your need is the traffic in Bangalore, so your solution should address the traffic in Bangalore, right? The context is that Bangalore is a growing city, so you cannot use the context to define the solution. Bangalore is a growing city can result in a number of different solutions. That is not the goal of the project. The goal of the project is to address the need. The goal of the change is to address the need. So the solution should satisfy the need, but it should keep in mind the context, right? It is like saying, I'm not sure if all of you are familiar with cricket, right? The goal, if you are playing cricket, is to score more runs than your opposing team, right? But you will use different approaches when you are playing a test cricket versus a one day 50-over match versus what is called a 2020 or a T20 match, correct? Because that is the context, right? The kind of match is the context, but the goal is always to score the maximum number of runs without losing as much wickets as you can, right? Hopefully that makes it clear. I know it's a little bit of a clumsy example, and I'm not sure if all of you are familiar with cricket, but essentially context is what you bear in mind while you are trying to address the need. Okay, context is the environment, right? Goal or need is the specific thing that you are trying to address. It's a problem or it's an opportunity, right? Like for example, a problem can be that you have an online portal where you are trying to sell t-shirts. Let's say you are not able to sell enough t-shirts. People are coming to your site, but they are not buying t-shirts, right? That's a problem, right? So you are trying to find out a solution to address that problem. Now the context is that it's an online shopping portal. There is a lot of competition, and people often browse without making a decision. Conversions are generally low. So these are examples of the context that you need to keep in mind while you are coming up with the solution. Okay, we will move on to the next topic, which is requirements classification. What do you understand by requirements? Information, okay. Written request with specification for change, okay. Need is a requirement. Yes, that's correct, Vidya. Okay, so requirements are basically what is that you want to achieve so that a certain goal can be met. Okay, so there are different types of requirements. You have business requirements. Business requirements are the high level goals or high level objectives or the outcomes that you want to achieve. For example, I want to reduce the traffic in Bangalore would be a business requirement, right? I want to reduce the number of people, or I want to increase the number of people using mobile application for transactions by 10%. That can be a business requirement. I want to reduce patient wait time by 10 minutes on an average. That can be a business requirement. Okay, so business requirement is the goal or the outcome that you are trying to achieve. Once you have the business requirements, you need to break that down into stakeholder requirements. Now, who are your we will look at what stakeholders are in later in the session, but stakeholders are basically people who are related to your change, need, or solution. So if you take the example of traffic, Your stakeholders are your travelers, your public, your bus operators, the metro operator, the government. Now, each of them will have different goals. What is the goal of the traveler or the public? They want to travel comfortably at a cheap rate and quick, right? So that's their goal. What is the goal of a bus operator? They want to run an efficient and profitable business of running buses, right? What is the goal of metro? They want to run again a profitable metro business. What is the goal of government? The government wants to provide the best services to the people, right? So these are the stakeholder requirements. Then you have what is known as solution requirements. The solution requirements define what should the solution do. Okay, they can be two types. The first is called functional requirements. So functional requirements are basically the behaviors of the solution or the system. Non-functional requirements are what are known as the performance indicators. Okay, behavior could be that I want to be able to walk to any place within within 1 kilometer from where I am in Bangalore. At any place 1 kilometer from my place, I should be able to comfortably walk, right? So in order to achieve that stakeholder goal, you should have all streets should have well laid sidewalks, right, or footpaths, right? That's an example. The street should be tree laned so that you don't get exposed to too much of sunlight or you don't get hot. So these are solution requirements. Now you can have non-functional requirements as well, right? The sidewalks should be at least 3 feet wide, right? The best transport should have this many number of seats or this kind of safety requirements. All buses should be equipped with a emergency door. So these are not behaviors, these are performance attributes. And then finally you have transition requirements. So transition requirement is when you go from your current state to your future state. Once you are in the future state, you don't need transition requirements. So building bus depots is an example of transition requirements. Building bus lanes, building metro is again another example of a transition requirement. So that's basically the four types of requirements: business requirements, stakeholder requirements, solution requirements, which includes functional and non-functional requirements, and transition requirements. Let's look at some more examples. Hopefully you can see the PDF file. Business requirements, high-level statements that describe the business goals, objectives, outcomes that the organization wants to achieve. Examples: if you take a patient management system, we want to reduce patient wait times by 30% within 6 months, right? That's an example of a business requirement. Enable online appointment booking to improve patient experience. Ensure compliance with healthcare data privacy laws. HIPAA is a law, I think, in the United States, which deals with privacy laws in healthcare context, right? So these are examples in a hospital management system or a patient management system implementation. If you take an internet banking example, increase active users by 20%, provide 24/7 access to the banking services, reduce call center inquiries by 40%. So these are examples of business requirements. Now let's look at the same for stakeholder requirements, right? So stakeholder requirements are for specific stakeholders. If you take the patient management system, the receptionists need a fast way to register new patients without duplications. The doctors need access to their history. Patients want SMS reminders for appointments. Billing clerks need an automated bill generation. So these are examples of stakeholder requirements in this context. If you take an internet banking example, customers, the banking app should be intuitive, right? They should be able to figure out how to use it without guides and stuff like that. Bank tellers should be able to verify things from backend. Security officers needs audit trails so that they can track in case of any issues. Customer service representatives might want a dashboard. So these are examples of stakeholder requirements. Now we will look at solution requirements. You have functional requirements. In patient management system, you are allowing patients to register through mobile app, web portal, or a kiosk. You are enabling doctors to update patient health records. You automatically send appointment reminders, generate invoices. So these are all things that the system should do or the solution should do. So that is solution requirement. If you look at the non-functional requirement, the system should support 500 current users. The data should be encrypted. The system must have a certain percentage of uptime, right? If you look at the internet banking application example, users should be able to log in with multi-factor authentication. They should be providing fund transfer functionality. Real-time account balance should be there. Lock or unlock debit card or credit cards instantly. Non-functional requirements: load within 3 seconds. 10 minutes of inactivity should result in sessions timeout. 1 million daily transactions. So these are non-functional requirements. What are transition requirements? Examples: if you are implementing a patient management system, the hospital staff should be trained on it before 2 weeks, 2 weeks before go live. Existing patient records, which are in, let's say, in a book or in a paper and pen format, should be moved to the new system. There should be some kiosks for users to self-register at the hospital lobby. Set up a help desk, okay? And then if you take the internet banking example, you need to migrate existing customer accounts, 24/7 customer support for 6 months, security training for bank staff, phase to launch beta users before full release. So these are examples of transition requirements. So in order to sum up, business requirements are high-level goals. Stakeholder requirements are requirements for or needs of specific users. Functional requirements are system behaviors and features. Non-functional requirements are the performance and constraints of the system. Transition requirements are what you need to implement in order for you to go from your current state to your future state. But once you are in the future state, they are not relevant. Okay, so we are going to look at a business requirement document. So we are looking for the patient management system in a hospital. We are implementing a system for registering, tracking, booking, and all those kind of stuff. What do you have? So first you have an executive summary. The hospital, so which basically talks about why you are implementing the project, what is the objective of the project, all those kind of stuff. Highlight business objectives, right? You provide some background, what is happening currently. You define the scope. You provide what is out of scope. You identify the stakeholders. And then you call out each of the business requirement in detail. You might call out any assumptions, constraints, or risks. You will call out the success criteria and then attach any appendix that you might be there. So that is business requirements. Now, the most important thing is the requirements that you have here would either be business requirements or stakeholder requirements. You do not have solution requirements in your BRD. Okay. Now let's look at functional specification document for the same thing. A functional specification will more be focused on the system, not on the business requirement. So it will provide, details of what the system will do. It will provide details of users and accesses. It will provide the functional requirements. This is from the perspective of the system. Okay. And then you might have details like integration, UI, UX requirements, and any validations, any non-functional requirements, any assumptions, and any of the other details that is there. Okay, so that's on the functional specification document. And last, you have what is called a software requirements specification. Yeah, so the software requirement specification will focus on functional and non-functional requirements, or the solution requirements, where you will look at the scope, which will be for your specific audiences, the definitions, the details, the roles, and the details of the solution that you are going to build. Again, it will also focus on functional requirements. So you will either create a FSD or an SRS. You won't create both. So we have three documents. You have what is known as the BRD, the business requirements documents, which has both business and stakeholder requirements. You have the functional specification document or the solution requirement specification, which will have the actual solution requirements, both functional and non-functional requirements. We will cover this last topic. What is the difference between requirements and designs, right? So let's say you want to build a house. What do? You will hire an architect, and what will you tell him? You will basically tell him that I want to build a house. I need 3 bedrooms. I need a living room. I need a kitchen. I need a dining room. All my 3 rooms should be attached. It should be only a single floor. I need a carport where I can park my car. Yeah, so that's my requirement, right? The room should be fairly big. You provide, and I want a room. I want a house which is very airy, so there should be a lot of sunlight and wind and whatnot, right? So it should be those are your requirements, correct? So you provided the number of rooms, the size of the rooms, the number of bathrooms, the other specifications that you have. What will the architect do? He will draw a plan for your home, which will basically will have the number of bedrooms that you have asked for, the number of bathrooms, blah blah blah, and then he will show that. So that is the design. What you first explain to your architect is the requirement. He will draw a plan and show it to you. That is the design. You will look at and you will say, okay, I need some changes. Okay, you have kept it like this. I want these changes. So he will make those changes. He will again show it to you. You will look at it and say, okay, no, I need few more changes. And eventually you both arrive at a final design, which is when you start building and completing the house. The same thing is applicable for your requirements and design cycle, which is you first come up with the requirements. That requirements will be used to define the design. The design is then presented back to your stakeholders. They will then review it and they might say, okay, I know I told you this requirement, but looking at your design, I now think that this is what you should do. So you might tweak the design a couple of times, and that is when you finally arrive at the design. And this is not, when we say design, it is not a technical design, it's a business design, right? You have a problem. What is the business design that is going to solve that particular problem? The requirements are focused on needs, and the design is focused on the solution. They are done in a recursive fashion. So you first create requirements, then you create design, then use the design to review the requirements, and then you probably update the design, change the requirements, go through this a few cycles. Finally, you agree on a particular set of requirements and designs. Okay. So the next topic is stakeholders. So a stakeholder is, like I said, the formal definition is that a stakeholder is someone who is related to the change, solution, or need. But in essence, stakeholder is somebody whom you are likely to interact with on a regular basis as part of your project or initiative or change. These are the common categories of stakeholders that you will encounter in any project. You can see the first. So business analyst, that's yourself, it's at the center of the whole thing. The 5 stakeholders in orange on the right hand side of the slide, they are internal to the project. Then you have another 5 stakeholders who are represented in the light blue shade. On the left hand side, they are external to the project. Let's talk through what each of these are, right? So if you look at domain SME, so domain SME is SME stands for subject matter expert. So if you are implementing a project in which you are implementing, let's say, a mobile banking application, the domain is banking, right? So an SME or a subject matter expert is someone who is an expert in banking, right? So domain SME is somebody who is expert in the business that you are trying to solve a problem for. So in case of a patient management system, it is somebody who is familiar with hospital industry, right? In case of traffic management, there could be people who are experts in traffic management. So domain SME is somebody who is an expert in the business that you are trying to solve a problem for. Then you have tester. So tester is the person who will validate the solution to make sure that it meets the criteria that has been requested by the stakeholders. Okay, so tester does testing, right? I think somebody mentioned that they have been doing QA, which is another term for testing, quality assurance. We are making sure that the solution that we are going to build is having sufficient quality, it work as per expected. So that is done by tester, who is a stakeholder within the project. Then you have operational support. Once your solution is implemented, it needs an ongoing support that is carried out by operational support. Now, can anyone tell me why do you think the operational support is a stakeholder in a project, right? Okay. Then you have implementation SME. SME again here stands for subject matter expert. So what is implementation? Implementation is a solution implementation, right? So you are implementing a solution. So an implementation SME will be somebody who is an expert in the solution that you are implementing. So it could be a lead developer, an engineering manager, an engineering project manager, a lead technical BA. So they can have different titles, but essentially the definition is somebody who is an expert in the implementation of the solution. And then you have a project manager. So what does a project manager do? He is responsible for the end-to-end delivery of the project. So he plans, organizes, assigns, manages stakeholders, manages budget, timelines, scope. All those things are done by the project manager. So those are the 5 internal stakeholders for business analysis activity. For efficiency and reliability, operational support is needed. That is correct, because they know the operation. That is correct to validate. Right. So if you have a solution already in place, what happens is that operational support can provide you what are the most common challenges that users are facing when they are utilizing the solution. So that can be invaluable input. So operational support will have a lot of areas where they can provide a lot of inputs. Okay, excellent. So let's move on to the external stakeholders. Supplier. So supplier is somebody who is providing an input into your project. Okay, so this can be a solution supplier. So for example, let's say you decide to implement what is known as an ERP or a CRM solution. So ERP stands for enterprise resource planning, and CRM stands for customer relationship management. So ERP and CRM are already available off the shelf solutions that you can buy from the market. So things like Microsoft or PeopleSoft or Oracle all provide, and SAP, they all provide ERP and ERP solutions. Let's take ERP as an example, right? So for those ERP solutions, you need a supplier. So the supplier is your stakeholder who is an external party to your project. Then you have a customer. You have a customer and also an end user. What do you think is the difference between a customer and end user? Customers are clients. Okay. For banking, customer can be a client and end user can be cashier. Yes. End user is going to use the solution. Yes. You are very much bang on point. So customer is the one who uses the products and services of your organization, and the one who is actually rewarding you most of the times using money, in sometimes in other ways, but essentially they are the ones who are consuming your products and services. So if you take a bank, customers are the ones who deposits money or takes loans or perform banking transactions. The bank clients are the customers. End users can be customers. So for example, if you have an online banking solution, the customers are the end users, but sometimes the customers may not be the end users. So if the system is being built, like somebody mentioned, for a cashier in the bank, the end user is the cashier, not the customer. Okay. So in some scenarios, end user will be different from the customer. Who is an end user? End user, like many of you said, is the one person who is not the one person. End user is the one who is actually using the solution that we are going to build. Okay. So customer and end user are two other external stakeholders. Then you have sponsor. Typically, in organizations, when you have a project, it requires what is known as a funding. What is funding? Funding is you need to allocate a certain amount of money for the project, right? Or the initiative, right? That funding or budget needs to be secured by a senior individual or senior executive, right? Because they need to present the case that if you implement this online banking solution, that will help the bank achieve, let's say, $20 million of additional revenues in the next year. So they need to make that case and get that money. So those are the people who become sponsors. So they are the ones who are sponsoring the project. Okay. So they support you in delivering the project. So sponsor is the one who is providing the required organizational support in the form of budget, funding, senior management decisions, etc., for you to move forward with your project. The last is regulator. Now, regulator is an external stakeholder who regulates the industry in which you are operating. Okay. So depending on the industry, there are a number of different regulators. So for example, if you are somebody who is involved in the US stock exchange, there is a regulator called SEC. Okay. Securities Exchange Commission. So you need to adhere to their regulatory requirements. If you do not, then you might be fined for breaching regulatory requirements, right? If you are an airline in the US, you need to adhere to the regulatory requirements put out by FAA, Federal Aviation Agency. So if you do not, then your license could be revoked, you might be penalized, right? So if you are going to implement a new change in a particular context, you need to make sure that you understand who is the regulator in that context and what are their regulatory requirements for the specific project that you are implementing. So that is the last stakeholder, who is external stakeholder. So we have 5 internal stakeholder groups, and 5 external stakeholder groups. Customer. So for any organization that you are doing the work for, there is one set of users who are using the products and services of the organization, not the specific solution that you are building, not necessarily the specific solution that you are building, but the products and services offered by the business. If you take the example of a hospital, customers are patients, correct? Because they are the ones who are enjoying the benefits of the healthcare that is provided by the hospital, right? If you take the example of a bus operator, customers are the passengers, right? Because they are the ones who are enjoying the benefits of the product that is offered by the bus operator. If you are taking the example of a bank, the customers who make deposits, withdrawals, loans, credit cards, debit cards, so they are the customers, because they are the ones who are consuming the services and the product and services offered by the bank, right? That is the customer. Most of the time they are the ones who essentially end up paying as well. Like if you are a patient in the hospital, you are the one who is paying, right? Now the reason why that is important is end user is sometimes the customer. Like if you are using a bank internet application or a bank mobile application, you are an end user as well, in addition to being a customer. But there could be systems within a bank which are used by internal bank employees. So those bank employees are effectively the end users. They are not the customers, they are the employees, but they are the end users. Okay. If you take the example of ERP, I might buy an ERP solution from you. So I am the customer, but the ERP solution is used by either my clients or my employees. So they are the end users. So there can be different scenarios where customers and end users can be different. Okay, so there are 6 categories of competencies. So the first is analytical thinking and problem solving skills. Second is behavioral characteristics. Third is business knowledge. Fourth is communication skills. Fifth is interaction skills. And the last is tools and technology. So we will look at each of these groups in detail. First is analytical thinking and problem solving. Okay, so business analysis, as the name itself suggests, is an analysis activity. Now, what is analysis? Analysis is your ability to break something down into smaller chunks and understand what is happening and come up with ways to solve problems. Okay, so that is a critical competency for a business analyst. Now, there are a number of sub skills. So, you should have creative thinking. You should understand how to generate new ideas and new approaches to solve the same problem, right? You should be quick to learn. Again, you should be able to absorb information fairly quickly. Most of the times, what happens is that you are put in vastly different projects. Like I've done quiet projects where initially I had no idea what about the domain that I was working on. So you will be expected to learn the business and the domain fairly quickly. So ability to learn is a key skill. Conceptual thinking. What is conceptual thinking? Your ability to look at information that is presented to you and understand what are the first principles and understand what are the different concepts that are related to this particular problem and think in those terms is conceptual thinking. So, and you should be able to have that conceptual thinking. Decision making, again, there is a standard way in which you make decisions, which is we will cover some of those techniques later on. But effectively, you will look at, okay, this is the problem. What are the different ways in which I can solve this problem? And what are the different criteria that I will use to evaluate these options? So that's kind of decision making. Problem solving, visual. What is visual thinking? You should be able to represent problems, solutions, processes, everything in the form of a visual representation so that you can communicate that easily to your stakeholders. And finally, system thinking. System thinking is there are different systems or people's processes and technology that interact with each other to get things completed. You should be able to understand that interactions better and communicate those interactions so that you understand what are the boundaries of these interactions. How can we visually represent the concepts? Let's take an example, right? I think we already discussed a patient enrollment process. Okay, so you are working on implementing a solution for a hospital. You go there and you talk to the people who does the enrollment of patients. They explain to you how they are doing it, right? Now they explain to you that the patient comes to the hospital, we give them a form, they fill up the form, they come and they fill it up, they give it back to us, we enter that into the system and then create an invoice. They pay the invoice and we complete the registration, right? So this is a process that we have understood from the staff. Now you can easily represent this in the form of a flow chart. You can represent this in the form of a process map. You can represent it in the form of a use case diagram. Some of these techniques we will discuss in our future sessions, but you should be able to, at the very least, you should be able to put it in the form of a simple flow chart. Step 1, customer comes in, fills the form. Step 2, the staff inputs information into the system. Step 3, invoice is generated. Step 4, the payment is done by the customer. Step 5, the payment reference and the receipt and the registration ID is handed over to the customer or the patient. Right. So that's how you visually represent the concept, Purva. So for analytical thinking, do we need to represent in the form of any tools to stakeholders in case of the tools are not necessarily the most important thing. The representation is, right? So you can use something as simple as Word or a PowerPoint, or you can use more complicated tools like Visio, Figma, etc. But the story and the narrative that you are able to communicate with very simple diagrams is the important thing, right? The tools are less important than what is it that you are trying to convey to your stakeholder. So if you were to explain a process to somebody, you can do that easily in a PowerPoint or in a Word document, and people will be able to completely understand that. Only if it is a very complex project where you have, I don't know, 200 steps, right? Then you need more advanced tools like Visio, because there are so many back and forths and stuff like that, which may become slightly complex for you to represent in some of the simpler tools. But 90% of the time, the process flows or the visual representation will be simple enough to do in simple tools like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, etc. Okay. So the second set of characteristics is behavioral characteristics. So the first is ethics, right? What is ethics? Ethics is your ability to stick to commitments and rules. So basically, if you say you will start a meeting at 10 o'clock, be there at 10 o'clock, be there at 9:55. If you say you will complete a document on Friday, try and complete it by Thursday. If you say, I will spend some time reviewing this, make sure that you spend some time reviewing this. So that is how you basically develop that work ethic. And this is, I think, behavioral characteristics are not just for business analysis. For any work that you do, this is extremely critical, and this will make the biggest difference than you can imagine, than any technical skill that you have, right? Your ability to build that relationship with your stakeholders by being trustworthy, where whatever you promise them, you deliver. You be accountable. So you say that I'm going to complete a documentation, in certain amount of time. Make sure that you do that. You say I will send an update on Friday. Make sure that you send an update on Friday. Make sure that, so it also involves high levels of organization and time management, because let's say you need to create a BRD, right? You need to be able to understand how much time it is going to take, and then make sure that you also put in some amount of buffer for unforeseen conditions, and then commit to it. And once committed, don't waver, right? Make sure that you look at correct priority. And then as a BA, you will work in various different environments, right? So you might work with people who wants projects to move at pace. You might work with teams where things are a little bit more laid back. You should be able to adjust and adapt yourself to the environment where you are working on. Okay, I think behavioral characteristics are fairly straightforward. Let me know if there are any questions. If not, we will move to business knowledge. Okay, business knowledge is nothing but domain knowledge. You should try and develop business acumen. You can, if you can undergo some business trainings, that would help. So things like what is the balance sheet, what is revenue, what is cost, what are the different business models. So if you can understand that, that will help you to understand the problem that you're trying to solve better. If you have specific industry knowledge, that will help as well. So for example, I have always been working in banking. I have always been work within the corporate side of banking, right? So there is always the retail side of banking, but I work more on corporate side of banking. So because of that, I'm more familiar with that than anything else. That's industry knowledge. Someone else I know has worked her entire career in aviation. So that's another industry knowledge. So having understanding of your specific industry, somebody who might be working in e-commerce might be an expert in e-commerce. So having that industry knowledge is going to help you as a BA. Having organizational knowledge, right? If you are already working in an organization, knowing how that organization works, what kind of processes, policies they follow, what management structure they follow, that can be useful. Solution knowledge. If you are working on a specific product, let's say you you're working in finance, right? You're working on a specific system, but you are not working it in the sense of a project or a business analyst activity. Yeah, you are a user of that system, but you are an expert user on that system. So that can help you to understand business analysis activities better. The last is methodology. So knowing what kind of different methodologies are being used. So we will cover agile versus waterfall, or predictive versus adaptive, as the Babok refers to it later. But having that methodology knowledge is also quite critical. Now, I think one of the common questions that I get, especially on the introductory sessions, is how do I, with so and so experience, will be able to move to so and so in so and so industry, would be able to move to a business analyst role? And the answer is always capitalize on your domain, your business, your industry, and your organizational knowledge, sometimes even your solution knowledge, to move to a BA role. Okay, the next set of competencies are communication skills. The first is verbal communication skills. It is extremely important. The biggest impact that you will make is in your interactions with your stakeholders. You should be able to get information out of them, and you should be able to communicate ideas to them. Non-verbal communication will help you build your relationship with your stakeholders, which will make things like getting information, getting sign-offs, etc., much more easy. Listening is equally important, probably even more important, because most of us don't know how to listen properly. So listening can help a BA to capture information accurately. Traditionally, written communication is extremely important, but I think it is now becoming slightly less thanks to all the generative AI tools that are available. You can essentially rely on them to tidy up what you are writing, but you should have some amount of written communication skills as well. So next we will look at interaction skills. So the first one is facilitation. So facilitation is the ability of a business analyst to moderate discussions within a group. So a lot of the business analysis requirement gathering will happen in what are called workshops. So we will cover workshops as a technique, but you should be able to facilitate that discussion, right? What does it mean to facilitate? You should be able to steer them in the right direction. You need to stay on the topic of discussion, avoid side track, side conversations, avoid digressions. So that ability to keep the group on that point is the key skill of facilitation. Leadership and influencing. As a BA, you will have to influence a lot of people over whom you have no power whatsoever. In fact, a lot of the people from whom you need things will be significantly more senior than you are in the organization. So typically, you will be working with fairly senior executives. They will have to provide you information, they will have to provide you sign offs. You need to manage their conflicts much better. So your ability to influence them is going to be a critical skill. teamwork. Business analysis is a team effort. You need to work closely with the business teams, technology teams, your own project team very well. Negotiation, your ability to agree how the requirements are going to be prioritized, how the requirements are going to be implemented, will involve significant amount of negotiation. And finally, you will be expected to do a lot of trainings. Your ability to teach is going to be a critical skill as well. That brings us to the last set of competencies, which is tools and technology skills, right? So the first set of tools is office productivity tools. If you go and check the job descriptions set out by employers for hiring business analysts, you will see you should be well versed in Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, etc., as a requirement in most of them. So you should be quite comfortable using these productivity suite of applications. And then there are business analysis tools such as Visio, Figma, CorelDRAW. There is a number of different modeling tools that you can use. You should be comfortable using those as well. And then there are communication tools, email, your messenger applications, collaboration applications like SharePoint, etc. Your level of comfort with that can also help you be a good BA. Okay, that completes our section on competencies. Okay, so we will take a quick peek at the techniques because there are 50 techniques. We will go through each of these as part of our knowledge areas. We will look at what each of these technique is. We spoke about, I think, decision analysis and decision modeling. We spoke about stakeholder analysis a couple of minutes back. We spoke about process modeling and process analysis. Yeah, so these are some of the ones which we already discussed in terms of some of the techniques that we will look at in the future. But we will go through all these in due course. The last topic for lesson 2 is business analysis perspectives. Okay, so first point is, what is a perspective? What is a perspective? So perspective is a very specific context in which business analysis activities are being carried out. Okay, so these are, so in general, we will talk about in the first part of the course when we speak about the knowledge areas. We are going to speak about business analysis in general, which covers all sorts of scenarios. And then towards the end, we will look at perspectives. So perspectives are specific contexts in which the business analysis activities are carried out. They are not mutually exclusive. For example, agile and business intelligence doesn't mean that if you are doing business intelligence, you are not doing agile. They often have overlaps. Okay, you could engage in more than one perspective at a time. There are 5 perspectives. So let's look at them, and that will help you understand what perspectives are as well. Now, agile. Now, what is agile? I'm sure all of you have heard the term agile. What do you understand by agile? Hopefully, you can see my paint screen. And what used to happen in the past is you will do a detailed requirement for a project, right? Then you will do a design for the entire project. You will then develop, test, and then go live. This is what used to happen in the past, which is also called the waterfall model. Now, what has changed is, instead of doing this, what you do is you do the most critical few requirements. You will then design that, you will develop that, test that, and then you will go live. Parallelly, you will also collect the next set of requirements, design it, develop it, test it, and go live. And then repeat this again and again and again and again, right? Basically, the idea is there is a usable solution significantly early for your customers, and then you continue to improve it until you reach your final solution. The problem with the first approach was that until you reach this particular point here, the users do not get any solution at all. They get documentation. Whereas the focus in Agile is that you deliver working software early to your users so that they can provide feedback which can be implemented in the next cycles. So that essentially you look at this in the form of cycles, right? So you have the first agile cycle. I don't know why you have the first cycle where you deliver the first iteration. Then you have the next cycle where you improve upon that delivery. Then you have the next cycle where you improve upon that. So thereby you evolve the product over a period of time. So this is called agile. Okay. Now in business analysis, the first perspective is agile perspective. So the first thing is an agile mindset. So agile mindset is when you understand the focus of agile perspective or agile delivery is to deliver incremental value early on working software so that the customers can provide feedback, and that feedback can be iteratively implemented into the solution. There are a set of agile values and principles. You can go to the agile manifesto. It will give you the detailed values and principles. You elaborate the business requirements progressively. So like we saw in the picture, we will start with requirement for some features. You design and develop and test that. Meanwhile, you start picking up the next set of requirements, and then next set of requirements, so on and so forth. Okay. The question is, how is business analysis going to be different if you are implementing it in an agile perspective? We will see that when we are discussing the agile perspective, right? A business analyst is a member of the agile team. Okay. Second perspective is business intelligence. What is business intelligence? Business intelligence is the perspective in which insights are provided to the business to make decisions in order to achieve their goals. So, for example, let's say you are a bank and you want to decide what kind of loans should be approved. So, you can use past loan data and the corresponding information from a new loan application and then make a recommendation that, okay, given these parameters, we should approve this loan or we should deny this loan. Or we can look at clickstream data to say, in this particular page, the checkout button should be slightly higher for easy checkout for our customers. So that kind of a project where the goal or the outcome is to analyze a large set of data, and based on that data, come up with a recommendation, which is a business insight for the business to take action, is called a business intelligence perspective project. The decision could be either tactical. So, for example, should we increase the price or reduce the price? It could be strategic, like we want to introduce a new product into the market, or it can be operational, where you make decisions like we should change the process slightly. Okay, the next is information technology perspective. So I think when we discussed what is a business analysis activities or who is a business analyst, the most common answer I think was a bridge between business and IT, which is exactly the case in information technology perspective, because this perspective deals purely with implementation of information technology projects, which is the most common area where all BAs work. Now, some of these IT projects follow an agile methodology, so there is an overlap between agile and information technology. But traditionally, information technology used to be the most common area where BAs used to work. Now, what kind of changes are happening here? What is the context here? So, every organization needs to often implement new information technology systems or upgrade existing information technology solution. And the role that the BA plays in this perspective is that of a interpreter or a translator, because the business talks business language, technology talks technology language, just to make sure that they are able to understand each other. The business analysts will work in the middle to make sure that the project is delivered successfully. Okay. The next perspective is business architecture. Okay. What is business architecture? If you think of an organization, it has different components, right? So it will have marketing, it will have operations, it will have sales, it will have financial management, it will have so business architecture is basically, instead of looking at a part of the organization, it look at the entire enterprise to understand how various elements come together to deliver value and suggest strategic organizational or enterprise level changes which can increase the value that the organization is delivering and achieve its objectives. Okay. So for example, you sometimes, if those who have worked in organizations might have noticed that sometimes organizations will restructure slightly differently. So for example, there is an organization which was always structured by geographically. Yeah. So you had Americas, Asia, India, UK, etc. They do an analysis and they realize a better organizational structure would be if we do it by product. So they decide that they are going to target specific products. So they are going to structure the organization according to their products that they are going to deliver. So that's an example of a business architecture initiative and the outcome that we are trying to look for. Okay. So what is business architecture? Business architecture is when you look at people, process, technology end to end at an enterprise level and come up with recommendations as to what to change in order to achieve the strategic goals of the organization. Imagine you want to start a new business. Okay. So let's say you want to start a new laundry business. Okay. Where you collect clothes from your customers, you take it to a centralized what do you call, go down, where you launder it, dry clean it, whatever, and then you send it back to the customers. Now, what are the things that should be in place for this? So you should have a marketing in place, you should have operations in place to collect the clothes, launder it, to send it back. You should have some sort of financial management. You need to make sure that you have sufficient money to run the operations, to pay your employees. Are you going to collect it all yourself, or are you going to come up with a franchise model where different people can collect it for you and you simply centrally run the laundry? So that kind of a question as to how are you going to implement this service end to end at an enterprise level is a question that needs to be addressed through a business architectural review. Okay. So you are not looking at one part of the organization, you are not looking at one problem, you are looking at an organization as a whole and looking at what all changes should be made in various parts in order for the organization to achieve its goal. It might involve restructuring, it might involve new technical platform, it might involve new processes, it might involve new business model itself. So excellent. That takes us to the last perspective, which is business process management. So business process management is when you are purely looking at a process, right? There is no technology change involved. You look at a specific process. So let's say you are working in Amazon and you are looking to reduce the average time taken to deliver the products that are ordered by customers. Okay. What will you do? You will look at the end to end process. I, as a customer, places an order. The order goes to a team. that team will then, depending on the right category, will send to a particular godown or a fulfillment center. They will then take the product, send it to a different fulfillment center, which is en route to the place where I am, and they will then send. So you will map this whole thing out, and then you will ask, okay, what is it that we can do so that we can reduce the time taken to deliver this? So it could be that instead of somebody forwarding it, you automate it. That would result in faster delivery of the instructions. It could be that you build 10 new godowns in places where these products are getting ordered very frequently. So these kind of changes are called business process management changes. Okay, in this perspective, the business analyst will evaluate the business processes and come up with recommendations on how to change or improve the business process. And then we will start, right? So you will get a question in that link. You will have 4 options. You need to select the option which you think is correct based on the topics that we covered. Okay, we will start now. The first question: which of the following is not a component of business analysis core concept model? Change, solution, content, stakeholder. 7 seconds to give your answer. Okay, time up. Okay, most of you got it correct, I believe. It's content, right? Change, solution, and stakeholder are components of business analysis core concept model. Okay, moving to the next question. Dash are focused on needs and dash are focused on solution. Problems, requirements, designs, solutions, requirements, designs, requirements. Okay, again, most of you got this correct. We'll move on to the next question. Which of the following is a business analysis knowledge area? Elicitation and collaboration, enterprise analysis, solution assessment and validation, requirement analysis and management. 8 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Right. Again, most of you got it right. Good job. Last question, I think. Which of the following is not a category of business analysis competencies as defined in the BABOK? Analytical thinking and problem solving, communication, organizational knowledge, interaction. 3 seconds. Okay, I think only around 40% got it correct. It's organizational knowledge. Everything else is a category. Organizational knowledge is within the business skills one of the detailed skills within that, not a category. Okay, let's look at the leaderboard. With that, we complete our second lesson, which is the introduction to business analysis body of knowledge version 3 guide. We started by defining what is business analysis. We said that business analysis is enabling change by defining needs and recommending solutions. Then we moved on to the business analysis core concept model. There were 6 concepts in the business analysis core concept model, which were change, which is an act of transformation in response to a need, which is a problem or an opportunity, solution, which is a way of satisfying one or more needs, context is the environment in which the solution or the need is being addressed, stakeholder is somebody who is related to the change, solution, or the need, and finally value is the worth of a particular solution in a context. And then we took a look at the knowledge areas. We learned that there are 6 knowledge areas. So the first is business analysis, planning and monitoring, where we plan the overall business analysis activities as well as the performance assessment of business analysis. The second is requirements lifecycle management, which is used to manage information collected throughout the life cycle of the solution. Then there is elicitation and collaboration, which is used to gather information from stakeholders and manage the ongoing collaboration with them. There is strategy analysis, which defines the need and the business goals, and also focuses on defining the current and the future state. Requirement analysis and design definition will help us to specify and model requirements as well as validate and verify them. Finally, solution evaluation helps us to evaluate the solution against the expected benefits and then recommend actions to improve the value of the solution. Then we looked at the requirement analysis, the requirement schema. We learned about business requirements, which is the high level goals and objectives that you are trying to achieve. Then we looked at the stakeholder requirements, which are the business requirements broken down from the perspective of the various stakeholders. Then we looked at the solution requirement, which included both functional and non-functional requirements. Functional requirements are the behaviors of the system. Non-functional requirements are related to performance. And then finally, we learned about transition requirements, which are used when we are moving from the current state to the future state. Then we also learned about requirements and designs. We learned that requirements are focused on need and designs are focused on the solution. We looked at the stakeholders. We learned about the 10 different stakeholders. We then went through the competencies. There were 6 different groups of competencies. We then had a glance at the techniques, the 50 techniques, which we will cover through the course. We also took a look at the 5 perspectives. The perspectives are agile, business intelligence, information technology, business architecture, and business process management. With that, we completed our lesson number 2, which is an introduction to BABOK version 3. Right. Now we are going to get into the knowledge areas. Now, in each knowledge area, there is a set of tasks. So we will cover each task one by one. But before we do that, I just want you to be comfortable with the format, right? So for each task, we will start with a purpose. So we will explain why we are doing that particular task. We will explain what that task is, what is going to happen in that particular task. We will look at inputs into that task. We will look at the various elements of that task. What are the different components, activities of that particular task? There are what are called guidelines and tools which you can use for that particular task. We will look at the specific business analysis techniques. We will look at the key stakeholders who will be involved in the task. And then finally, the outputs of the task. So these are the 8 standard elements of each task under a knowledge area. So for example, business analysis, planning and monitoring has 5 tasks. For each task, we will go through each of those 8 elements. Yeah. Okay. So we are going to start with the first one, the first knowledge area, which is business analysis, planning and monitoring. So we will look at 5 things basically in this. The first is how to plan what is called business analysis approach. Second is how to plan stakeholder engagement. Third is how to plan business analysis, information management and governance. Information management, then how to plan BA governance. Finally, how to identify business analysis performance improvements. We will also cover some techniques as part of these tasks. Okay, what we already spoke about this. Before you do any activity, you will plan, right? Let's say you want to go on a vacation to Italy, right? What will you do? You will plan. How will you plan? So you will decide, okay, when should you go? You cannot go during December because it will be very cold. You need to go during a time when the weather is pleasant. So you decide maybe June, July, whatever, you decide that. Then you need to make sure you will get leaves from your office. So you arrange that leaves. So you decide a date, and then you need to get all the stuff done, you need to, you need to get your tickets booked, you need to get your accommodation booked, you need to sort out your visa, all those kind of stuff, right? You need to decide what all attractions, what all places you need to go. So the first step in any endeavor is planning, and the same applicable for business analysis as well. So the question is, what are you going to do as part of business analysis for a particular initiative? You are given a problem. So let's say the problem is that the business, there is a hospital, which is your business. They want to implement a patient management system, so that they can reduce patient wait times, they can create better MI, etc., etc. So they have given you a list of requirements. So what kind of approach are you going to do? What kind of techniques are you going to use? Who are your stakeholders? All these things needs to be decided upfront, which is done in your business analysis, planning and monitoring knowledge area. Now, how does the knowledge area impacts the various elements of the business analysis core concept model, right? So in planning, you are basically deciding the nature and scope of the change that you are going to implement. Okay. So you will also decide what type of approach you are going to take. Are you going to use an agile approach? Are you going to use waterfall approach, or are you going to use a hybrid approach? Right? For example, if the change is organization wide, you need to follow a formal governance, right? But if it is a small change in a team, that might be less formal in terms of governance. Okay. So first is look at the nature and scope of the change and the approach that you will follow for business analysis to support the change. That's the change angle of business analysis, planning, and monitoring. The second is the need. What is need? Need is a problem or an opportunity. Now, the need will drive the business analysis activities, right? So, depending on the need, you will decide what type of techniques, what type of approaches to take for addressing that particular need. So, for example, if the need is a regulatory compliance, right, you would probably need to adhere to the dates that is provided by your regulator. So that will impact your overall stakeholder involvement and the overall timeline. So the need will drive the business analysis activities. Then you have solution. Now, at this point, when you are planning, generally a solution may not be completely defined, right? But the type of solution would be indicated. So, for example, you might know that it is going to be a technical solution, or you might know that we don't have funding for a technical solution. It is going to be a process change. The best we can do is a process change, right? So that will inform the kind of planning and approach and techniques that you are going to use. Stakeholder engagement is a core part of the planning. So you need to first identify the stakeholders, understand their roles, their responsibilities, analyze them, and engage, understand their engagement levels. Okay. Then you have value and context. So context you need to understand. So like we said, if it is a regulatory driven project, that might impact, that is the context that might impact the overall planning. If, and then the value is understanding the benefit that the change is going to deliver, so that you can appropriately make decisions. Okay. So all these concepts are impacted in the business analysis, planning, and monitoring, as we discussed. Now, what are the inputs? So the inputs are needs and external to the business analysis inputs and outputs, the performance objectives. Okay. So we have two inputs, performance objectives and needs. Okay. Needs are basically the problem or opportunities that we are trying to address. Then what are the tasks? There are 5 tasks, like I mentioned. The first is plan business analysis approach. The output of that is business analysis approach. Second is plan stakeholder engagement. Output is stakeholder engagement approach. Third is plan business analysis governance. The output is governance approach. Fourth is plan, business analysis, information management. Output is information management approach. And the final one is to identify performance improvements, and that's the output as well. That takes us to the first task, which is plan, business analysis approach. The goal of planning business analysis approach is to define the overall methodology that we are going to follow in order to conduct the business analysis activity. Okay, let's look at what are the inputs. Need is the input into this particular task. The output, business analysis approach, which will contain what is the methodology that you are going to follow, who will be performing the business analysis, at what time, what is the sequencing of the activities that you are going to follow. The elements are creation or selection of a methodology. So you need to decide whether to use agile or waterfall or anything else. You need to identify what are the key deliverables. You need to define the tasks and activities. So those are the elements of planning the business analysis approach. Okay, so the very first thing is planning falls between predictive and adaptive approaches. So predictive in this context stands for agile or traditional methodologies. Predictive in this context stands for the traditional methodologies or waterfall methodologies. Adaptive in this context stands for agile methodology. Okay, so the first decision that we have to make while you are doing a business analysis approach is to decide whether you are going to go with predictive approach or adaptive approach. Okay, we already discussed the difference between predictive approach and adaptive approach, or agile or waterfall method, when we were discussing the agile perspective. So I'm not going to repeat that. But what we will do is we will take a look at how do you decide whether to follow an agile approach or a waterfall approach or a predictive approach or an adaptive approach. Okay, so predictive approach. Predictive approach, also called waterfall or also the traditional approach that was always used, is also called a plan-driven approach. Now, it is used when you are very clear about the requirements and they are unlikely to change. The scope is clearly defined and the scope is fixed. There is a preference for formal documentation and structured process. There is low tolerance for change. The solution is similar to past projects, or the solution is of low risk. The organization uses waterfall or sequential methodologies. What are the key characteristics? The requirements are defined early, focus on documentation and sign off, and changes are managed through a change control process. It is much more difficult to make changes when you are following a predictive approach. Okay. Whereas you will use an adaptive approach when the requirements are not clear, it is evolving, they are uncertain, and they are not known completely upfront. The project is complex or the project is innovative. I don't think you can build something like a Facebook using a predictive approach, because you don't even know. Like Mark Zuckerberg didn't know what he was creating when he started working on Facebook. So that's something, when it is innovative and complex, you don't use a predictive approach. Now, one key consideration is, in order for adaptive approach or agile approaches to work, you need constant engagement with your stakeholders. Now, sometimes your stakeholders may not have that much time to spare. In that scenario, it might be difficult for you to go with an agile approach. The solution will be developed incrementally. So I think we already agreed incrementally and iteratively. There are a number of different sub methodologies that we can follow. Requirements are continuously discovered and refined. The focus is on the minimal documentation and working solutions and continuous delivery, right? So according to the BABOK, you should look at the organizational process needs and context, evaluate the complexity and risk, engage stakeholders, and then tailor the approach, right? So this is the summary of how you arrive at a decision whether to use an adaptive or a predictive approach. The reason why I kind of highlight that is you will get questions in the CBAP exam as to when to use predictive and when to use adaptive. Okay, so that is the first part of your business analysis approach. So you already decided when requirements keep changing, agile. Yeah, that's a good rule of thumb to follow, Akanksha. There are a few more criteria that we can use, but yeah, okay. Formality and level of details of BA deliverables will depend on the planning approach. So if we decide to go with a predictive approach, then you will go with a more formal BA deliverable. So for example, you might have a BRD, you might need an FST, etc. If you decide to go with an adaptive approach, you probably need some user stories to be defined. Then you identify the activities. Okay, I need to do a current state analysis. I need to do a review of the preferred future state. I need to identify the requirements. I need to document the requirements in the form of a BRD. So you will basically break down the entire business analysis activity into specific tasks, and then you assign timing to it. Okay, I'm going to do the current state analysis in the first 2 weeks, and then the next 4 weeks are focused on the future state, and then the next 2 weeks for documenting the requirements, and then another 2 weeks for reviews and sign off. The complexity of the change can impact the approach. The size of the change can impact the approach. The risk of the change, if it is a very critical change, we might prefer keeping higher levels of governance in it. And once you prepare the business analysis approach, it is then reviewed and agreed by the stakeholders. Okay, so that is the business analysis approach. So we are talking about a fashion retailer, somebody who sells clothes. They sell trendy clothing and accessories. It's called Style Cart. Let's say it's our company, all of us together, all the, I don't know, 43, 44, I don't know what the number is right now. All of us together, we built a company called Style Cart. It has some physical stores, right? They have reasonable sales, but we are not able to get good amount of digital sales, right? So we have a website which we have built some 7 years back, but it is no longer suitable for the needs of today's online shoppers. What is the current state? The website is outdated. It has a slow user interface, and the design doesn't reflect the brand image of the company. It's not mobile friendly because 60% of the visitors access the site through smartphone or tablets, which is a problem. The site lacks secure and modern checkout process. Often people abandon their carts. There is some amount of mistrust. There is no support for user accounts. So if they have to have a returning user, they have to re-enter their entire information like address, email address, and all those kind of stuff again. The product search and filtering options are limited. The inventory is not properly integrated. So for example, if you might have a particular trousers in blue in size, I don't know, 34, available 10 units, but the system might show it's not available, so inaccurate stock visibility. Marketing features like promotions, discount codes, personalized recommendations, these are all difficult to manage. There are performance issues, page load slow, frequent downtime during high traffic, security vulnerabilities. Sorry, hard time pronouncing it. Okay. Business concerns, declining revenue despite increased investment in digital marketing, poor user feedback and reviews regarding the website's usability and performance, competitors with more modern and feature-rich platforms. Current platform is difficult and expensive to maintain. There is no scalability. Goals of the new initiative: deliver a fast, modern, and mobile-friendly experience, improve the online conversion rate and reduce cart abandonment, enabling user account creation and order tracking, support real-time inventory updates, integrating with secure payment gateways, providing features such as wishlist, product reviews, promotions, and personalized recommendations, ensuring that the platform is scalable, secure, and easy to maintain. So this is the case study. Now, Tell me, based on what we just went through, what would you say is the business requirement to increase the revenue? Yeah, so you need to be a little bit more specific there, Sema, because they have a retail store where they are able to increase the revenue, correct? So if you say increase the revenue, that is not accurate. What they are trying to do is they want to increase the digital revenue, correct? So um, so the goal is to increase the digital revenue or the revenue that they get from digital sales by let's say 10% in a period of 24 months, right? That can be a good business requirement. Website is outdated, Mahendra. That's a problem? That's a need essentially. But what is a business requirement? Website is outdated, so what, right? To increase the online, yes. So that's a very good phrasing of the requirement, Ashish. To increase online sales by X% in Y months or Y years, as the case may be. Create a digital app with user friendly. That is a solution requirement, Akhilesh, right? So you could decide that I don't mind not having a digital solution, right? So that could be a solution requirement. Online, increase online shopping, yes. Online sale and revenues, online presence and engagement by X%, that can be a good requirement. Existing enhance, yeah, enhancing the existing application is a solution requirement. You could build a completely new application as well, right? But the remaining part is correct, Shruti. To increase revenue through e-commerce, efficient platform for e-commerce, user friendly, more yeah. So these are all solution requirements, Dinesh. You need to think of business requirements, right? So other examples of, so obviously we discussed that online sales needs to increase. Other examples of your business requirement could be that increased or decrease in the cart abandonment in the what you call in the online in the website by 50% or 25% or whatever in a 1 year period, right? Basically what happens is that people comes, they like the trouser or the t-shirt or whatever, they add that to the cart, but then they need to fill way too much information. At that point they lose interest and they exit, right? That is what they want to avoid. The other requirement could be to increase the conversion ratio. Now, what is a conversion ratio? Which is, let's say there are 1,000 people visiting the site, and only let's say 10 of them orders new products. So that's a conversion ratio of 1%, right? So they might want to increase the conversion ratio to 10% in 1 year or whatever. So these are some of the examples of the business requirements for the case study. To increase the footfall to the online platform by X%. That is correct. That can be a good requirement. So the number of people visiting needs to increase, right? Okay. Revamp the website to drive more users. Revamp the website is a solution requirement. Okay. All right. We will move on. So yesterday when we stopped, we were talking about the elements of planning a business analysis approach, right? So before you do the actual business analysis, you will make a few decisions, which are what planning method to follow. Are you going to follow a predictive approach or an adaptive approach? I.e., are you going to use the traditional waterfall approach or the more agile approach? What kind of deliverables are required from a business analysis perspective? Break down those deliverables to activities and tasks. And when are you going to do that activity? What is the complexity and size of the change? And what is the risk? And finally, you need to present all these things to your stakeholders and get their agreement or sign off. Now, let's think about the case study once again, right? If you think about so Tirthan, to remind the question in a minute, I'll give you time for questions, but let me just continue my thought. So what I was saying is let's think about the case study, the style card case study. What approach should they follow for business analysis? Should they follow a predictive approach or an adaptive approach? What do you think? And why? Give a small rationale as to why. Okay, now the next one is what kind of deliverables should you, as a business analyst, what kind of deliverables should be created for this particular problem? What do you think? Obviously, we have just started, so you may not, if you are not able to answer, that's fine. But any thoughts? Business process, yes. And I think the best way to express that is the current state, business architecture. Okay, we can say business architecture, business. Yeah. So the first thing would be we will create a plan for business analysis, right? Which is basically the business analysis approach. The second would be a current state analysis. Then you could think of requirements. So customer feedback is already available, right? It's not a deliverable from the perspective of a business analyst, right? What is the most important deliverable from a business analyst? Yeah, FRD, BRD, FSD, BRD, Sema. So you can think of BRD or business requirements. It need not always be in the form of a document, but the requirements, business requirements, stakeholder requirements, and system requirements or solution requirements, as the case may be. Functional specifications, anything else, non-functional requirements. So everything that they have to identify, right? So that's basically what you have to deliver. Then you need to define what are the activities that needs to be completed in order to deliver these things, and then in what timeline. So effectively, business analysis approach for the style cart problem will look like this, right? Your approach type, we agreed that it is adaptive, or which is agile or iterative. Rationale, requirements are not fully defined upfront. The initiative aims to deliver incremental improvements. So there will be what is known as an MVP. So some of you might know this term. MVP stands for minimum viable product, followed by additional features. So basically what you do is you start with one or two features. I don't know if you have seen the movie Social Network. When they launched Facebook for the very first time, they had very little features. In fact, they did not have their, what is that called? Whether you are single or relationship status. Even relationship status was not there in it just before launch. And there is a scene in the movie where the guy who plays Mark Zuckerberg, he realizes that that's an interesting feature, and he runs to add that feature into the tool. So my point is that MVP is basically the minimum amount of features that you need in order to roll your tool out or your product out. So you will deliver incremental improvements. You will look to get the stakeholders continuously involved to get validations and feedback. And we can get more user feedback loops, thereby improving usability and flexibility. Then you will decide what techniques to use. These are some of the techniques that you can use. So we will cover some of these through the course. So let's not worry about that right now. We talked about the deliverables. So we need to have the business analysis plan, which is this document. Then the current state analysis, benchmarking, because this is a online solution. So we need to make sure that we are benchmarked against other people who are providing similar services. BRD, user stories, FSD, non-functional requirements, and traceability matrix. We will cover traceability matrix later, so don't worry about that. And then you have a final kind of a timeline. So we are saying, so basically, since this is like a fictitious example, we have used week 1 to 2. In reality, what you do is you provide dates, right? You will say March. It will start on 1st of March. Let's say 3rd of March, and then it will go till 17th of March. And then competitor benchmarking maybe from 3rd of March to 17th, like that. So 10th of March to 24th of March, something like that, right? So that's how you create a business analysis approach or a plan, basically. Okay, so with that, we'll move on from business analysis approach. You can use these guidelines. So business analysis performance assessment will provide you feedback from the past, which will help you to make better approaches or better planning. Stakeholder engagement approach will tell you who needs to be involved in business analysis approach. And business policies, so there could be existing policies that might be guiding you. So for example, there are some organizations where if the budget of the project is more than a certain value, then you have to follow a certain approach or a certain delivery plan, etc. There might be existing directions around methodologies within the organization. And then there is expert judgment, which is basically you need to, based on your experience, you need to pick up which approach or which methodology to follow. So these are the guidelines and tools that you can follow while you are defining the business analysis approach. And there are a number of techniques that you can use. I won't read through, but you have some of these techniques we will cover. In fact, all of these techniques we will cover later in the class. But for now, let's take a look at one of the techniques, which is lessons learned. Okay, when you are running a project, what you do is, as often as you can, at the very least once at the end of the project, sometimes more frequently, sometimes maybe at the end of an iteration if you follow a agile process, what you do is you do something known as a lessons learned. In agile, it is also called retrospective. Both are exactly the same. What do you do when you do a lessons learned or a retrospective? You are basically having a conversation with your stakeholders to identify what went well, what are the things that went really well, what are the successes in the last period that you are discussing, what are the areas where we probably need to do better, and what are the things that went really bad, and what are the recommendations that we have in order for us to implement these projects or iterations better in the future, right? So that is the idea of a lessons learned session. Okay. The It is also known as a retrospective. Like I said, in agile it is called retrospective. It can be a formal lessons learned where you document everything, and everything is properly completed and stuff like that. Or it can be very informal where you have a very casual conversation where you discuss, okay, what are the things that we can do better. It one key point is that it should not always focus purely on what went wrong. It should focus both on positive experiences and successes as well, so that you can continue to do what went right. Now, one challenge that you have is that some people may be very reluctant to say things that didn't go well. Some people may too eager to share things. Okay, so that's basically the lessons learned technique. And how are you going to do the lessons learned technique? So the lessons learned can be on the business analysis activities. So you did a requirement gathering session, you did an elicitation session, you can do a lessons learned on that. It can be on the deliverables. So you created a BRD, you can get feedback on that. It can be on the final solution. So you created a new website for style cart. So you, after that, you have a conversation with your stakeholders to understand what went well and what needs to be improved. It can have an impact to the organizational processes. So, for example, you might agree that, okay, going forward, we will define requirements much more in a detailed fashion and get that agreed with the stakeholders so that there is no ambiguity in that. It might impact your performance expectation and performance results. It could have a positive or a negative variant. So you were expecting the requirements to be complete. It was much better than what you expected, or it could be worse than you expected. Wherever there is an impact on performance, you will evaluate the root cause and then you will provide recommendations for improvement. So that's the lessons learned technique. Okay, so to sum up, lessons learned is a technique where what you do is you ask your stakeholders, what is it that about the project or the deliverable or the iteration that went well? What are the areas where we might require some improvements? And you document them and provide recommendations as to how to address those areas of improvement. Okay. The stakeholders who are involved in planning business analysis approach are domain SME, project manager, sponsor, and regulator. So these are the stakeholders that you need to engage in order to complete your business analysis approach. So we learned who are stakeholders. Now, one thing which often people do not give enough stress to, the success of your project depends on how engaged are your stakeholders. So their engagement and their contributions will drive the success or failure of your project. And as a BA, your ability to engage with your stakeholders will define how good of a BA you are. Okay. So planning stakeholder engagement is the task in which you look at your stakeholders and understand who are your stakeholders, identify your stakeholders, and then you plan an approach so that you can maintain an effective relationship with your stakeholders. Okay. So the inputs into these tasks are the needs, which is basically what you are trying to achieve. So in our style card, the fundamental need is to increase the digital sales or the online sales for style cart. The BA approach, we already agreed, we are going to do adaptive, etc., etc., etc. So you take both those and then you look at, okay, who are my stakeholders and what are their characteristics? Okay, those information, when represented in the form of a document, will become what is known as a stakeholder engagement approach. Okay, which is the output of this particular task. Right, let's look at the elements. So the first is you will perform what is known as a stakeholder analysis. Right, how do you do a stakeholder analysis? You identify who all are the stakeholders. Right, so we discussed who all are the stakeholders in our Unilever canteen order management system. Right, employees are some stakeholders. So what category of stakeholders are they? They are the end users of your product. Right, canteen staff are another set of stakeholders. They are also your end users of your product. Management, the Unilever management, they are a stakeholder, but they are more likely on the sponsor side of the role. Right, you might have a project manager, you might have a domain SME, so that could be a senior staff within the canteen. So they might work as a domain SME because they are familiar with how the entire ordering is happening today. So they might act as a domain SME. You might have some developers or lead developers or IT project managers who might work as the implementation SME. You might decide that instead of implementing a website upfront, you might procure some sort of a workflow tool from a vendor. So they might become your stakeholders, like a supplier. You might have a support team that supports your current system, or you might want to implement a support team in the future. So that becomes the operational support. You might need testers, so they become your testing teams. That the testers will become your stakeholders. So you identify all the stakeholders that you need to involve in your project, right? Then you look at their attitudes. What do we mean by attitude? So some of these people might have a very positive attitude towards your project, right? So the management might be very eager to get the whole thing implemented, but your canteen staff may be, okay, that this will result in lesser staff, or this is the project might include additional work for me, so they may not be that eager. The current system is working, why do we need all these kind of things? So they may not be that eager, so they might have a very negative attitude towards the project. So you will do that analysis to understand, okay, what they think about the project, what they think about the business analysis activity. Then there is decision making authority. So some of these people can make decisions. So management is probably having the highest level of decision making power. So they can say, okay, we are going ahead with the project, or we are not going ahead with the project, or we will go ahead but with limited amount of funding. We will go ahead but we won't enforce certain facts of it. So all those kind of decisions lie with some stakeholders. So you need to identify that. And each stakeholder will have a level of influence or a level of power. Employees, if you take the average employee, will have limited power. The management, on the other hand, will have high amount of power. Within the management, there could be different teams. There could be an operations team. There could be an HR. So each of them will have certain levels of influence. We need to identify that. So that's the first task, or the first component of the first element of stakeholder engagement, which is to perform stakeholder analysis. Okay, once you do the stakeholder analysis, you need to decide what are the stakeholder communication needs. right? Now you decide to go ahead with building the application or canteen order management system. um, what do you think are the stakeholder communication needs for employees? How frequently should you provide an update on this order management system to employees? Any thoughts? You are building an order management system for employees to order their food, their lunch in your company, in your organization. Would you, like, for example, once the requirements are complete, would you send out a communication to all the employees saying that, okay, we are building this, these are the requirements, please review and let us know? No, correct, because that is not required, right? Because they only would probably require, once you are launching it, they need some training and they need to know that we are going to go ahead with this. There might be a representative from the employees who might provide you requirements, but beyond that, so they may work as like a default domain SME kind of thing. Other than that, you don't have to engage with all the employees. The same again with canteen staff, you don't need to inform them about the progress, etc. So there might be some representative who will act as a domain SME. They will be involved in stakeholder updates. Now, will you walk the management through the detailed solution requirements? No, correct? Because they don't need to know. Okay, Sultana is saying yes. Unless they are micromanaging management, you don't have to, right? Because they don't need to know the details. As long as the canteen staff representative and the employee representative agree on the requirements, the management is okay. What you need to provide the management is in terms of your status update, right? So you need to tell them that your requirement is like 20% complete or 50% complete, or we are planning to complete it by end of March or end of February or whatever be the case. So you see, my point that I am trying to convey through these examples is, depending on the stakeholder, they will expect different information to be sent or to be communicated to them. So you need to identify that, right? Because you cannot include everybody and send everything to everyone. That will be a very inefficient way of communication. So the second element of this task of planning stakeholder engagement is identify stakeholder communication needs. And then the final one is to plan an ongoing stakeholder collaboration. What does that mean? So for the people who are actively involved, like the domain SME, the sponsor, etc., you might have maybe a working group every 2 weeks where you provide updates, where you say, this is where we are, these are the problems, these are the risks, these are the issues, all those kind of stuff. The active team, like for example, the domain SME, the business analyst, etc., might meet every day so that they can go over the requirements, the current state, the future state, all those kind of stuff. So you will decide, okay, who needs to be engaged at what stage, and then you will document that. So that becomes your stakeholder engagement approach. For stakeholders, do we keep meetings bi-weekly or milestone basis? Okay, so what did we just say? We need to first identify the stakeholders. What was our second plan? Second step, define stakeholder communication needs, and then plan the stakeholder collaboration, right? When you do this, Diksha, you will have to decide how frequently should you meet which stakeholder. For employees, you are never going to meet them. The canteen staff, you are never going to meet them. The management, you probably needs to meet once every 2 weeks, like you said, right? The employees, you probably need to train them once the tool is ready to be deployed. So that's milestone basis. The domain, the employee representative and the canteen representative and the development team, you are likely to meet every day so that you can make progress on the project. So this is exactly what you are deciding. The answer to that question is what you are going to define when you are defining a stakeholder engagement approach. You are going to decide as a BA, until my deliverables are complete, including product owner and product manager, how frequently should I meet with them, right? So for a PO, what do you think should be the frequency? Daily is probably not needed, right? Probably once in a week, maybe even once in 2 weeks. The project manager, you probably need to send updates more frequently, maybe weekly, but you only need to meet once in 2 weeks, I think, right? So that's something you need to decide based on their ask. So you can ask them also when you are having engagements with them. You can talk to them. You know what? Okay, so this is what I think you need, right? You need, like, if you're talking to your project manager, he might need updates every week, right? So that he can send those updates to his senior management, right? So you will tell him that, okay, let me send you a status update at the end of every week. Every 2 weeks, we will have a conversation where I will flag any risk, any issues, and I will also update you about what is happening. So you agree that with them before you implement that, so that you can document. Yes, you can discuss the means of communication, right? Somebody might only require, somebody might say, I don't want to be in meetings and all. You send me the update in an email. So that communication requirements, you agree, and then you plan it. The problem what happens, Diksha, is if you do not think about at the beginning of the project, one of two things can happen. Either you will end up sending everything to everybody, which they don't need, which they have no interest in, so thereby resulting in over communication, which is probably okay because people can ignore emails. Or you will end up under communicating, which is a horrible problem because people are not aware about things that they should be aware, right? Which is why you deliberately need to think about how much amount of communication needs to happen for each of the stakeholders, and document it, and communicate that documentation to them so that they are aware, and then follow that documented approach. Now, the whole point is to follow a very structured, organized approach rather than doing this in a half-assed manner. Okay, so for our style cart example, this is how a stakeholder engagement approach could look like. So you start with stakeholder identification. So the stakeholder, let's say CEO, CFO, they are project sponsors and budget holders. They have high influence, high impact. The expectations from their side would be having return on investment, brand alignment, online revenue growth, those kind of things. Marketing team, they drives the campaigns, brands, and promotions, their influence, impact, their expectations. So you do this kind of an analysis, right? So you have IT team who will be focused on technical build and maintenance, sales and operations who will be involved in inventory order fulfillment, customer support who will be managing the customer queries, end customers, new and repeat users, right? Warehouse and logistics team, legal and compliance, design, external vendors, board of directors, they will be invested in strategic oversight. So these are your stakeholders, and this is your stakeholder identification. Then you agree. So we have the interest power, right? So we have that view as well. Then you look at the engagement strategy. So executive leadership, there could be what is known as steering committee meetings, progress reports, communication frequency is bi-weekly, communication method is through dashboards, reports, and strategy reviews. Marketing team, you might provide updates in a weekly fashion. IT development team, daily possibly, and using Jira or DevOps tools. Sales and operations, maybe bi-weekly. Now, this is not an exact science, right? This is something where you kind of think about it, brainstorm with your stakeholders, and agree with them the engagement strategy that you are going to follow. And then you will come up with an engagement plan, and that will be end of your stakeholder engagement approach. All right. The guidelines and tools, we will use business analysis performance assessment to guide and address any problems that we might have faced in the past. We will use change strategy, which will tell us what change strategy are we following. And current state description will tell you which parts of the organization is being impacted by the change and which stakeholders should be involved. Okay, so there are a number of techniques that we can use. But let's take a look at organizational modeling and stakeholder list, map, or personas. Okay, so what is an organizational model, right? So basically what you do is, let's take a look at an example, and then we will come back to the theory, right? So those who have worked in an organization would have seen some sort of a organizational model or an organizational chart like this, right? So you have the overall business unit head, and then you have leads of program management, development, operations, etc. And there is people reporting to each of them, right? So this kind of a representation of the entire organization is called an organizational model, right? If you think of our style card, you will have the CEO at the head, and then you have the marketing team, you have the sales team, you have the operations team, you have the strategic programs team, let's say, and then you have the HR team. Okay, and below the marketing team, there could be marketing managers, social media marketing team. There could be traditional media marketing team. So those kind of structure. And then under sales, you might have area sales leads, retail store heads, etc. Under the operations, you might have the logistics team. Under the strategic initiatives, you might have offline retail store strategy, you might have the online strategy team, HR, etc. So that kind of a representation is called an organizational model. Now let's look at what are the elements. So organizational modeling, it explains the roles, responsibilities, and reporting structure. It aligns these structures within the organizational goals. The organizational model shows the boundaries of a group, formal and informal relationships between members, role of each person, and interfaces between the unit or stakeholders. Okay, the elements are, there are different types of organizational models. There are what is known as functionally oriented organizational model, market oriented organizational model, and matrix organizational model. Let's look at what does that mean, right? We discussed an organizational model which is functionally oriented, where you have marketing, sales, operations, HR, strategic initiatives. So it is structured by functions. Okay, that's one way of having an organizational model. Another organizational model is based on markets. So it could be geography. So for example, you might have one head for, let's say, Americas, one head for Europe, one head for what is known as Middle East, one head for Asia. So that kind of a structure is called market oriented. Now, market oriented can also be based on the market segmentation, which is high net worth individuals, corporate organizations, etc. So based on the type of customer that you are dealing with. So those are the market oriented structure. Matrix model is when you have a combination of these two. So you have, say for example, a global head of HR, a global head of marketing, a global head of sales, and then you have a head of, let's say, US, a head of UK, a head of China, and under the head of UK, you will have a head of, sorry, under the head of UK, you will have a head of marketing UK. So he will report to both head of UK and head of marketing globally, right? So that kind of a structure where everybody will have two reporting lines is called a matrix model, which follows both functional and market oriented form. Okay, so organizational unit will have a number of roles and it will interface with the other organizational units. Okay, let's move to the next one, which is stakeholder list, map, or personas. Okay, so stakeholder list is basically when you identify the stakeholder, then you do a stakeholder analysis, and then create a list of stakeholders. So stakeholder characteristics that you are going to look at is the level of authority. So we discussed about decision-making power or influence, attitude towards the change, right? So if you take the canteen ordering system, are we having a positive attitude towards it? Are we having a negative attitude towards it? Attitude toward business analysis activities. Do they think that the BA activities are useful? Do they think it's a waste of time? And the level of decision-making authority, what kind of decisions are they allowed to make? So you represent your stakeholders in the form of different representations. So the first is a stakeholder map, which includes either a matrix or an onion diagram. So we will look at both, right? A stakeholder map is when you categorize your stakeholders on the basis of both influence and interest. Okay, so there are some stakeholders who will have a very high interest and a very high impact or influence. So when you have the high influence and high interest, then you need to make sure that they are effectively engaged. Some stakeholders will have high influence but low interest. I don't really particularly care about this particular project, but I am very senior, I have a lot of influence. So you just need to make sure that they are happy, they don't create problems for you. There are some stakeholders who have high interest but low influence. So for example, an individual employee in our canteen ordering system will have high interest because he will be able to order stuff automatically, but he cannot actually influence your project in any way. And then there are people who might have very low influence and low interest, right? So you need to make sure that you identify their interest and influence and engage your stakeholders according to their interest and influence. So metrics and market are interconnected. So metrics is a combination of your market oriented and your functional representation, right? So you have so functionally oriented and market oriented are two different ways in which you structure your organization. Matrix is when you combine both. So you have both market oriented, so you have US, UK, and China, let's say, and then you also have functionally oriented. So you have a head of marketing, head of sales, and head of operations. Now, if you look at the head of US marketing, will report to two people: head of US and the head of global head of marketing. So that kind of a structure is called a matrix model. Okay, so stakeholder onion diagram is a way of representing your stakeholders in the level of in accordance to the level of interest or the level of involvement in the solution or the change delivery, right? So the project team will be at the center of the onion diagram. So if you think about like an onion, it has the layers, right? So this is basically representing stakeholders in various layers, which is why it's called an onion diagram. So you have at the core of the onion the project team who is involved in delivery, and then any affected organizational unit will be the next layer. The overall organization will be the next layer, and anybody who is external would be the final layer. So it represents stakeholders according to the level of involvement in the delivery of the change or the solution. That is stakeholder onion diagram. Okay, which takes us to the RACI diagram or the RACI matrix. Now, RACI stands for responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. Okay, responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. Now, what does each of this mean? Accountable means they are accountable for what is happening. Okay, so an example, let me explain responsible also, and I will give examples for both together, which will be easier. Responsible means you are responsible for doing it. Okay, now what is the difference between accountable and responsible? Let's say you are the head of police in a particular city. Okay, you are the head of police in a particular city. Now, if a crime happens, you are accountable for investigation and resolution of that crime. Correct? You are accountable for it, which means if that is not done or if an investigation does not successfully complete, you are going to be held accountable for it. You have to answer the media, the superiors, etc. But you are actually not going to investigate the crime, right? It will be a detective who reports to you who is going to actually investigate the crime. So he is responsible for doing it, right? So accountable is the person who is finally going to be held liable for that particular activity. Responsible is the person who is expected to do it. Okay, right? I'll give you another example, right? If you have a company which is publicly listed in an exchange, you are mandatorily required to publish your annual reports. Okay, I'll repeat again. If you are a publicly listed company, meaning you have raised money from the public and you have listed on an exchange, the listing requirements requires you to publish your financial accounts, which is your balance sheet, your income statement, and your cash flow statement every quarter. I think every quarter. Yeah, yes, every quarter. Right now, the accountability of this lies with the CEO and the CFO. Right. So the CEO, who is chief executive officer, and CFO, the chief financial officer, they are accountable for it. Okay. If there is willful misstatement of it, they are liable to go to jail. Right? And it has happened. Like Enron in US, Satyam in India. These are examples where the statements were doctored, and that resulted in senior executives going to jail effectively, right? But you cannot expect the CEO to literally sit and create the annual reports, right? That will be done by their finance teams, finance analysts and finance reporting analysts, right? So they are responsible for doing it, but the accountability still lies with the senior CEO or the CFO. Okay, hopefully that makes it clear. Now, what does consultant means? Consultant is when, in order to do this activity, you might seek their inputs. Okay, informed means you will provide an update to them, right? So if you take our canteen order management system, a project manager could be accountable for the delivery of the solution. Now, the various tasks under that delivery, there could be people who are responsible for carrying it out, or it could be that the sponsor is accountable and the project manager is responsible for on behalf of the sponsor to implement the canteen order management system. Now, the canteen order management system implementation might consult HR, might inform employee. If there is an employee trade union, they might be informed, right? But that doesn't mean that they are accountable or responsible. So that's the four kind of elements of RACI. So what you do is you take each task and then you say, okay, this particular person is accountable or responsible or informed or consulted about this particular task. So if you take in order to identify a problem or an opportunity, the accountability is with the BA, but it is done by the sponsor, project manager, and operations team. The implementation team is consulted and the regulators are informed. Similarly, for each task, you can see the accountable, responsible, and consulted and informed. Yes, accountable is answerable, liable. When do we create this RACI? It's RACI, RACI. So listen, responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. So you create a RACI when you start a project so that everybody is clear of their roles and responsibilities. You can create a RACI in a number of scenarios when you want to make sure that a group of people are collectively delivering something, and and they need to make sure that the outcome is being achieved. So that is when you create a RACI. I mean, we can create a RACI for our course, right? So, for example, if we were to so who is responsible, who is accountable for delivering the class? It is me, right? But in order to deliver the class, I need your attendance, you need to pay attention, etc. So you are responsible to an extent. I am accountable for delivering the class. To pay attention, who is accountable? You are accountable, but there is a certain amount of responsibility with me, which is to make sure that you are able to pay attention. We might consult Amal for questions around LMS or questions around certain policy, etc. We might inform Amal. So, for example, if you want to extend the session, or we want to cut short the session, we have to inform Amal. So that's basically what, when you create a RACI. You create a RACI when a group of people are coming together and they have to deliver a certain set of tasks or a certain project or a certain activity, and you need to define what is the role of each person in the delivery. Okay, I think we will move on to persona. So persona is basically for your stakeholder. In order to understand the stakeholder better, what you do is you will create a persona for your stakeholder. This is more than just their roles and responsibilities. This is more about who they are, right? So things like their age, their gender, their ambitions, their concerns, their challenges, their background, all of this becomes critical in the persona. So the persona you create in order to understand your customer or your stakeholder better. So you create that in a fictionalized or generalized way. So for example, if you were to build a solution for farmers in India, let's say, you cannot create that solution without understanding the persona of a typical farmer. How much education does he have? How much how many language does he speak? Which what are his goals? What are his dreams? What kind of family he has? So only when you understand those things will you be able to create a solution which helps him to use it, right? So helps him to achieve a certain goal, right? It could be to market his products or whatever, right? So that's where you create a persona. The goal of a persona is not to identify stakeholders, but to understand the drivers and motivations of your stakeholders better. Okay, so that completes our stakeholder engagement. The stakeholders who will be involved for creating a plan, so planning stakeholder engagement are customer, end user, supplier, regulator, project manager, and domain SME. So these are the stakeholders that you will work with to create this. Okay, what is your understanding of governance in a corporate environment? Obviously, there is the political governance. I'm not talking about that. The understanding of governance in a corporate environment. Rules and regulations, yes, that's one way of looking at it. Regulations, okay. Policies, ethics, okay. SOPs as in standard operating procedures, okay. Mandates, okay. Compliance regulations, okay. Responsive system, okay. So governance is fundamentally about decision making, okay. So in an organization there has to be an established structure or process or level of authority for making decisions. Okay, let's say you are working in an organization and you have to travel somewhere on business. Okay, now your travel is for, let's say, 1 month, and it is going to cost, let's say, 10,000 US dollars. Okay, now it might be that the governance that is put in place could be that if an expenditure of 10,000 or less is incurred, it can be approved by a manager. So you can go to your manager and your manager will be able to approve. So he is making a decision that you can go on your business trip because the cost of the trip is below 10,000. Next month, you're going somewhere else. This time, however, you're going for 2 months and the total cost is around 30,000. Now you cannot have your manager approve it because it is beyond his decision making authority. So it has to go to somebody who is more senior, maybe a director or somebody like that, who will then approve your travel, right? Why do this happen? Because the organization has designed its governance it's in such a way that any decisions which incur a cost of up to $10,000 can be taken by managers. But if the cost goes beyond 10,000 up to, let's say, 100,000, it can be taken by, say, a director. If it goes up from 100,000 to, say, a million, it can be a vice president. So that kind of a setup is called governance. Okay. Now, we are not talking about the general governance. We are talking about project governance. And in project governance itself, we are talking specifically about business analysis governance. So business analysis governance is about what decisions can be made by who, and what is the process for making those decisions. Okay, so let's get into it. So the decisions that we are dealing with, since it is about business analysis, are about requirements and designs, including their changes to requirements, changes to designs, and their approval and their prioritization. So these are the elements that we are going to deal with. So the decisions about, so let's say you created some requirements, so those requirements need to be signed off or approved. Who can approve those requirements? Okay, you created on the back of the approved requirements, you created designs. Who can approve those designs? Who can review designs and requirements? Let's say you created the requirements and designs and everything is approved and etc. Now you need to make a change to the requirement. Somebody has requested a change to the already signed off requirements. How are you going to manage that change request? What is the change control process? And what is going to be the approach for prioritization? So all these things will be covered as part of the governance. So let's look at it. So the inputs are business analysis approach and stakeholder engagement approach. The output is a governance approach for business analysis. The goal or the purpose is how decisions are being made on requirements and designs, including their reviews, change control, approval, and prioritization. What are the elements? So the first is a change control process where you establish a process for making changes to your requirements, right? So if your requirements are changing, who is going to create that change request? What information should be there in that change request? Who is going to review it? Who is going to perform the impact analysis? And who is going to approve that change control, that change request, so that either you agree to go ahead with the change, or you say, okay, we are not taking this change up. Second is around decision making. Who is going to approve your requirements? Who is going to approve your designs? Who is going to approve changes to your requirements and design? And then finally, you will have a prioritization approach. What is the approach that you are going to follow when you have to decide the priority of your requirements and your designs? And finally, once you have completed the governance approach, that needs to be agreed with your stakeholders and approved so that it can be followed in future scenarios. Okay, so if we take as an example our style cart, right? So the business analysis governance approach defines how business analysis decisions are made, including how approvals are obtained, who has the authority over requirements, and how to change how changes to business analysis deliverables are managed. So this is the governance approach for our style card project. So the decision making authority. So business requirements approval will be by the product owner and the business sponsor. Functional design validation by the BA, UX designer, and dev lead. And then scope prioritization is by the steering committee, and change request approvals is by the change control board. Okay. Approval process. Requirements approval workflow is the requirements are drafted by the BA, it's reviewed by the stakeholders, and then approved by the product owner, and then tracked in the requirements traceability matrix. Document approvals, BRD, FRS, and process flows require sign-off from product owner, product manager, and technical lead. Change control process. Change request will be initiated by the stakeholder or BA, documented in a change request form, reviewed by the BA and PM for impact analysis, and decision made by the change control board, and it will be maintained in the requirement traceability matrix. You will use Moscow prioritization for all requirements, features, and enhancements. And then for conflict resolution, you will try BA facilitation. If not, escalate to PM and steering committee, document conflicts and resolutions in the project log. So that's your governance approach for the style cart project. If not, we will move to the guidelines and tools. So the guidelines and tools, business analysis, performance assessment, which is a guideline for all the tasks that we saw so far in this knowledge area. Business policies, which will define decision-making authority and governance. Current state description, which will explain what is currently in place. And in some scenarios, there might be legal and regulatory requirement for us to adhere to. Can we take one more example briefly? Sure. Let's take our other case study, which is the canteen ordering system in Unilever. So who will be creating? Let's start with requirements, right? So who will be creating the requirements? That will be a BA. Who will be reviewing the requirements? All stakeholders, which includes your domain SME, your implementation SME, and maybe even the sponsor. Who will sign off the requirement? It could be the sponsor, or it could be the senior, maybe the CEO, right? So that will be who they will be signing off the requirements. Um, who will what happens if there are changes to the requirements? The changes to the requirements should be initiated by the stakeholder or by the BA. It will be completed using a change request form. The form has to be defined upfront. Once the change request form is completed, the BA and the project manager will perform an impact assessment. What is an impact assessment? So they will review the change and explain, okay, if we accept this change, that will result in some positive benefits, but it will result in increasing the the timeline of the project by 1 month and the cost of the project by 50,000 US dollars. And they will present that impact analysis to something like a change control board, and the change control board will review it and approve it. You document this process so that when there is a change coming through, you will decide that, okay, this we just need to follow this process. That is the governance approach. Okay. Any other questions on the governance approach? So we went through the guidelines and tools. Then we have a set of techniques that we can use. I won't read through, but these are the techniques that you can use for planning the governance and business analysis governance. The stakeholders who will be involved are domain SME, sponsor, project manager, and regulator. That takes us to the next one, which is business analysis information management. Okay, so we will move to the next one, which is information management, plan business analysis information management. So when you are performing the business analysis activities, you will end up collecting a lot of information. This includes current state analysis, business analysis requirements, BRDs or requirements and designs, operating procedures. All these information will end up either being collected or created, right? Now the problem is that we need to make sure that these information that you collect are stored in a way that is accessible for all the stakeholders until the retirement of the solution that you are building. That approach of how you are going to store this information is defined using the business analysis information management approach. Okay, so let's get into it. So inputs are business analysis approach, the stakeholder engagement approach, and governance approach. The output is the business analysis information management approach, and the purpose is to develop a plan for managing the information that is either created or gathered during the business analysis activities. Okay, so that's the input and output and the purpose. Now let's look at the elements. So the first is we need to make sure that we collect the information and we make sure that you organize it in a fashion that is easy for us to understand. So one way could be you have the business requirement and then the corresponding stakeholder requirement and then the corresponding solution requirements. For each requirement, you need to decide which requirement attributes are you going to maintain along with the requirement. What is an attribute? So for example, along with the requirement, you might say, okay, this is the requirement reference number. This is the priority of the requirement. This is the source of the requirement. This is the if there is any risk on that requirement, you might want to call that out. So there is a list of attributes that you can capture along with the requirement, right? The second element, the next element is the level of abstraction. So the business requirements will be at a higher level of abstraction. So for example, to take the example that we discussed in the morning, we want to increase online sales by 10% in 6 months' time. So that's the business requirement. When you are presenting to somebody like a sponsor or a senior executive, you will use that level of abstraction. Whereas when you are presenting to the technology team, you might say, okay, the website should load within 3 seconds or 7 seconds or whatever the case may be. Yeah. So that's your level of abstraction. Then you look for traceability approach. What is traceability approach? When you are defining requirements, you will trace the requirements from your business requirements all the way up to your business solution component and test cases. So you have your business requirements, which will be broken down into stakeholder requirements, which will be then broken down into solution requirements, which will then become solution components, and those solution components will be verified using solution test cases. Now you link all these things together in a matrix that becomes your traceability matrix. So when you are defining your information management approach, you need to decide what kind of traceability do you want, right? In some cases, you need to follow 100% strict traceability. It could be a regulatory requirement, it could be based on organizational policy. In some scenarios, it is a much more relaxed, informal traceability. Okay. Then you will decide on the storage and access. So you need to store your requirements in some place and also plan for reuse of your requirements until the solution is being demised. Now, when you perform this, so traceability, for example, there is a separate task for traceability. We will discuss that in more detail at that point in time. At this stage, you are simply defining the approach for each of those elements, right? Hopefully, we can take a look at an example of the style card again. I think let me share this. Okay, so the business analysis information management approach will define how requirements and other BA information are stored, accessed, reused, and maintained. So the purpose is to establish a structured process for managing the business analysis information. Business requirements, which is high-level goals and objectives. Functional requirements, detailed user stories, use cases. Non-functional requirements or NFRs. Stakeholder analysis, process models and workflows, traceability matrix, and change requests. So these are the information types that we will maintain for style cart e-commerce project. We will use Confluence as the central documentation for things like BRD, FRS, etc. The access will be role-based access. We will use Jira for storing user stories, tasks, as well as traceability. We will use SharePoint for formal approvals and signed documents. We will use Miro or Figma for visual modeling and wireframes. There will be a backup policy defined. There is a version control defined. There will be standard naming conventions that we will follow. They will be tagged by the status. It should be searchable, and traceability is maintained in Jira. These templates can be used for future projects. Lessons learned are logged in Project Insights document, and common requirements are tagged for reuse. Which are the attributes that you are going to capture? Requirement ID. So the example could be requirement search 001. Priority, it could be using Moscow, must have, should have. Status, it is draft, approved, implemented. Source, name of the stakeholder or based on market research. Owner and related features, dependencies. And then finally, maintenance. The BA is responsible for the review. Obsolete or superseded information is archived quarterly. Stakeholder feedback prompts review update of artifacts. So this is the approach that we have defined for our style cart project. Guidelines and tools for planning information management is business analysis performance assessment, which becomes input into all the tasks so far. Business policies, information management tools. So there are some tools where you can manage and store business analysis information. And then there might be legal requirements or regulatory requirements for you to follow a certain approach for information management. You need to follow that as part of your process. Techniques that can be used are these. I won't read through that, but these are the techniques that you can use. And then finally, the stakeholders who will be involved are domain SME, regulator, and sponsor. For priority, we give must have, then should have, and then good. That's correct. So it is called Moscow, right? It is written like this, right? M small o, S C capital, again small o, W. So M is must have, that's the highest priority. S is should have, that is the next highest priority. C is could have, that is the next priority. And W is won't have, that is the least priority. Yeah, we will cover this in as part of prioritization. That's one of the prioritization techniques most commonly used in agile implementations. Okay, that brings us to the last task in this knowledge area, which is identify business analysis performance improvements. So once you complete your business analysis activities, you need to have a review of how well the business analysis activities went, so that you can identify those areas where we can implement improvements which will help us to perform the business analysis activities better in the future initiatives. Okay, so that is the goal of identifying business analysis performance improvements. The inputs are the business analysis approach, because it talks about what was the approach that we are following in business analysis, and performance objectives, which will set the baseline against which we are performing the improvement assessment. The output is business analysis performance assessment. The purpose is to assess the work done by business analysis team to identify areas in which you can implement improvements so that we perform better business analysis in the future. Okay, the elements of business analysis performance improvement. So what do? We first have a review of what happened, right? So we talk to stakeholders, we look at the data that is available to us, and we do a performance analysis, how well the business analyst has captured the requirements. Was there any missed requirements? Were there any delay in identifying requirements? What is the feedback from the stakeholders? Were they correctly engaged? All those things will become part of the performance analysis. And the results that are coming out of those analysis would ideally have a set of measures. So we would look at, say, for example, no missed requirement or no requirement defects, or the stakeholder engagement score of 80%, so on and so forth. So you can define those assessment measures. Then you will analyze the results to understand, okay, which are the areas where we did well, which are the areas where there are opportunities for improvement. And then there will be a list of actions for improvement, which will then become the action item for us to implement. Okay, so basically we look at how well the business analysis activities went through and compare it against the expected outcomes and measures, analyze it, and then come up with a list of improvement areas which will be then implemented in the future. Guidelines and tools. You use organizational performance standards to evaluate the business analysis performance in a particular initiative. The techniques that we can use are listed here. We will take a look at the technique metrics and key performance indicators next. But before that, since we are almost at our 2-hour mark, okay, so you use metrics and KPIs. KPI stands for key performance indicators, in order to measure anything that is of interest to the stakeholders. Okay. Now, what is a metric? A metric is a measurable indicator, or a measurable level of an indicator, right? Can anyone give me an example of a metric that we discussed so far in the class today? Retention ratio. Okay, we did not discuss it, but retention ratio is a measurable indicator. So retention ratio is basically the opposite of attrition ratio. It could be for customers, it could be for employees. So if you're talking about customer retention ratio, how many customers order from you or buy from you again and again is the retention ratio. So a retention ratio signifies customer loyalty. So you can say, I need to maintain a retention ratio of 50% or above. That is an example of a indicator or a metric. CSI, I'm not sure what you mean by CSI, customer success. I am very happy with your answer with the percentage of wastage in the canteen. Okay, so how much food is wasted in canteen, right? Let's say we kind of weigh it up and we say X kg of food is wasted in canteen, right? The amount of food wasted in canteen can be can be a good indicator or a good metric. Customer satisfaction index, okay, net promoter score, it is also called. That is another good indicator of or metric. Increase, yes, percentage sale of online sales is a metric. Okay, we will come to the increase part and the reduction part of wastage later. For now, we are talking about a metric or an indicator, right? That indicator tells you how you are performing. Now, that increase part will come in KPI. I'll come to that in a minute, right? Operation cost is an indicator. Okay, percentage of reduction will come to that. So let's take a few examples. So we spoke about wastage in canteen in kgs, the total wastage of food in canteen in kilograms, customer satisfaction index, retention ratio, percentage of online sales of style cart as a the percentage of online sales as a percentage of total sales of style cart, operation cost, and conversion ratio. So that we have 5 metrics that we have identified. Yeah. So okay. So that's metrics. Now, what is a key performance indicator? Key performance indicator measures the progress towards a strategic goal or objective. Okay. So KPI is metric with a goal attached to it, right? So if you take wastage in canteen as an indicator, right, your KPI is percentage of wastage reduction in canteen, right? So your goal is to reduce wastage by 30%. So currently, on an average, in a day, you waste, let's say, 1,000 kgs of food. So the goal is to reduce it to 700 kg. So your kg of food wasted is your indicator or your metric. Your KPI is the percentage reduction in wastage of food. Customer satisfaction index, let's say, is currently at 75%, right? So customer satisfaction index is 75%. Your KPI could be an increase of customer satisfaction index by 10 percentage points. So you want to increase it to 85%, right? The current percentage of online sales to total sales is, let's say, at 10%. And your KPI, so that's your indicator. Your KPI is to increase it to 25%. So that is basically your KPI. Percentage of increase in, yeah. So the increase in percentage of online sales to total sales or total revenue. Okay, so that's KPI. So KPIs measure. So KPIs measure what you want to measure, right? Suppose you want to measure the effectiveness of marketing. Okay, that is when you measure the number of people visiting your website. As an example, right? If you are running a marketing campaign and people visit your website, that basically tells you that your marketing campaign is successful. Then you want to increase the ease of using your website. And what measures it? Conversion ratio. If your website is easy to use, people are likely to buy products from your website. So that is your conversion ratio. So similarly, you define KPIs to measure the effectiveness of what you want to improve. If you want to measure the effectiveness of business analysis, you need to define KPIs to measure that, right? So for example, it could be number of missed requirements or number of requirement defects identified, or it could be a stakeholder satisfaction index, right? So those are examples of measures for business analysis KPIs. Then there is reporting, which is when you are informing your stakeholders about the metric and the KPIs and how they have performed in various intervals. Okay, so that is metrics and key performance indicators. Now, what are the elements? So there are a few characteristics for an indicator or for a metric. It has to be clear. There should be no ambiguity. It should be relevant. You cannot measure, like there is a very interesting book called Measure What Matters. But anyway, so it should be relevant. You should measure what you are trying to improve. It should be economical. What does that mean? You should be able to gather that metric without too much of effort. It should be adequate. It should be enough to tell you that you are making progress. It should be quantifiable. You should be able to measure it. Otherwise, you can't quantify it. It should be trustworthy. You should be able to rely on it accurately, right? There is this anecdote that I think the founder of Amazon, Jeff Bezos, gives in one of his interviews, where he says there was this issue where customers were basically complaining that it takes a long time for them to connect to the customer service representative. So they call the customer service in Amazon, and it takes them a long time for anyone to pick it up and respond to their query. But the Amazon management was tracking the time taken to complete a call, and those numbers were very small. So the anecdotal feedback from customers was not agreeing with the metric that they were getting from what they were measuring. So they were discussing this in the meeting. Apparently, Jeff Bezos called up the customer service on his phone, and it took a long time to connect, thereby proving that the customer was correct and the metric was wrong. So we should want to avoid such scenarios. We want to validate that the metric is actually trustworthy and credible. Now, your metric can be a specific point, or it can be a threshold, or it can be a range, right? So it could be that, right? It could be, I want to achieve a certain sales. So you want to increase your sales by, let's say, 10%. So that is a very specific point that you want to achieve. Or you want a threshold, right? If you take, say, for example, your blood sugar levels, the threshold is you want to keep it below a certain threshold. As long as it is below, it doesn't matter what the number is. You don't want to reduce it further or any of such things. You just want to keep it below a certain threshold so that you are healthy, right? Or it can be a range, right? It can be within a value of, say, 10 to 15, but it should not go below 10 or above 15. Again, medical metric is an example. You don't want your sodium to go very high or very low, but it should be in a very specific range. So depending on your scenario, your metric could be a specific point, a threshold, or a range. You need to continuously monitor your metric and report the baseline and the new targets, right? So that's basically about metrics and key performance indicators. So I don't know what KPA is. Metric is food wastage. KPI is reduction in food wastage by 10%. Okay, metric is food wastage, and KPI is reduction in food wastage. Okay, now stakeholders involved in business analysis performance improvement: domain SME, sponsor, and project manager. Okay, so let's look at a case study. Okay, so we are talking about a company called Betonix Pharma Company. So they specialize in pediatric medicine. The company is facing problems meeting product delivery deadlines, which results in some customers switching to competitor products. So you are working as a business analyst, and you are asked to provide solution to the business problem. You have identified the business analysis deliverables, which is documentation of existing supply chain management process, root cause analysis, solution options, recommendation of tools and technologies, and recommended optimal solution. So these are the deliverables that you are going to deliver as part of your work with the Betonix Pharma Company. There are many areas of improvements, and you have decided to progressively plan activities based on the priority of the improvements. Stakeholders involved in the process have been identified and analyzed. You have also reviewed existing documents. You had some meetings with subject matter experts and people involved in this process and come up with the activities required. You have also estimated the activities and identified those who are involved in performing them. The process of decision making, change control, prioritization, and approval process has been established. You have also determined how you are going to store and retrieve business analysis information. You have had meetings with key stakeholders to review and get approval on the business analysis approach. Okay, so you have completed all these things. Now let's look at a few questions. Okay, we will start. First question. Right, here we go. Which document is created to define decision making, change control, prioritization, and approval process? Information management approach, BA governance approach. 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Okay, most of you got it correct. It's BA governance approach. You define information management approach to identify areas of how you are going to manage the information collected as part of business analysis activity. Okay, next question. Which methodology is used to define business analysis approach in our Betonics pharma case? Predictive, adaptive. Okay, again, most of you got it right. It is adaptive because the details, the reasons, the requirements are not very clear. You need to do it incrementally and iterately. Next question, question number 3. Which document specifies the level of responsibility expected from each stakeholder? RACI metrics or stakeholder metrics? The level of responsibility expected from each stakeholder. 5 seconds. Okay, most of you got it correct. It is RACI metrics. Next question. Which technique is used to identify roles and responsibilities within the organization? Organizational modeling, BA performance assessment. 7 seconds. Okay, almost all of you got it right. Good. Next question, which is which document shows how stakeholder is involved with the solution? Stakeholder metrics or stakeholder onion diagram? 10 seconds. Okay, half of you said stakeholder metrics. Stakeholder metrics doesn't show the level of involvement with the solution. It is the onion diagram that shows how close you are to the solution delivery. Next question. Which task is performed to identify and analyze the stakeholders? Plan stakeholder engagement, personas. To identify an personas is not a task, it is a technique. The answer is plan stakeholder engagement. Okay. Among stakeholders who are not likely to get involved in this initiative, regulators or domain SME? Okay, majority of got it right. It's regulators. Now I think the questions are more general, not based on the case study. What does RACI stand for? 9 seconds. That's correct. Most of you got it correct. Good. The next highest one is this one. It's not collaborate, it is consulted, which is the 2 more questions. Which of the following is not a characteristic of an indicator? Relevant, economical, transparent, adequate. 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Okay, most of you got it right. It is transparent. Relevant, economic, and adequate are characteristics of a good indicator. Last question. Which of the following is not an input to business analysis information management approach? Business analysis governance approach, business analysis approach, stakeholder engagement approach, and business analysis traceability approach. 3 seconds. Okay, most of you again got this right. It is business analysis traceability approach. Okay, let's look at the leaderboard. Nikhid, good job. Purva, Sema, Lina, and Suma. Excellent. Okay, with that, link was not loading for you. Sorry, Sultana. We'll check again. It should load, but not sure what happened. Okay. With that, we come to the end of the business analysis, planning, and monitoring knowledge area. So, business analysis approach or plan documents, business analysis approach, stakeholder engagement approach, BA governance approach, and BA information management approach. The BA approach is developed based on need, methodology, complexity, size, and risk. Stakeholder engagement, governance, information management will explain how stakeholders are engaged, governance is managed, and information is maintained. The business analysis, planning, and monitoring knowledge area governs the entire rest of the knowledge areas. We looked at some techniques, lessons learned, organizational modeling, stakeholder list, RACI metrics and key performance indicators. Business analysis performance assessment is used for evaluating the work of a BA. That's basically it. With that, we complete business analysis, planning, and monitoring, which is our second knowledge area, which is elicitation and collaboration. So, what are we going to cover here? We will look at prepare for elicitation, which is the first task, then conduct elicitation, which is the second task, confirm elicitation results, which is the third task, communicate business analysis information, which is the fourth task, and manage ongoing stakeholder collaboration, which is the fifth task. That is the goal of this particular lesson. Let's look at business analysis core concept model and how the concepts are impacted in this particular knowledge area. And the goal of this knowledge area is to get information from stakeholders. So elicitation is when you go to stakeholders to get information. It could be for current state analysis, it could be for root cause analysis, it could be for business requirements, stakeholder requirements, or solution requirements. In this knowledge area is where we identify what are the characteristics that are going to define the change. We identify the concerns of our stakeholders and the extent of elicitation requirement in order to implement the change. From a need perspective, in this knowledge area, the tasks in this knowledge area are used to get information from stakeholders as well as to confirm that back with them and to communicate that with the stakeholders. The solution will be defined by discussions with stakeholders. So we should first get solution requirements from the stakeholders and then communicate back how the solution is going to be designed to the stakeholders. The collaboration with stakeholders is key in this particular knowledge area because we are interacting with them in all the tasks, and the context is also identified critically in this knowledge area. We also will look for identifying value from elicitation and collaboration. So overall the goal is to manage interactions with stakeholders to get information from them. So there are 5 tasks. The first 3 are sequential: prepare, conduct, and confirm elicitation results. Okay, so at this stage, I need 3 volunteers who are ready to come on audio. I will unmute you, but the criteria is you should have gone through the canteen order management system case study that I had asked you to go through yesterday. I need 3 volunteers who has gone through it. I'll pick them. If you can mention in the chat box, I will. If you are okay to do that, I will unmute you, and then we will have a quick exercise which will demonstrate how business elicitation actually take place. No volunteers. Don't worry about it. Will help you through that. Okay. So the first activity that you do when you are performing an elicitation is to prepare for elicitation, right? So that is exactly what I did. So I asked you to read through the case study. I asked for people who actually have read through the case study and asked them to volunteer. I unmuted them. So all these things are basically what you do when you are preparing for elicitation. You will define the scope of your elicitation activity. You identify your stakeholders. You arrange the logistics for the elicitation activity to take place. Okay. Then you conduct elicitation, which is where you let your stakeholders speak about the topic that we are interested in. In this specific instance, we were interested in the requirements from an employee perspective for streamlining the lunch process in Unilever canteen. The next is confirm. So when you conduct the elicitation, you will also make a note of the requirement. So you saw that in my Word document, I was noting down the requirements that SEMA was giving me. Then we confirm the elicitation results, which is once you complete the requirement gathering or the elicitation activity, we send it back to our stakeholder who were involved in that activity and make sure that what we captured is accurate. So the inputs for those are the needs and the business analysis information, the inputs for communicate business analysis information and manage stakeholder or stakeholder engagement approach and business analysis performance assessment. These three are sequential tasks that we discussed. The outputs are elicitation activity plan, elicitation results that are unconfirmed, elicitation results that are confirmed, business analysis information that is communicated, and stakeholder engagement. Let's go through the first task, which is prepare for elicitation. So preparing for elicitation involves understanding the scope of the elicitation activity. So just the example we just saw as we had the kind of role play, the scope was identify requirements for the lunch streamlining of at Unilever canteen from the perspective of employees. Select appropriate technique. The technique that I was trying to do was a workshop with 3 employees, but unfortunately we couldn't get the other 2 unmuted. So the actual technique that we ended up using was what we call as interview. We will see that technique later on. So obviously in this scenario, the supporting material was the case study. So we shared that ahead. But in actual scenarios, what will happen is that there will be things like operating procedures, existing documentation, previous business analysis information. All those supporting materials will be sourced by the BA so that they can go through it, so that they can get the background of the elicitation activity. Now, the inputs to this activity are the business needs. So we know the business needs for the canteen ordering system and the stakeholder engagement approach, which we will use for deciding which stakeholders should be involved for requirement analysis. The output is what is called an elicitation activity plan, where we will have the logistics of the elicitation activity. So here, obviously, since we are all in a meeting, I could just unmute her. But in several scenarios, what you would require is you need to arrange a Zoom call, or you need to arrange a meeting room. You need to make sure that they are free at that time, right? They might have their own other work, so they need to be available at that time. So we need to take care of logistics. You need to define the scope of the elicitation activity. You need to select the technique that you are going to use and prepare any supporting material. So that's basically the output of the prepare for elicitation task. For preparing for elicitation task, understand the scope. Again, the scope was the employee perspective for the canteen order management system. Selected a technique, which was interview. Set up logistics by unmuting and or using the Zoom functionality. Any supporting material we send across the case study and prepare the stakeholders. I explained, Sema, that what we are trying to do is get the employees' concerns and challenges and the requirements as part of requirement analysis. Guidelines and tools. We use business analysis approach as a overall guidance when to do elicitation. So that is one. Business objectives will provide how are we going to move towards future state. So the goal is to reduce wastage and to reduce employee time which is spent unproductively. That will help guide that elicitation activity. Existing business analysis information will help you to understand the scope better, and potential value will explain what value are we trying to realize from the activity. Techniques that you can use for preparing for elicitation: stakeholder map list or personas will tell you who needs to be consulted. You can brainstorm and mind map to identify techniques and business analysis information for the elicitation activity. You can use document analysis to go through the previous or the supporting material. Data mining is a technique that you can go do where you use a lot of data to derive insights from it. You can use estimation to identify how much time it will take for the elicitation activity. You can use interviews and risk analysis and management. So these are the techniques that you can use. Stakeholders who are involved are domain SME, sponsor, and project manager. So domain SME can provide supporting material and guidance. Sponsor will approve or denies the elicitation activity plan, and manager makes sure that the resources are available for elicitation. So that is on the prepare for elicitation. Fairly simple. You define the scope of elicitation activity. You arrange the logistics. You pick a technique. You inform the stakeholders, get them ready, prepare the stakeholders for the elicitation activity. Okay, here one employee was present. How we make sure it is a need of the majority. So generally, what happens is that we identify somebody as a domain SME in this scenario. So the employee that you select will not generally be any random employee. It will be somebody who can represent the rest of the employees, and we try and have more representation. So that's why I was trying to have 2-3 people so that there can be multiple options coming through. But obviously in these scenarios we cannot have the entire 1200 employees or even a majority of them represented. So what you will do is you will pick and choose specific people who has been there for some time, who are much more well networked, so the management will generally help you do that, who is more articulate as well, who can contribute. So you identify these people based on some amount of expert judgment. But obviously we cannot have a majority participate in the requirement. We can conduct a survey. We will cover the survey as a technique later on. It is one of the techniques that you can use for elicitation results. But the problem is obviously when you have a lot of subjective information, it is often much difficult. Like for example, if you send out a questionnaire where you have very detailed descriptions given by 1,000 employees, how are you going to then analyze that in order to get results out of it, right? We can always, once we decide a solution, we can always ask that we can always ask employees from that solution as to whether that solution will be acceptable to them using a survey. But that is not easy, especially when you are trying to gather information at the outset about requirements. Okay, let's look at then conducting elicitation. Okay, why do we say elicit? Why don't we say gather, right? Because elicitation, the word means to draw out. So you actually make your stakeholder speak, right? You explore with them what are the different requirements that they have and identify those requirements. So that's basically requirement elicitation or conducting elicitation. The inputs into conducting elicitation are the activity plan that we prepared for the previous in the previous task, and the resources and the supporting material that we have collected. The output is unconfirmed elicitation results. Now, there are 3 ways in which you can perform elicitation. So the first is collaborative, which is when you interact with stakeholders, which is what we did in our example. You rely on the stakeholders' experience. So the stakeholder has to be. So now, obviously, the employee example or the canteen ordering example is a very simple case, right? Imagine we have something more complicated like banking or insurance. I think somebody was mentioning yesterday they work on insurance. So if you have an insurance use case, the requirement can be fairly complex. So the stakeholder cannot be anybody, right? You cannot pick any employee working in insurance and get requirements for a problem in insurance. It has to be an SME, right? Domain SME. So you interact with an SME who has a lot of experience, and your outputs will be dependent on the level of experience of your stakeholder. The second way is research, where you go through a lot of documents and you uncover information which your stakeholders themselves may not know. So this is particularly effective, especially in what we call as regulatory projects, right? So every now and then, regulators come up with a set of requirements that everybody has to adhere to. It could be laws, it could be requirements. So if you are, I think many of you are based out of India. I don't know if there are people not based out of India, but in India, for example, there are some laws that are changing where the salary structure has to be in a certain way. For example, that means that all HR departments will have to relook at how their employees' salaries are structured, and they need to make changes for that. Now, obviously, nobody knows about this, right? So if you refer to the regulations text, that will help you better than any stakeholder probably. So that is where research can be a good way of conducting elicitation. The last one is experiments. Okay, so this is especially used when you have to get feedback from a large number of stakeholders. Okay, so one easy example that I always use is called A/B testing. Okay, this is when you have two options. So let's say you have a checkout page, and there are two places where you can keep this checkout button. Okay, there is a button that says checkout. You can keep it either at the bottom of the page, or you can keep it on the right hand side, and it will be visible at every point when you scroll through the page. Okay, you need to decide where to place it. Now, whom are you going to ask? Your customers are probably thousands, or if not millions of people. So you cannot go and ask millions of people. So what you do is you roll out both options. So there will be a page where you have this button on the right hand side which scrolls with the page, and there will be another page where it will be at the bottom of the page. Then you roll this out to, let's say, two sets of users and evaluate how they respond to it. If they respond to favorably to option A, which is the one on the right hand side, you will go with that. If they are responding favorably to the option B, which is the one where it is on the bottom, you go with that. That's an example of an experiment. But essentially, there are such scenarios where you might want to draw information from your stakeholders without asking them or without using documents, either through using some sort of a prototyping or a proof of concept. That is called experiment. So there are three different ways in which you can conduct elicitation. First is collaborative, where you interact with the stakeholder. Second is research, where you go through documentation. Third is experiments, where without using documents or stakeholders, you try and extract information through an experiment. Okay, when you are conducting an elicitation, you guide the elicitation session. So you ask questions, you might follow up on more details, you might ask about their views on what are the different ways in which they think their problems can be solved. You capture those results. Sometimes what will happen is that if there are multiple people, if it is a workshop or a brainstorming session, you might not be able to both talk and note down the discussion. So you might seek the help of somebody to scribe, which is basically to write down notes. Now, one good thing is with tools like Zoom, it helps you to basically create a summary of the discussion without having to write down everything in detail. So that's basically probably a way forward. But traditionally, we will use somebody to make minutes and notes and stuff like that. Guidelines and tools, business analysis approach. It will tell you which technique to use and what are the kind of deliverable that you need to provide. Existing business analysis information will be extremely helpful for you to guide the discussion. Stakeholder engagement approach will tell you how to deal with these stakeholders, collaborate better with the stakeholders. Any supporting material will help you to prepare for the elicitation session. Okay, there are a large number of techniques that you can use for elicitation, conducting elicitation. So we will go through the ones that are highlighted with the orange borders: collaborative games, prototype, document analysis, workshop, interface analysis, observation, focus group, interviews, brainstorming, surveys, and questionnaire. So we will look at these in detail now. Okay, so the first is document analysis. Okay, so this is the technique where you have a document which is going to be helpful for your specific case, and you have to get information from that document, right? So what you do is you source the document first, right? So it could be a what is known as an operating procedure. So most of the operations teams which carry out repeatable activities on an ongoing basis will have standard operating procedures or key operating procedures. So you secure that operating procedure. So the first step is to get the right operating procedure. So the second is analysis and review. So you need to read through the document. You take notes while you're reading through. There might be certain information which is conflicting. You note those down. And then finally, the summary of the document you will note down as your finding. Again, I think this is in the future, this is going to be no longer used by people because there are generative AI tools that can customize with your prompt, etc. You can customize the exact summary of a document without you having to go through it word by word. As and when these things evolve, I think that will replace we actually reading through the document. Instead of that, you can use a tool to ask pointed questions, like for example, does this talk about something specific, like does this talk about a particular type of risk, and if yes, can you explain and summarize that, something like that. So you can use some of the emergent tools for this technique, but obviously traditionally we have always gone through these documents ourselves. Now there are some strengths and limitations of this. The strength is it gives you a lot of background information. It will give you the context. If there is an existing solution, it will provide you that background of that solution. You can, if you already have done some elicitation, you can cross-reference those elicitation results to make sure that they are in agreement. And because you have some background information and context, you will be able to engage with your stakeholders much more effectively. Now, the limitations is that sometimes there is way too much information available that can be confusing and time consuming. And the last one is the second limitation is that sometimes the document might be old. Thereby you might be referring to outdated information, thereby causing confusion. So that's document analysis. Simple enough technique. Read through the document and record the findings. Okay. So what is observation? Observation is, let's say, let me give you a different example, right? Yeah, let's take the example of our canteen order management system itself, right? One thing that you can possibly do is you can go to the canteen at 12 o'clock at the peak time of peak lunch hour in the building, and then you can observe what is happening, how many employees are coming in, how many are waiting, how many are going to the order counter, how are they placing orders, what food items are not available. So if you stand there and note and observe and take notes, that is an example of an observation. But observation is much more powerful when you are looking at some sort of standard process that has been established. I'll give you a different example, right? One of the things in banking is customer onboarding, right? Like, let's say if you want to go and open a bank account, when you go to the bank, what they will ask is they will ask you to complete what is known as KYC, know your customer. Okay, which is when they will ask you for your identification, your address, sometimes verification, and your source of wealth. This is to make sure that things like money laundering, terrorist financing, financial crime, all those kind of things doesn't happen. So there is a set of process that the bank client onboarding team will follow. They will ask you to fill up a form, provide some supporting documents, and then they will review those documents. They will call you and verify. And once they do all those things, they will approve your request, and then your account will get created. Your cards will get created, and they will be sent to you. Now, let's say you are a BA who is trying to optimize this process and you want to understand the process. What can you do? You will go and basically sit with the people who is doing the onboarding and take notes, understand how the process works, and then you can document the process, the challenges, the requirements, the recommendations, etc. Now, in order to do that, what you do is first you define the objective of the observation. The objective could be to understand the current state, to define the business objectives. It could be to understand the requirements. So you define the objectives of the observation, then you prepare for the observation and conduct observation, where you go and sit with them and perform the observation. Now, there are two types of observation that you can do. First is active observation, where you will stop them in between and ask questions. The other is passive observation, where you are kind of like a fly on a wall, right? You can not interfere with what they are doing in any way. You just observe and take notes. Okay, so you conduct the observation and finally document them and present the observation findings back. So that is again a simple enough technique. The advantage is you can understand existing processes very well through job shadowing, either through an active or passive approach, and get very realistic, actual on the ground understanding of how things work. But the problem is that when you are there to do the observation, the employees might be very conscious and they might do things differently than how they are used to doing it. And they might also find it disruptive. And the last thing is, you cannot do this for what is called a knowledge-based activity. This can be used for what is known as step-by-step processes. So, for example, if you have a assembly line for making a car, you can definitely use this. But if you are looking to analyze the process of consulting, for example, right? Somebody is consulting to solve a problem, which is a pure knowledge work. You cannot use observation to understand how they are working, because you cannot see anything, right? They are basically thinking. There is nothing much is observable in that activity. So that is observation. Okay, so we covered two techniques. The first was document analysis. Second was observation. Third that we now take a look at is brainstorming. Now, what do you think is brainstorming? I'm sure many of you have done some sort of brainstorming in your life, even if it is not in a professional setting. New ideas of brainstorming is for creating new ideas, discuss the issues and come up with solutions. Yes, that is for multiple ideas and finding best, combining multiple ideas and finding the best. Okay, we'll discuss that. 360 towards project way forward, gives various point of view for a single need. Okay, good answers, many of those. Brainstorming is when we have a specific problem, opportunity, area of interest, and you need to identify something to do forward. Okay, let's say many of you are freshers. Okay, let's say you want to start a career. Now, you have some educational background, but any educational background, you can possibly follow multiple career paths, right? You could choose from a number of different options. So one thing you might do is you might sit with your friends and maybe even your family, and you can brainstorm which is the best course of action for you. So you could come up with various options, right? So that is one example of brainstorming. Another example of brainstorming is, let's say in your family you want to buy a car. Now you want to discuss which car to buy, so you can brainstorm options as well. So it can apply to a wide variety of scenarios, but in our specific context of requirements and business analysis and elicitation, this is typically used for solving problems or coming up with additional options or creative ways of addressing challenges. In order to perform a brainstorming session is when a number of people will come together. There will be problem presented or a in area of interest presented. You will discuss the various options in front of you one by one. Everything will be recorded. Once everything is recorded, at the time of coming up with ideas, you wouldn't criticize or evaluate the ideas. You accept every idea, however ridiculous. In fact, it is better to accept ridiculous ideas, because what starts off as a ridiculous idea, people might build on it and it will become a better idea. That is how some of the best ideas come through. You build on each other's idea. You don't stop anyone from any idea, and eventually you will elicit. The goal is to elicit a number of ideas. We are not worried about quality in this, right? We are more worried about the quantity of ideas that you generate. The goal is to generate as many ideas as possible. Once you have created a large number of ideas, you will then start the evaluation and create a list, rate them, and distribute them. That is brainstorming. So you define a problem or an area of interest. You decide who needs to participate. You decide a time limit, and then you conduct the session where you basically everybody contributes with ideas and that build on each other's ideas and record those ideas. And then you wrap up by evaluating the ideas and creating a list of ideas and circulating it. Brainstorming, the benefit is to create a large number of ideas in a short span of time. You can focus on the specific issue and come up with creative ways of solving problems. The challenge is that it always depends on the creativity of the group and their willingness to participate. Okay, so that is on brainstorming. I think there was a question somewhere. Any area where this technique works best, observation versus doc analysis? Now that is so I have for some of the techniques I have a summary where to use what. We will discuss that. But for document analysis, as an example, is something that can be used universally, right? There isn't any scenario where if you have a document available, you should not go through it, right? So document analysis is more universal. Observation is used when you want to understand a repeatable process as to how it is being carried out. Okay, you cannot use it for knowledge work. You cannot use it for areas where your product is catering to a large number of users, or your product is being used by end consumers. In those scenarios, observation is probably unlikely to yield results. So for example, in our style cart example, we are unlikely to use observation. Brainstorming is used when you want to create a large number of ideas in a short span of time. Okay, collaborative games. We'll come to the strengths and weaknesses in a minute. So what you do is collaborative games is when you bring a bunch of people together, and then you establish a game. You establish a set of rules. Based on those rules, you generate ideas, and based on those ideas, you will select the idea that is most suitable for your specific need, and then you close the session. I think if you look at the actual examples of collaborative games, that will make more sense. So there are 3 that you have to know as part of the Babok guide. The first is called product box. So product box is used when you have to, it's an interactive game where you are trying to design a box for the product as if it was an actual physical product. Okay, so imagine for style cart, we want to create a new website. Okay, now imagine that actual website is like a washing machine. So if you were to create a washing machine, the washing machine will have a number of features. So you basically write on a piece of paper what are the features that should be there in the website, and create an actual product box which will contain all those features. Okay, so that is a product box. Okay, so it is used for if you were to create a new product or a system, for you to identify what features should be there and what is the priority of those features. so that you can use it to create a vision or a roadmap, right? That is where you use the product box technique. Okay. The next one is affinity map. In this particular technique, what we do is that for a particular product, you identify a set of features. For each feature, you write down on a sticky note and you stick it to a whiteboard. And then similar features that are related to each other, you will group those together. So let's say you start with 20 features. After you do the affinity mapping, you will end up with 4 groups of 5 features each, right? The idea is to identify features that are related or similar. Okay, so that is affinity map. The third one is fishbowl. In fishbowl, what happens is that there are 2 groups. The first group will present an idea or a solution. The second group will ask questions about that particular idea or solution. The goal of this is to bring out assumptions that are not clearly understood for a particular solution or a product. Okay, so that is fishbowl. So these are the 3 collaborative games techniques that we can use for elicitation. Strength, this can build a common understanding of the problem. It follows the agile methodology. There are specific rules that needs to be followed for achieving the objectives. The challenges is that because this is set in the form of a game, people might consider it frivolous, trivial, so they may not participate. It can take some time, and if we are not very clear on the objectives or the rules of the game, it can be a little bit unproductive. So these are some of the limitations of collaborative games. Workshops is the most commonly used technique for elicitation. What you do in a workshop is you basically bring a group of people together. You discuss a problem. It could be the problems with canteen ordering system. It could be the ways to increase the online sales for style cart. It could be the features that are needed for implementing a new mobile banking application. It could be the requirements that needs to be met for implementing a new patient management system. Irrespective of the actual output that we are looking to achieve, you identify a set of people who needs to come together to solve this particular problem. You prepare those people, you arrange the meeting, you arrange the meeting room, any supporting material required, etc. Identify the various roles within the workshop. It could be the sponsor, facilitator, note taker, scribe, timekeeper, participants. Then you conduct the workshop. So where you will start off by saying, we have basically come together to identify the requirements for canteen order management system. Now we will start discussing from the perspective of top management, then that of employees, then that of the canteen staff, and then we will summarize the requirements and circulate it for everyone's review and sign off. And then once the workshop is completed, you go on with the discussion. When you are having the discussion, the BA will have to do the facilitation. What that means is that you should not get sidetracked. It could not digress. It should be, we spoke about facilitation skills, which is very critical here. Once it is completed, summary of the meeting is produced and circulated so that everybody is aware of what were the conclusions from the workshop. This is the most common technique. Like I said, it's a very focused event. If there are different teams involved in a project, like in the canteen ordering system, there are employees, canteen staff, management, etc. They can bring together to provide requirements in a collaborative environment. Wherever decisions are required, we can take collective decisions, relatively short period of time and low cost. The challenge, however, is especially when it comes to fairly complex projects, there will be a large number of stakeholders involved. In order to get their time availability can be a challenge. It depends, the output depends on the skill of the facilitator to guide the group in the workshop, as well as the knowledge of the participant. So if you have really junior people participating, that may not help. So you need to make sure that the right level of seniority is represented in the workshop. If there are way too many participants, like too many cooks spoil the broth, so you cannot arrive at any conclusion if there are way too many. If there are too few participants, that there might be important information that might be missed out. So you need to be careful around those things. The elicitation way would be chosen by BA only, or any stakeholder would have any say in it. Stakeholders will have say in it. So when you are creating the business analysis approach, you will say the technique, elicitation technique that you are going to use, right? So you will say, okay, you be using workshops. Now the stakeholder might say that the teams that are going to be involved in this project are geographically distributed. So it is very difficult for us to bring them together at the same time. So workshops is not possible. Why don't we go with interviews? So that can be an input from the stakeholder, right? So stakeholders will definitely have say in it. We need to remember, we need to get the both the business analysis approach and the elicitation activity plan agreed with the stakeholders, so that they are aware how we are going to address it. So stakeholders definitely have a say in which elicitation technique to use. Okay, that takes us to the next one, which is focus groups. Okay, focus groups are used when you want feedback on a specific problem. Okay, so an example is, let's say you are creating a movie. You are a studio which is producing a movie, and the movie is produced. You have shot a number of scenes, you edited it, and you created one final movie. What typically the more advanced studios do nowadays is they will screen the movie for a focus group. Now the focus group will be very carefully picked. Now, depending on the movie, so for example, if it is an action movie, there is a certain demographic which is more likely to see an action movie than, say, for example, a romantic comedy, correct? So depending on the type of movie, they will pick a specific focus group, and the focus group will be made to watch the end-to-end movie, the complete movie, and they will be made ask some questions. Which were the parts that you liked the most? What about the movie made you feel bored? What about the movie made you feel happy, etc.? And based on that inputs, they might re-edit the movie so that the final product that comes out is a success, right? That is an example of a focus group. Another example of a focus group is, let's say you want to introduce a new product in the market. Like, let's say you want to introduce a new phone, right? So you might bring again a new focus group. Let's say you want to introduce a phone which is targeting people who does not have access to a charger or a charging point for a very long. Now that is not the case. There are power banks and whatnot. So anyway, I'm just imagine a hypothetical scenario. So you want to create a phone for a market where people does not have access to charging for a long time. Now you again select a focus group. You conduct a discussion where you ask questions about what is it that they are looking for in a phone, what are the features that they think are most important, what are the features that they think are okay, what are the features that they think are completely useless, and then you decide what kind of features to build into the product. So that those are examples where you use focus group. So you define a set of objectives and plan the location, budget, timeline, and outcome and participants. You create a guide. So focus groups are often guided. There are specific questions where you ask each participant and they will provide the answer. There will be a moderator who will guide the focus group. There will be somebody who will record the session. And once the discussion is completed, the results are published and decisions are made on the back of it. The strength is it's a group environment. It is interactive. The participants are qualified and homogeneous or heterogeneous depending on the specific goal. The research is qualitative and very cost effective. Sometimes what happens is that there are some people who are much more articulate than others. They might take over the entire session and we may not get a very representative set of inputs. So the moderator needs to be very clear or that everybody has to speak. And then there could be, you may not be willing to give negative feedback because you are not a person who is disagreeable. So those kind of concerns are there with focus groups. Okay, survey and questionnaire. I think the best example is after our session, you will be given a link where you will be asked your opinion about the session, right? So on a scale of 1 to 5, how did you like the session? What did you like about the session? And there will be a few questions about various aspects of the session, right? That is an example of a survey. Or when you go to, let's say, some site and make a purchase, after the purchase, they might ask you a question. How did you like the experience of making the purchase, right? A survey or a questionnaire is basically you create a survey, which is used, you create a survey with a specific objective. You might want to understand how somebody liked a product, a process, an outcome, right? Based on that, you create a set of questions. You select the right survey type, whether you want open-ended questions, whether you want close-ended questions, whether what kind of rating you want to use. You want to use, so the most common survey types follow. Okay, they will give you a statement and 5 options: strongly disagree, disagree, neutral, neither agree, not disagree, agree, strongly agree, something like that. And you answer those, and then they collect the answers, and then the overall answers are then kind of reviewed and analyzed to derive insights and conclusions, right? So for example, customer success index, I think that was a example that somebody gave. That is an example of something that is arrived at through a survey or a questionnaire. Strength is very easy to distribute. You can send it through emails, through WhatsApp, through other communication channels. It is easy to collect back. It is easy to analyze. It provides some feedback about various aspects like customer, product, work practices, etc. It is relatively inexpensive and quick, efficient and effective if you are geographically distributed. What is close-ended and what is open-ended? Close-ended is when you provide a set of options to choose from, like strongly disagree, disagree, do not agree, or disagree, agree, strongly agree. Open-ended is when you provide a free-form text where you can input whatever you want. The limitation is the response rate is typically very low, which reminds me, at least all of you, make sure that you respond to the course feedback at the end. But one of the problems with surveys is that when you send out the surveys, the response is often low. There could be questions that can be considered ambiguous. And the last is, if you have too many open-ended questions, I think this was what my point was to Diksha, which is if you are collecting requirements, you want to have open-ended questions. And when you want to have open-ended questions, if you have too many open-ended questions and you collect that information from 1,000 people, it can be really difficult for you to analyze and summarize and derive conclusions from open-ended questions. So surveys are not the best technique for collecting requirements. They are probably the best technique for collecting feedback, because the feedback can be much more objective than say requirements. Okay, that takes us to the next technique, which is prototyping. Does any of you know anything about prototyping? I'm sure some of you would have heard about prototypes. Preparing the model. Yeah, okay, you can say that. Helps to get user feedback. Rough draft for final version. Blueprint. Raw replica model of the final product. Creating mock-up, charts, a model of the working product. Yes, prototype is basically either a scaled down or non-functional version of the final product, which is often used to elicit more requirements or to get feedback from your stakeholders. I think before we go to prototype, I wanted to show you, but I kind of didn't realize we completed all the group techniques. Okay, I think there was a question, I think, from Diksha, which was, how are we going to define where to use which technique, right? So this kind of helps you, especially for group elicitation techniques, when to use one of these 4 techniques, right? So workshop is when you collaboratively define, refine, validate, or prioritize or requirements or solutions. Brainstorming you use when you generate a large number of ideas, often quickly, often creatively. Focus group is for collecting opinions and attitudes from a target group. Survey or questionnaire is to collect structured response from a large number of audience. Okay. Now, what is the level of interaction? Interaction is high in workshop, low in survey or questionnaire, and medium in brainstorming and focus group. Participants are the key stakeholders in workshop. Brainstorming, it is a small to medium group with the relevant knowledge. In focus group, that's the target users. For surveys questionnaires, it's large number of respondents. The facilitator's role is very active. In this, it is less active. In this, he moderates the discussion. There is no facilitator really. Output can be requirements, models, decisions, list of ideas, insights into perceptions, attitudes, and behaviors, quantitative or qualitative data, tools, whiteboarding, modeling tools, sticky notes, flip charts, mind maps, sticky notes, audio, video recording, forms, online survey tools. When do you use these? When collaboration is needed to define, clarify, or validate requirements, you use workshop. If you are early in a project to gather options for solving a problem, you use brainstorming. For getting customer feedback, you might use focus group. If you are seeking input from many stakeholders quickly, then you will use survey or questionnaire. Collaborate with HR, IT, finance to define system features, workshop, right? Generate ideas for what features employees might want in a self-service portal, brainstorming. Get opinion from 10 employees on current HR pain points, focus group. Distribute a company-wide survey or questionnaire. Mobile banking, product managers, designers, and developers on MVP features, workshop. For gamifying savings and budgeting ideas, brainstorming. For discussing features that they expect from digital banking with millennials, focus group. Public survey asking for features that they use most in mobile banking, survey or questionnaire. These are some of the examples. For collaborating on finalizing requirements, you use workshop. Exploring ideas to solve problems, brainstorming. Understand user attitudes or preferences, focus groups. Reach many people quickly and quantify feedback, survey or questionnaire. Okay, fine. So what is prototyping? So prototyping is when you create a representation of the solution that you are trying to build so that your stakeholders can provide you more and better requirements, right? So the best example is, I think I gave you this example before. If you are trying to build a home, what will happen is that the engineer or the architect will draw up a plan. That plan basically shows you how the house will look like, right? So that is an example of a prototype or a design, right? So that prototype you can visualize how your house will look like. So they will show you both the plan view, which is the view from top to the bottom of the house, top view basically, and they will also show what is known as an elevation, which is how the house will look if you look at it from the front, etc., so that you can visualize. We are very visual creatures, right? Human beings are very visual creatures. We understand a picture much better than a thousand words, as they say. Like people talk about AI and all. In fact, like for example, if you take cat pictures as an example, human beings can recognize a cat picture much more accurately. 3-year-old child can identify a cat picture with 100% accuracy, which is nothing any AI system can do apparently. Anyway, that doesn't matter. So the point is that in when you are implementing solutions, you need to sometimes create what are known as mock screens. Some people refer to it as wireframes. Some people refer to this as prototype. So these everything basically is the same. This is a representation of what the final product will look like. This is where I had asked you to read the second case study or the second project in the course, which is library management system for Stanford, right? So this was the second project. So I hope all of you have read it. Basically, the project is talking about in Stanford University in California, US. They are currently using a paper-based library management protocol. They want to implement a library management system called library management system, where they want to reduce. They want people should the students should be able to search for books, request for books. They should be able to check it out. They should be able to send it back. They should be able to return it. All those kind of stuff, right? So everything should take place through the library management system. One of the things that they want is they want to be able to add the new books or maybe even existing books into the library management system, right? So in order to add it, there has to be a screen. So an administrator would log into the library management system and add each book, right? And they have provided some list of list of attributes that should be used for adding the what do you call adding the book into the library management system. So let's see how a prototype of that can be built, right? I'll show this using two tools. First, we will use our own very humble PPT. So what do you want? You want a hybrid a library management system. So management system. This is going to look like this. I'm going to make it a little bigger and maybe capitalize this. Okay. Okay, so I have a library management system. In that, I want to add book. I'm going to call it add book only. So this is the screen that we are building under the library management system. I'm going to slightly make it bigger. Okay. Now in that there is a set of requirements that they have given. So the first is the RFID tag. So it should have the RFID tag. ID tag. You need a field to enter the RFID tag. So I'll use a shape for this. I'll use a curved rectangle for this. Okay. Make it a little bit something like this. Then I'll do this. Make it slightly bigger. What is the next field you need? You need, where was that? You need author, book name. I'm going to copy these two. Okay. There are a few more fields. I'm going to not do each of that, right? What I will do then is basically you need to add book or cancel, right? Okay. Now you can make it better. For example, let's say you want to insert some icons where you say, what would be a good icon? I think book. You can have something like this, right? Then you can do something along the lines of, so often what happens is there are a number of screens. You should be able to navigate across those screens. Now you will provide, so for example, search, home, return, reports. And if you want, you can even make this a hyperlink. I'm going to just provide a random this thing. So, okay. So this is how the add book tag, add book page in my library management system will look like. So this is an example, right? You can move this a little bit to the left and you can add more fields here. So this is one way of creating a prototype or a wireframe or a mock screen. Okay, this is one of the tasks that you have to do for the Stanford library management system project, right? The benefit of this is, let's say they will look at this and say, okay, RFID tag has to be mandatory. So you can make that mandatory and provide a kind of a star in red color maybe here, right? So that will, but they can say there could be some books where you don't have the name of the author. That's okay, or maybe it's mandatory, I don't know. So you can discuss with stakeholders what all these things are required, right? So you can then show this to the stakeholders and they will provide you more and more requirements and changes to the requirements. That is the idea of a prototype. Issue date, help option, right? Good. So we can have a help here, help, like so, okay. But you understand the concept, right? Obviously there are more details that needs to be added into this thing before you can submit it. But is this clear in terms of the concept? Thank you. Now I want you to show something slightly easier for you to do. The same thing you can do easy if you use tools like what is known as Figma. So Figma is an internet website where you can go and where you can basically you can sign up for free. There are obviously paid options, but if you go here, right, so you can basically subscribe to their plans, etc. But you can go there and for free you can create some mock screens or some wireframes, right? The benefit is now they have a AI based way of implementing this. Now what that means is that it will help you create this without spending. So I spent around 10 minutes creating what is probably 40% of a screen, right? But in with the help of something like Figma, you can create a more sophisticated one simply with the help of prompts, right? So I'll show you what I did. One second. Okay, so what I did is I went to Figma. Said I need to create a new web page. They said, okay, add a screen for a library, add book screen for a library management system with the following fields, right? So they ended up creating something like this for me. Right. Sorry, I'm not able to see the first one. So basically, I gave this thing and they created it, but the top details were not there. Only the book title, RFID, this information was there. So let me see if that comes through. Are you still seeing the prompt screen? Okay, let's load it. Yeah. See, so this is the first screen that came through. So there is the RFID number, book title, author name, publisher name, etc., etc. is there, right? And then you have save book or reset form. So there are two buttons at the bottom. So this is created based on that prompt. Okay. Then what I did was, okay, I'm okay with this, but I want on the top of the screen provide links to a dashboard in a single line, and then provide links to home, search, issue, return, reports, and add. And that is when they created the second screen, which is automatically. Let me do this. Right. So they created a more detailed screen where they have the dashboard, then there is search, issue, return, reports, and then the add page, which has exactly the same details below. Right. So this is how you can easily make changes to the wireframes or to the prototype. And this would be very useful, especially when you are doing your projects at the end of the course. And at the end of the entire course, there will be, I think, one other project as well. So it would be useful for you. Okay, I will pause there. Any questions? You know how to now create screens for your project, yeah? Okay, great. Okay, let's then look at our theory. Okay, so what is prototyping? Prototyping is when you create some sort of a representation of your final solution in order to show that your stakeholders, so that they can provide you feedback as well as provide you more requirements, right? That is a way of getting elicitation from your stakeholders. Now, there are two broad types of prototypes. The first one is called throwaway prototypes. So, for example, the one which I created in my PowerPoint, you cannot do anything. You cannot convert that into anything. It means absolutely nothing. You have to discard it once you agree the requirements with your stakeholders. Whereas the one which I created using Figma, you will get the HTML code behind it, which you can reuse or you can convert into your actual project. That kind of a prototype is called an evolutionary prototype. So, an evolutionary prototype is built in such a way that you can use the prototype to build additional functionality into it. That is called evolutionary prototype. Throwaway prototype is used when you create a prototype. It is the only purpose of it is that you get feedback from your stakeholders, and once you get the feedback from the stakeholders, you throw away. You literally throw it away, which is why it is called throwaway. And evolutionary is when you evolve that into the final product. Okay, Figma, how to get the prompt. So you have to write the prompt, Akhilesh. So you need to call out exactly what you want in the page, so that the system is able to provide you the prompt. So, for example, in our example, I first provided a prompt where I said, okay, I want add book page which has these particular fields, and it provided me that. And then I said, okay, I want, in addition to this, I want a top kind of a bar where all those links are provided, and then they added that into the page. So you might have to go through a couple of these iterations before you arrive at your final what you call final mock screen or final prototype. Okay, so that's how you, I mean, there is no magic prompting technique. You just need to work through it in order to arrive at the final mock screen. Figma will be used everywhere to, no, you can use a number of different techniques or tools. We use PowerPoint, we can use Word. There are other tools like Balsamic, Sketch, Adobe. I don't know, some people pronounce it as Adobe XD, Illustrator, UX Spin, InVision Studio, mockups. So there are a number of techniques or number of tools that is available in the in the market for creating the mockups or prototypes. Okay, the most common ones are Word, PowerPoint, and then either Figma or Balsamic. Those are the ones that is most commonly used. Figma is available at companies' workspaces, or is it just for our projects? Or any other software BAs use in place of Figma in day-to-day work? Typically, Figma is kind of like a very cutting edge kind of thing. So if you're talking about big, slightly conservative organizations, I doubt if they will have access to Figma. But you can check within your organization. If not Figma, they might have, for example, Balsamic. They might have Adobe. Adobe is a more common mockup tool that is used in large organizations because it is a bit more established kind of a solution. Draw wireframes or mock screens for any two of the features, namely menu creation and any other feature as deemed fit by the student. So this is from the Unilever canteen management, canteen order system project. Okay, so let's look at what is there in menu creation, right? Okay, so what we will do is I want you to think about this. If you want, you can refer to the case study. Take a minute, think about this, and write a prompt, which I will pick the best prompt that comes through in the chat, and then I'll see if we can run this through Figma to see if they can provide a response. Right? Let's try this. So what should the menu creation be like? We are talking about creating a new menu. So you are the administrator from the canteen. So you are basically creating a new menu item. So each menu item should have a particular this thing, right? So it would have a it would have a it would have an you need to create that items, right? So let me sorry guys, give me 1 second. Sorry about that. um okay, so let's say, so what all the things we agreed. So the first point should be, so the first thing that we need is the title. So for example, this would be title or name of the item, right? Second is a description, which will be, so name of the item, let's say, will be 30 characters max. Description is like 200 characters max. Then you have veg / non-veg. This is a let's call it a radio button. Okay, radio button is basically where you have two circles and you can only select one of them. Then you have calories, somebody mentioned in key. Okay, what else was there? Somebody mentioned price tag. Yes, price in dollar. Okay, let's say quick, again radio button, yes or no. Okay, yeah, let's keep this to 8, right? So let's this is enough. The 6 is a good number, right? Somebody had asked for the link. This is an internet tool. You can just search and then click on that. You don't have to download it. Yeah. So we will stick to this. So this is the list of what do you call, this is the list of fields that should be there in the screen, and then there should be a add and cancel buttons at the bottom, right? Then what else is there? Top banner should say Unilever canteen order management system. What else? What else should be there? Anything else? Can any of you try and write the prompt for giving this to? Yeah, so that's fine. Let's agree. I mean, we can obviously find out more stuff. That's not important here. I think what we will do is we will I'll ping this to the in the group chat. Convert this into a prompt, basically. Each of you, as many of you as you can post, as you can, right? Convert this into a prompt. I'll pick the first prompt that comes through and then put that in Figma and see what response we get. Okay, I will use Sema's prompt. Right. So they have provided this, right? Vegetarian, non-vegetarian, calories, price, save menu item, reset. Yeah, as simple as that. Now you can do this even manually, right? So you can drag the text. You can create buttons. You can create page elements, etc. You can do it that way as well, but that obviously is much more time. Yeah. Okay. So hopefully that gives you a sense of how best to create your what do you call your screens, right? Let me see some of the other inputs. Let's just prepare the menu screen for the top banner with top banner management system. We'll have, okay, that's a good enough. Design a clean and modern form UI for a web application. Top banner, text title, corporate look, clean. Okay. Form layout, centered, card layout, name of the item, but add, cancel, buttons aligned horizontally, primarily. Okay, I think this is a little bit more detailed. I think I really like the uh, the one written by. Okay, we covered throwaway and evolutionary prototype. Now there are a few different examples of prototypes that you can create. The first is proof of concept. In proof of concept, you are basically trying to prove that something is technically feasible. So for example, let's say you want to implement a system where if somebody makes a transaction using a credit card which is a fraudulent transaction, you are able to flag that. So that is the system that you want to build, right? So you can maybe use some existing data, and then you can use that to prove that you are able to implement a solution where you are able to identify those transactions that were genuine and those transactions that were fraudulent, right? So that's an example of where you might want to implement a system which will tell you where you can prove that something is likely to work. Okay, that is that is proof of concept. Another example could be that people might, you are familiar with, I think, wearable tech, which is when you have things like your smartwatches, or you have smart rings which measures things like your heartbeat, the number of steps that you have walked, etc. You might start off with a proof of concept where you say, okay, we just want to see if we can measure the temperature accurately of a person by wearing a watch, right? So that's basically an example of your proof of concept. The proof of concept is generally do not make to the it generally do not make it to the users. Okay, it generally goes, it's generally is used internally within the organization just to check the viability or the feasibility of a particular idea. That is proof of concept. So second is a usability prototype. Now, usability prototype is when you are more focused on the ease of use of something than anything else. Okay, so the focus here is the ease of use. Okay, right. So that's usability prototype. Visual prototype will focus more on the look and feel, right? Which is where we want the exact professional look. It should look, the branding is important. those kind of stuff, that is when you use something like a visual prototype. And finally, you have functional prototype, where the important consideration is that it should work. The look is less important, the usability is less important, it should work. That is the more focus of functional prototype. So those are the different types of prototypes that we have. At a high level, POC, proof of concept, is focused on, can it be built? Is it feasible? It's generally used internally. It typically is more technical and less involving users. Usability prototype, on the other hand, is looking at how easy is it for users to access. So the example that I have always given is, you guys are probably all too young to maybe follow the example that I'm going to give you, but bear with me for a second. Sometime in the mid to second part of 2000s, so around 2005, 2006, 2007, is when there was a boom in all these kind of online booking systems or booking applications, right? So things like in India, Make My Trip; in globally, I think Booking.com, TripAdvisor, Agoda. So all these, what do you call, websites or applications came into being sometime in 2000s. Now, what is really astounding from the perspective of from usability is that nobody taught you, for example, how to book a hotel in Booking.com or how to search for a hotel in TripAdvisor. You could do it simply by looking at their screen. You could say, okay, if I enter this information here, I should be able to kind of do this. Or if you take as an example Uber, right? You don't need to know how to use Uber. You don't refer to a study manual. You go to Uber and you know, okay, if I enter where I want to go here and then select where I am, I should be able to get a cab. So that was intuitively possible for a user to follow. So if you are building a solution where you expect a large number of people with varying amount of education, varying amount of intelligence, etc., so mass customer, if you want them to adopt your solution without extensive training, then usability is extremely important. Visual prototype is used for making sure that whether the solution looks right, and functional prototype is focused on whether it works. The methods, storyboarding, you might have seen cartoons in a newspaper like Calvin and Hobbes or Dilbert or Garfield the cat. So all those things are examples of storyboarding. So you can represent a requirement in the form of a visual story. That's when you use storyboarding. Paper prototyping, as the name suggests, you literally draw on a piece of paper how your website is going to look, which is, as you can say, it's a throwaway prototype. Workflow modeling is when you represent the workflow. So, for example, you might again, to go back to our account opening workflow. So, account opening has a series of steps. You might represent that as a flow chart. That is an example of a workflow modeling prototype. And then the last one is simulation. Simulation is when you create a scenario to represent an actual scenario. So if you remember, when we looked at non-functional requirements, we said things like the system should be, the application should be able to support 10,000 concurrent users at a time. Now, how are you going to test 10,000 concurrent users before you launch it into production? That is where simulation comes into picture. So there are tools that will help you to simulate the 10,000 user scenario without actually having 10,000 users being present. So prototyping, where we are simulating real life scenarios, is called simulation. Okay, is prototyping clear? Now, obviously, the benefit is that you can get a very clear idea of what is going to be the final product. The user experience and functionality can be balanced better. It can become the basis for final solution. You will get early feedback even before the solution is implemented. The limitation is that the users might focus more on the visual aspect of it. They might have very high expectations. Okay, he has shown me something which looks like my solution, so it means that it will only take him a few weeks to complete my final application, right? So those kind of unrealistic expectation might be there, and people get very focused on this minor details sometimes, right? Like, I don't know if you are familiar with the color of the bike park in nuclear plant problem, which is okay. I'll explain it to you. So if you imagine you are building a nuclear power plant, right? Now, there are a number of very important decisions there. So, for example, you need to decide which fuel, what exact fuel to use in the nuclear reactor, what kind of cooling system to use, how to generate electricity out of the nuclear reaction, and all those kind of stuff. These discussions will get completed very quickly because there will be very few technical experts who will know anything about any of these things, right? Nobody knows, right? Only very few people on the planet knows how to design an actual nuclear power plant. So those things will get decided very quickly. What happens is that you decide, and eventually you reach the question of, okay, in order to park the vehicles of the employees that work in the nuclear power plant, you need a set of sheds, right, where they will park their vehicles. Now you need to paint those sheds. Now this is not at all critical for the power plant. Irrespective of what awful color you paint the park in, your nuclear reactor will work as perfectly as as you design it, right? But this is a topic where everybody will have an opinion because it is easy to have an opinion. So that is the problem with prototype, where you can have a lot of opinion on, okay, this should not be purple, it should be like light purple, it should be dark purple. So this is something which people might get kind of obsessed about, the look and feel. So that's something which you need to kind of drive, saying that, okay, those things we can worry about later. The focus is to get the actual requirements. So can we focus on that? So that's something that you need to be aware of when you are using prototyping. Okay, in prototyping, do we have priorities? Generally, the priority of the functionality will drive the priority of the prototyping. So, for example, if you are designing Uber, you are, I hope everybody is familiar what with Uber is. If anybody is not, it is something which is used for booking cabs using your phone. Basically, your focus should be on the user being able to hail a cab, right? So that core functionality should be your priority. Even when you are prototyping, that should be your priority. There could be ads that you want to, now you might want to add advertisements on your Uber product, but that is not a high priority at the original stage. So it will have priorities based on what you are developing. Okay, let's move on to interface analysis. So when you are building a solution, your solution might need to speak with other solution components. Your solution needs to speak with other users, right? So any boundary where two components or two solutions, or a solution and a human being needs to interact with each other, is called an interface. An interface is a place where two solutions talk to each other or exchange information and data with each other, so that, or a human being and a solution talk to each other. So for example, if you go into an ATM, the ATM has a set of screens. That is an example of an interface. If you log into a website, that website will have an interface, their user interface. So most of the times when it is a user that is having that is one side of the exchange of information, that is called a user interface. But there can be other interfaces also. So imagine, remember we spoke about building a mobile app or an internet application, right? So the mobile application will have to show you your current account balance. How will it do that? It will have to call what is known as your core banking application. So when it calls that core banking application, it needs to provide some information to the core banking application, and the core banking application needs to provide something back to the mobile banking, so that the mobile banking system can make that information available for the customer. So definition of these interfaces, analysis of these interfaces is done using this interface analysis technique. Okay, examples are external interface like ATM, laptop, mobile, etc. Interface between systems, what is known as application process interfaces or APIs, which is used to interface with some other system. The interface can even be a hardware device. Now, how are you going to manage the interface analysis? You need to understand the scope of your solution, and then using interviews and observations, you identify the interfaces. So first step is to identify which are the interfaces that I am interested in my particular solution, and then provide the context for eliciting more information so that we can get information from the interface. Then understand the interface and provide the solution with the context diagram so that you can understand that interface better. So if you take an example of first, let's talk about the canteen order management system, right? So in that particular example, there has to be an interface for your employees. So we need to define what kind of interface they are going to use. Is that going to be on their mobile phone? Is that going to be on their computer, laptop? And how is that interface going to be? There probably is going to be an interface for the canteen staff, which is going to be slightly different. There is probably an interface for the delivery boy, and there might be a system interface, as I think Akash mentioned when he was talking about Ashish mentioned when he was talking about the stakeholders. There might be an interface with the payroll system. If the payment is made directly from the pay at the end of the month, salary at the end of the month, then you might build a payroll integration as well. So that could be another interface. You identify the interface and then you define the interface. What is the name of the interface? It is the interface between the canteen order management system and the payroll system of the organization. What is the coverage? The canteen order management system will send the employee ID, name, and a set of payment, or maybe an actual dollar amount for a month. The payroll system will deduct that from the employee's amount, pay that into the canteen's account number or account, and then send that reference back as a response. Yeah, exchange method, messaging format, and exchange frequency. So you define all these things for each of the several interfaces for the solution, and that will become your interface analysis. Let's move on to the next one, which is interviews. Okay, so what happens in an interview? An interview is where you go to typically one person. It can happen with more people also, but that is a very rare scenario. What happens is that you go to one of your stakeholders, you ask them a set of questions, and they provide you the answers to your questions. You document the answers to your questions, and that becomes your requirements or your elicitation results. That is simply the technique of interview. Now, the depending on where you and your stakeholders are located, it can be face to face, or it can be through something like a Zoom or a video conferencing. It can even be asynchronous, in the sense that it can be through something like a chat, right, where you ask questions and they respond. So it doesn't happen immediately, it happens after some time, right? So that is when it can be asynchronous, or it can be at the same time, which is synchronous. It can be structured is when you define, okay, these are the 5 questions that I'm going to ask them, irrespective of what their answer is going to be. Unstructured is when you ask them a question, they give you an answer, and depending on the answer, you ask further questions, clarifications, etc. So that's where you have an unstructured interview. Now, the biggest concern is around the willingness of the interviewee to provide the information and the experience of the interviewer to get the information out of the stakeholder. So that will define the structure of the interview technique. You need a lot of time. So because if you have, let's say, 5 stakeholders, for each of them, if you conduct interview, it is going to take a lot of time. Okay, the steps, like any conduct elicitation technique, what you do is you plan for it first. Okay, what are you trying to achieve? Are you going to understand the current state? Are you going to understand the business requirements? Are you going to understand the problem that they are having? Or are you going to get a different perspective on requirements and designs that you already created? So you define the goals, you identify the interviewees, you tell them your goal so that they can also come prepared for it. Then you design the questions. We already discussed close-ended versus open-ended when we discuss survey or questionnaire. Close-ended is when you give a limited set of responses to them. Open-ended is when they can provide whatever questions, whatever answers that they want to. Typically in interviews, I don't think we use a lot of close-ended questions because that's not really useful. And then you set up the logistics for the interview. You make sure that you have the video call or the meeting room available, your stakeholders available, etc. There could be questions after your interview where you might reach out to the interviewee. What if the interface details provided needs work? What I mean by this is by that is that is there are some miss in the same. Can we provide suggestions on the same? So Diksha, I'm not 100% sure if I follow your question. So typically, what a BA is expected to do is that they are supposed to define the interface. Okay, so I'll give you an example, right? So one of the projects that I am currently doing is to enable what is known as a positive pay. What is positive pay? So when you are issuing a check, right? Let's say I issue a check in the name of Diksha. I will have to go to my bank and tell them that I have issued this check in the name of Diksha. So only if Diksha submits that check can be honored. If somebody else checks, if Ashish submits that check, it cannot be honored. So this avoids fraud in checks, right? So if I create a counterfeit check, if you have seen the movie Catch Me If You Can by Leonardo DiCaprio, you would know how there are counterfeit checks. So if I create a counterfeit check and submit it to the bank, if positive pay is there, it will stop that check from being honored. So fraud in check can be prevented by this. Now, the way they do this is the check positive pay system needs to send. So you go to your let's say internet banking system and update there for all checks above a certain amount. Let's say any check which is above $1,000, you need to go and enter the beneficiary name in your bank's in internet banking platform, where you go and say my check number 1234 is issued to Bijo. Okay, so that information will have to then feed into a separate system where the clerk who sits in the bank, when they get the check, they will enter the name, okay, Bijo Mani, check number so and so. That point, the system will alert them saying that this check is issued against Bijo or it is not issued against Bijo. So if it is not issued against Bijo, they will deny the check, right? So you need to send a feed from your internet banking system to the system used by the check cashing cashier, so that the cashier system can validate it and then provide a response saying that this is correct or incorrect in terms of check. Now the problem is when in the internet banking system, the size of the name of the check, the name on the check can be up to 40 characters. In the feed that we are sending, it is limited to 35 characters. So what I am currently doing is some analysis to understand what are the scenarios where the name that I have can go longer than the number of fields that are available in the feed or the interface. So that analysis has to be done by the business analyst, and they have to own that interface. So you need to ask to your business to the business who is at the other side of the spectrum, as well as the technical team who is there on the other side of the spectrum. So it could be that they might increase the size of the field to 40 characters, or it could be that you might reduce the size in your internet banking to 35 characters. But you need to basically do that analysis to understand how does that interface work between two systems, and how you are going to solve problems where there are any identified. Okay, does that? Okay, so the next technique is mind mapping. So mind mapping, like brainstorming, is a new idea generation technique. Okay, what we are trying to do when we are doing a mind mapping is we create a central topic, and then you look for associated topics, and then associated topics to that, and then go on and go forth until you identify a set of things that you need to take care of in order to achieve a certain goal, or a certain implement a certain idea. That is the concept of mind mapping. Let's take a look at example, right? Let's take a look at an example. So business analysis is the central idea. Now for business analysis, there are 6 associated ideas. So we have planning and monitoring, life cycle management, strategy analysis, solution evaluation, and requirement analysis and design definition. And for elicitation and collaboration, there are another 5 ideas, which is prepare, conduct, confirm, communicate, and manage stakeholder collaboration. So this kind of a thought process where you look at a central idea and then break that down into sub ideas, and then further break that down into further sub ideas, is called mind mapping. Okay, let me just think of another example. Let's say, okay, so I want to reduce weight. So that's my central idea, like I said, right? Now, what can be the sub ideas? The one can be you need to exercise regularly, strength training, right? That can be one sub idea. One can be diet, so you need to follow a very specific diet. The other idea can be take enough rest, or make sure that you have sufficient sleep. Then there could be regular health checkups or something like that. That could be the fourth idea. And then in exercise, it could be walking, it could be strength training, it could be high intensity interval training, it could be running, cardio, whatever, right? In diet, it could be sufficient protein within the calorie, whatever, right? Basal metabolic rate or whatever, right? So that kind of a representation where, and now these are all things which we already know, right? Mind mapping is particularly powerful if you were to think of a new idea. Let's say you have a problem, okay, and you want to solve it innovatively. That is when this will become significantly more powerful. Okay, so that's mind mapping. Okay, intermittent fasting, yes, another component of our weight loss mind map. Excellent. Okay, so with that, we come to the end of conduct elicitation. The stakeholders involved in conducting elicitation are sponsor, customer, end user, domain SME, and implementation SME. Other stakeholders can also be part of conducting elicitation. There could be it. So there are 2 things against which you will be from where you got the elicitation results. So it could be a stakeholder, it could be a document. So you will verify it against the document or against with the stakeholder. Also, you will confirm the elicitation results against the other elicitation results that might be there. So it could be something that was done few years back for another project, or it could be some conflicting information from 2 different stakeholders. So you will ensure those are consistent. The guidelines and tools are elicitation activity plan. So in the elicitation activity plan, along with elicitation, it will also call out the confirm elicitation part. And the other guideline is the existing business analysis information. Techniques that can be used are document analysis. We discussed document analysis. So you can use document analysis to review elicitation results against the document. Reviews, we will cover that in the future. You can interview stakeholders where we walk them through the elicitation results. and then workshops where you as a group will review the elicitation results. These are the techniques that you can use. The stakeholders who will be involved are domain SME primarily, but any stakeholder can be involved in the confirming elicitation result activity. Like I said, it's a very small task. Hopefully things should be better now. So let me repeat. So confirming elicitation results is basically we conducted elicitation, we got the unconfirmed elicitation results. We are confirming that the elicitation results are accurate. This is to make sure that the requirements or the elicitation results are accurate and consistent with each other. So in order to do that, we do that in two ways. The first is that from the source where we received the elicitation results, we confirm the elicitation results against that source. So most likely you received your elicitation results from a stakeholder. So you will present it back to the stakeholder and ask him or her to confirm that the elicitation results that you captured are accurate. So that is one way of confirming elicitation results. Now, most of the time, there will be other elicitation results. So it could be with a different stakeholder, or it could be old elicitation results that you have captured as part of other projects or in the past projects. So that is other elicitation results. So you will make sure that your current elicitation results are consistent or in alignment with the other elicitation results as well. So this is just to make sure that the information that you captured is correct. That's it. You can use as guidelines the elicitation activity plan, which will spell out how are you going to conduct the elicitation and confirm the elicitation results. You can also refer to existing business analysis information, because that is important that you confirm the elicitation results against the existing business analysis information. Okay, techniques that you are going to use are document analysis, reviews, interviews, and workshops. Again, to make sure that the information that you received from elicitation is accurate and agrees with the other information as well. Stakeholders, domain SME can be a key stakeholder for this, but you can practically involve any stakeholder for confirming the elicitation results. Okay, I know we kind of went through confirming elicitation results slightly fast, but it is the same concept, which is you got something from your stakeholders, you replay it back to them, so that there is a shared understanding of that information that you received. Okay, so now we will move to communicate business analysis information. So far, the first three tasks that we covered in elicitation and collaboration knowledge area has been about getting information from stakeholders. So you will prepare for it by doing a lot of stuff. Then you conduct to get that information. And once you get that information, you confirm it back with them. Okay. So that concludes the elicitation part of our knowledge area. The next is collaboration. So the first one is communicate business analysis information. Let's look at that, right? The goal of this is, if you are working with your stakeholders in a project, there should be a shared understanding of the business analysis information. So that is the goal of communicating business analysis information. So there should be ongoing communication between the business analysis team and the stakeholders, to make sure that both of those teams has a shared view of the business analysis information. So the inputs into this are business analysis information and stakeholder engagement approach. So let's take the Unilever example. So we mentioned previously that different stakeholders will have different communication needs, right? So the employee representative who is involved in the project, as well as the staff expert, probably will get information on a daily basis, if not maximum on a weekly basis. Whereas somebody like a senior manager, like a head of operations, would only receive information once every 2 weeks, maybe once every month, as the case may be. So that stakeholder engagement approach will influence how frequently are we sharing, and how at what level of abstraction are we sharing the business analysis information with various stakeholders. The output is that the business analysis information is communicated with the stakeholders. Okay, what are the different elements of communicate business analysis information? So first is to determine the objective and the format of communication, right? So if you take the example of employee representative, or the canteen staff representative, they need to on a regular basis receive business analysis information so that they can correct or provide feedback on the business analysis information, right? Whereas if you have somebody like a senior manager or a head of operations, they need to receive the business analysis information only to understand that the project is on track and is going in the right direction. They don't need to go to, for example, the employee screen and say, okay, there should be an option for me to cancel once I enter all the detail, right? That is not relevant from the senior management perspective. That is relevant from the employee perspective. So depending on the stakeholder, you need to define, okay, the input that is going to go to the business analysis stakeholders will vary depending on the objective. So the first set of stakeholders is, for example, your employee representative or canteen staff representative. They will get the detailed requirements, the detailed screen mock-ups, the detailed process flows. All those things will be provided to them. Senior management will probably get a high level status report, which might say, okay, we are on track. These are the key things that we have done. These are the things that we are going to do. This is the plan. This is the issue. This is where we need. Okay. Then you create, so based on that objective and format, you create a package. A package is nothing but a set of data or set of information, which can be either in the form of formal documentation like a BRD or an FSD, or in the form of an informal documentation, which is increasingly become more commonplace these days. It could be in Confluence, it could be in Jira, it could even be in the form of a document. It could be in the form of a presentation where we call out the status report and the key issues or key challenges and key risks. So you create a package depending on the objective and the format, and then you share that with your stakeholder. So that's basically the communicate business analysis information task. Guidelines and tool. Business analysis approach will provide guidelines. Information management will also provide guidelines, in the sense that where are you going to store this information so that it is easily available by your stakeholders. Techniques that you can use are interviews for communicating information, review business analysis information, and build consensus through workshops for approval. Stakeholders are all stakeholders, especially tester, customer, end user, domain SME, and implementation SME. The goal is to build that common understanding of the business analysis information. So, to summarize, let's take the example of our library management software in Stanford University. Let's say you will have somebody from the library team. So they will be your primary domain SME. So on an ongoing basis, you will share the elicitation results and business analysis information with them, either in the form of formal documentation like BRD, or in the form of informal documentation like, let's say, a set of Jiras or a set of Confluence pages. You will provide a monthly update to the chancellor or the vice chancellor, who is in charge of developing the solution. It will involve things like what has been done in the last 1 month, are we going to do in the next 1 month, what are the key focus areas, what are the high level requirements or the business goals that we are going to achieve, and what are the areas where you require support. So that is basically business analysis communication, or communicate business analysis information. Okay, so we have communicated the information on a regular basis, but how do you ensure that there is an ongoing collaboration with your stakeholders? Okay, it's not just enough that they are getting the status updates or the requirements, or the update or the details. You need to ensure that on a shared basis, the entire team, including your stakeholders, are working towards the final common goal. For example, in the canteen order management system, implementing the Unilever canteen order management system; in the library management system, implementing the library management system, right? The inputs that are required for stakeholder engagement are the stakeholder engagement approach, which will tell you how to engage with various stakeholders, and the business analysis performance assessment, which will provide pointers on what can be done better compared to past projects. And the output is a engagement of your stakeholders on an ongoing basis. So the first thing that you will do when you are dealing with making sure that there is an engagement with stakeholders is to agree what are the expectations that we have from your stakeholders. For example, you are not going to expect that your the vice chancellor of the University of Stanford, who is the sponsor for your library management software, is going to turn up for every working group. That is not going to happen, right? But you can have a monthly project steering committee where you can provide updates to him and provide his feedback, and receive his feedback. So you need to explain to the vice chancellor that we want you to come and join this monthly steering committee and listen to our concerns and provide your inputs and feedback. So that is a time and resource commitment from the vice chancellor. Similarly, from the library staff, you might require some time to be spent every day to walk you through the requirements, and then once you complete the requirements, for them to review the documented requirements and provide you feedback and changes where required. So this is again time and resource commitment that they should agree, so that we can make sure that there is ongoing engagement with the stakeholders. Once you agree that in the beginning, and once the project gets in its way, what you should do is you should monitor how engaged are your stakeholders. Okay, so for example, you have set up a monthly steering committee. Your vice chancellor is supposed to join every week, but for the past 4 months he has not joined, right? So that's something which is a problem. Or let's say the head of the chief librarian, let's say, he joins but he doesn't contribute in any meaningful way. He just joins, listens to the call passively while probably doing something else, and then drops off. So you need to monitor that engagement on a ongoing basis, right? So if they are not providing a lot of inputs or feedbacks, just check with them. Are you okay to continue to play this role? Is there any concerns? So that they are going to actively get involved in the project and in the implementation. So through this, you will ensure that there is ongoing collaboration, which means there is free flow of information, and there is a shared effort to achieve the desired result, which is implementing some of the systems. Guidelines and tools that you can use for managing stakeholder collaboration: business analysis approach, which will describe the level of engagement that you are going to have. Objectives will drive a shared work towards a future state. Future state will help you to understand what is it that you are working towards. Recommended actions will provide what are the key areas that each stakeholder should work on. And then finally, risk analysis will help to understand any concerns that you will have from a stakeholder engagement perspective. Techniques: you can use collaborative games, lessons learned for understanding stakeholder satisfaction or dissatisfaction, risk analysis and management, and then stakeholder list, map, or personas. Stakeholders who can be involved for collaboration are all stakeholders, more focused on sponsor, end user, domain SME, implementation SME, and customer. All right, let's go through the case study quickly. Betonics is an insurance company with a wide range of products in the auto, home, and life insurance divisions. The field sales agents at Betonics all over the United States need a system to provide premium quotes to customers. To create a quote, a sales agent would need access to the business rules and relevant statistical data and customers' personal information concerning the type of policy they need. All of this information from a quote needs to be saved for to future use to underwrite the policies and maintain the policyholders' billing and coverage information. Paul is a business analyst who, with key stakeholders, decided to build this system incrementally and add functionality as they learn more about the business needs. Paul spent some time going through existing documents to understand the existing system, the process, the business rules, and the data, which might be useful in eliciting requirements from the sales agents. He then created a high level context diagram to identify the exchange of information taking place between the proposed system with the other system and users. He has also prepared a list of questions for the key stakeholders to understand their requirements. A couple of meetings are scheduled with the stakeholders to design the process, the screen design to capture information about the customer, and to generate the codes. Paul documented all the information collected during elicitation and has received confirmation too. He has synthesized a lot of information. This information was organized, analyzed, and requirements communicated frequently. Okay, that's correct. Document analysis. Next question. What business analysis approach is used to build the proposed system, adaptive or restrictive? Okay, 100% adaptive. That's correct because it is incrementally being built, so it's adaptive. Which elicitation technique is used to design screens to capture customer information? Okay, group discussion is not a technique really, but prototyping is the right one. Which elicitation technique is used to understand the flow of information between systems and users? Interface analysis or workshops? Interface analysis is the right answer. Who is the end user of the proposed system? That's field sales agents, correct? Which technique is used to understand how stakeholders are interacting in the process to complete their tasks or achieve goals? Process analysis or customer analysis? That's process analysis. Who will be using the saved information of the customer and the court, underwriters or stakeholder? Okay, the answer is underwriter. In the specific case study, underwriters are the ones who will use the saved information and the quote in order for them to do the underwriting of the risk. But that's, if you read through the case study again, you should understand that. The remaining four questions, they are they are not related to the case study. They are general. They are the part of the quiz. In which elicitation technique is a discussion guide used? Interviews, focus groups, brainstorming, workshops. Brainstorming is not correct. It is focus groups. Okay. Which of the following elicitation techniques use survey distribution and response collection? Workshop, concept modeling, surveys and questionnaires, interviews. Okay. It says survey distribution and response collection. I am not sure why you answered anything else. Okay. Which of the following is not an output element of the task? Prepare for elicitation. Supporting material, participant list, elicitation technique, elicitation results. Not an output. The answer is elicitation results. Everything else is an output of the task prepare for elicitation. Elicitation results is an output of conduct elicitation. Last question: which one of the following is not a type of elicitation? Collaborative, research, experiments, exploratory. The answer is exploratory. With that, we will look at the leaderboard. Sema, okay, 10 out of 11. Nilanjan, Purva, Nikit, Shivani. Okay, congratulations, people. Hopefully, you did not see the. What did we learn? So, elicitation is to bring out the information from stakeholders. With elicitation, there are three tasks. Then one task for communicate business analysis information and one task for managing stakeholder collaboration. We looked at a number of commonly used elicitation techniques. For each elicitation technique, they typically follow a format which is prepare, execute, or conduct, and wrap up. You also communicate business analysis information and manage stakeholder collaboration as part of this knowledge area. We went through the quiz already, so that's not required. With that, we complete elicitation and collaboration and move on to requirements lifecycle management. Okay, are you able to see my screen on requirements lifecycle management? Okay, so what are we going to learn? First, we are going to talk about tracing requirements. Then, we are going to learn about assessing changes to requirements. Third, we are going to learn about maintaining requirements. Fourth, about approving requirements. And then finally, about prioritizing requirements. So, these are the tasks which is. So, let's take a step back. What did we learn in business analysis, planning, and monitoring? So, business analysis, planning, and monitoring is all about planning and governing business analysis activities. Okay. Where we decide things like the methodology or the approach that we are going to take, the techniques that we are going to use, the deliverables that we have to provide, the stakeholders that we are going to engage and how we are going to engage with them, the decision making process, change control process, etc., and how we are going to maintain and store information that we collected during the business analysis activitivities. So we decide those things and also collect some feedback on business analysis activities. So it is kind of managing business analysis activities. Yeah. The second task, second knowledge area is elicitation and collaboration. Elicitation is focused on getting information from stakeholders. Collaboration is based on making sure that they also have visibility to that information and there is ongoing engagement and collaboration with stakeholders. So that's elicitation and collaboration. Now, when you come to requirements lifecycle management, as the name suggests, the question that we are trying to answer here is okay, we got the information from stakeholders. Most of it would be requirements, but there could be some other stuff as well, like current state or problem statement or business objectives or goals and those kind of stuff. But what are we going to, how are we going to maintain, how are we going to retain, how are we going to, what are we going to do with the information that we collected from the stakeholders? That is the focus of requirements lifecycle management. So we get information which is from elicitation and collaboration knowledge area. We get that confirmed, and that confirmed elicitation results will then get converted into requirements and designs. That happens actually in the requirement analysis and design definition knowledge area. While we get the requirements and designs, we need to make sure to know if there is a dependency on one requirement to the other. What is the relationship between your requirements? how each requirement is being fulfilled, what test cases needs to be written, and what help is required for assessing the requirement changes, and how to get that approved. So that is where these tasks come into picture. So the first step, which is trace requirements, you are trying to establish what are the relationships that are existing between various requirements. Then you are going to get the requirements approved, including changes to the requirements approved. Then you are going to prioritize the requirements. The requirements should always be in the form of a prioritized list. You will allocate requirements to specific solution components. You will also maintain them for reuse of the requirement. Okay, let's look at backup. So, change, we evaluate the requirements and designs in requirement lifecycle management. You trace the requirements to the fundamental need or the problem or opportunity that we were trying to solve. Based on the impact of the requirement on the need, we prioritize the requirement, also maintain the requirements. We trace requirements to the solution and the solution components. We work very closely with the stakeholders. We make sure that the context is kept in mind. So, for example, is in certain regulatory projects, you might need to maintain more tighter traceability. We will learn what traceability in a minute. And then finally, we make sure that the requirements are maintained so that they deliver, we get the maximum value out of those requirements. Okay, so what are the inputs for all these tasks, which are requirements and design? So, requirements, basically, the focus is on the need, the representation of the need in the form of requirements, and designs, which is focused on the solution. They are the inputs into these 5 tasks: trace, maintain, prioritize, assess, and approve. Outputs are traced requirements, maintained requirements, and prioritized requirements and designs. Okay, let's first get into the first. Let's first take a look at the first task, which is trace requirements. What is the purpose of tracing requirements? So, the goal of tracing requirements is to make sure that we understand the relationships between the requirements, and at various levels, the requirements are linked to each other. We do this so that we can, if there are any changes, we can eh, manage the effects of those changes. The inputs for tracing requirements are requirements and designs. The outputs are traced requirements and traced designs. Okay, now there are a number of things that we need to cover here. So the first is forward traceability versus backward traceability. Then we have 4 different relationships between requirements. So before we get into the relationships, let's take a look at forward and backward traceability. Okay. Okay. Imagine you're working on a software development project for a bank to enhance their mobile banking application. So there are a number of different requirements. Okay. So the first requirement is to improve user experience. Okay. This is the business requirement. So the business requirement is improve user experience. What can be a corresponding stakeholder requirement? As a stakeholder, as a customer, I want to log into the app easily. That's a stakeholder requirement. Solution requirement: simplify the login process by adding a biometric authentication. So, a lot of phones currently can recognize your face. So, you use that for the app as well. So, solution component is the biometric authentication module. Test script is the biometric authentication test. For the same requirements, we are going to say, as a customer, I want to intuitively navigate the UI. What are they going to deal with here? So they are going to optimize the user interface for better readability and ease of use. So they create 2 UI enhancements package 1 and package 2. So there is a UI test which is written for that. Then they are going to introduce customizable. So in order to improve user experience as a customer, I want to analyze my spending. So I spend on different things, but I don't have a visibility of that analysis. So in order to do the analysis of spending, there is customizable spending insights dashboard, feed spending data from core banking system for spending insights. So spending insights dashboard and its test, data API from core banking and its test. Okay, so this is the third stakeholder requirement. Then there is a different goal, which is increase customer engagement. So guys, give me 2 minutes. I'll just be sorry about that. Okay, so increase customer engagement. As the marketing department, we need to provide customized offers to the customer. So add a feature for push notifications about special offers, right? You want to show targeted investment opportunities. So in-app investment advice. So that's another solution component. Enhance security and fraud prevention. Introduce two-factor authentication. Upgrade encryption protocols. Introduce real-time fraud detection and alerts to proactively protect customers. So these are some of the other features that are there. As you can see, each business requirement is broken down into multiple stakeholder requirements and sometimes multiple solution requirements. And for each solution requirement, there is a solution component which will satisfy the solution requirement and a test script that is going to validate the solution component. Okay, this kind of establishing a relationship from the various levels of requirements to including the solution component and the test script is called traceability. You are basically establishing relationships between different requirements at different levels. Okay, now when you go from a high level requirement to a low level requirement, that is called forward traceability. So for example, when you go from improve user experience to, as a customer, I want to log into the app easily, that is forward traceability. You are detailing out the requirement. Or to simplify login process by adding biometric authentication, that is forward traceability. The other question could be, why are you implementing the investment advice? Because we want to provide in-app investment advice. Why? Because as an investment department, we want to show targeted investment opportunities. Why? To increase customer engagement. That kind of a traceability from low level requirements to high level requirements is called backward traceability. Okay, so we covered traceability and forward and backward traceability. All right, so traceability is relationship between requirements. When it is from the high level to low level, it is forward traceability. It is low level to high level, it is backward traceability. Now, there are 4 different relationships that can be there between requirements. The first is derive. Derive is when, for example, a stakeholder requirement is derived from a business requirement, or a solution requirement is derived from a stakeholder requirement. Depend is when one requirement is dependent on another requirement. Okay. Satisfy is typically between solution component and solution requirements. The idea is that the solution component will satisfy the solution requirement. Validate is between the solution requirement and the test case. So basically, the test case will validate the solution requirement. So these are the 4 relationships that we have. Is that clear? Traceability? Okay, if it is clear, let me ask you a question. Why are we doing this? Why should you do traceability? We learned what is traceability. If you understood what is traceability, then my question to you is, why do we need traceability? What is the problem if we don't have traceability? to understand the requirements, to track the requirement changes as project moves, to understand the relationship between requirements, to have refined requirements. We may not get a proper outcome for accountability, to track and optimize resource time. Okay, I think some of you got at least parts of it correct. So, one reason why we do requirement traceability is for analyzing change impacts. Okay, so let's say we have a number of business requirements that are being satisfied by one solution component. If we were to make one change to that solution component, what are the different stakeholder solution and business requirements that are going to be impacted by that? What is the impact of you making what can be considered as a minor change to one part of the solution? The requirements traceability matrix will help you do that impact analysis much better, because you know all those requirements that are related to that specific component or that specific requirement in any shape or form. So that is one benefit, right? I think, okay, so that's one benefit. The other benefit is to make sure that we satisfy all the requirements, right? So if we have traceability, you should not have orphaned requirements. If you do not have orphaned requirements, that means that you have met all the requirements that are there. It can be other way around also. You should not be building things where there is no requirement, right? That's waste of money. So that is also something which you can make sure through requirement traceability. So that's the three reasons. So one is to ensure that in case of changes, we can analyze those changes very easily. Second is you can make sure that we have confidence that all the requirements are being met. And third is that we have confidence that all components have a requirements against which we are building the solution. Okay, excellent. So that's on requirements traceability. So we understand how to do traceability, what is traceability, what are the different types of relationships, and forward and backward traceability. All right, let's move on. The guidelines and tools. Obviously, the domain in which we are working on will impact traceability, so that domain knowledge can be useful. If you remember, in information management approach, we did mention traceability approach. Traceability approach is defined by the information management approach. Legal or regulatory information, there are certain environments where regulatory requirements are there, because of which you need to have very strict traceability implemented. And then in order to implement traceability, you might use tools like Jira, Gemma, etc., which will or ALM tools, etc., which will help you to implement the requirement traceability. Techniques that you can use are business rules analysis, functional decomposition, process modeling, and scope modeling. Stakeholders who will be involved in tracing are domain SME, implementation SME, op support, project manager, tester, customers, supplier, end user, and sponsor. Any of these stakeholder can be involved in tracing requirements. Okay, so that brings us to maintain requirements. Okay, so I think we mentioned this while we were speaking about business analysis information management, but to stress, any requirement that you identify during the business analysis activities needs to be managed and maintained until the solution is retired. Okay, so maintain requirements, the goal is to make sure that we put systems and structures in place that will make sure that the requirement is maintained until the retirement of the solution. Maintain accuracy and consistency of requirements and support reuse of requirements. That's the purpose of maintaining requirements. Input is requirements and design. Again, the outputs are maintained requirements and maintained designs. Maintain requirements. So we need to make sure that the requirements continue to be accurate. Their relationships are maintained. They are not outdated. What happens if you make a change to the system? You need to update those requirements and make sure that that's easily traceable, so that, like, let's say you build a system, you created the requirements, stored the requirements in a repository. After 2 years, there is a particular component that requires an enhancement. So that enhancement is completed by a team. If they do not accurately update the requirement repository, what happens is that the requirements and the solution will not be in sync. What that will result in is there will be difficulty in understanding how the solution is working. So that is where we need to make sure that the requirements are maintained accurately, so, and in a consistent fashion, including when there are changes to the solution. You need to also maintain the attributes. So we discussed about the different attributes that you can use along with the requirement. When you create a requirement, you don't just say, for example, as a customer, I want to enable the biometric login for my mobile app. That is not just the requirement. So you will maintain a number of other attributes along with the requirement. For example, source of the requirement. So the requirement came from the marketing team. So the marketing team is the source. Category, requested by, created date, updated date, priority, complexity, status, target rate, reusability, all these attributes we will maintain for the requirements. If you clearly maintain these attributes and label them, you can easily reuse the requirements in the future. Guidelines and tools that you can use for maintaining requirements are information management approach, which will tell you how to manage the requirements for reuse. Techniques that can be used: business rules analysis, use cases and scenarios, data flow diagrams, user stories, data modeling, and process modeling. This tells you which requirements are reusable. Document analysis will tell you about existing documents, which can then result in future reuse. And functional decomposition will identify the specific requirements and associated components that can be reused. Stakeholders involved in maintaining are domain SME, ops support team, tester, and regulators. Okay, so that's on maintaining requirements. So we need to make sure that the requirements are correctly maintained and the attributes are also accurately maintained, and then ensure that they are used in a reusable fashion. Okay, next we come to prioritize requirements. What do you understand by prioritization? Tell me, what is your understanding by prioritization? Which feature is most important, which has a value? Yeah, okay. Aligning requirements to see what comes first, which is the most important task to pick in the project. Yeah, so if you take a step back, so obviously we are talking about requirements, but if you take a step back, we have to prioritize about pretty much everything in our life, isn't it? Like, you could prioritize to probably sleep or to watch on a Saturday morning, right? Or you could prioritize to attend a training that will increase your value in the jobs market, right? So that is a prioritization that you do. If you are a government, you need to decide whether you want to prioritize building a road, building a power plant, or doing something else. So every organization, every individual has to do a number of prioritizations on an ongoing basis. Okay, the same thing applies. The reason why we have to prioritize is resources are limited. Like, if we had unlimited time, we could do whatever we wanted, right? But we don't have unlimited time. Everybody has only 24 hours in a day. So we need to decide at every point in time what to do. And that should reflect our own prioritization in terms of our own goals, right? So, for example, if my primary goal is to get fitter, I should allocate sufficient time, energy, and money for activities related to that. Say maybe a gym membership, or maybe buying good ingredients and cooking. If my priorities is to become an expert business analyst, I should spend time, energy, resources in learning the skills, knowledge that is required for me to become that, right? If I want to become an excellent football player, I want to spend, again, time, money, resources, everything to become that. Now, the point is, none of these inherently has value, right? Like I might spend my morning, learning about different types of traceability. Somebody else might um, learn about how to play football. It is not that one is better than the other. It is simply that, given the goal of becoming a footballer, it is important that you prioritize that. Given the goal of becoming a business analyst, it is important that you prioritize that. The reason why I'm trying to tell you this is because when you are trying to do prioritization, every feature might seem important, but that is not the goal. The goal is, okay, what is the business goal that you are trying to address? Like if you take the Unilever case, right? The goal, the employee might like to get the food delivered in 10 minutes, but that is not the goal, right? The goal is organizational avoidance of wastage and increased productivity, right? That is the goal. So you should prioritize those requirements that are valuable from a business perspective. So prioritization is basically that task where you agree with your stakeholders what is the relative importance of your requirements in relation to other requirements, right? So you have, let's say, 10 requirements. Which of those have the highest importance compared to the rest of the requirements? So the inputs into prioritization are requirements and design. The output are prioritized requirements and prioritized designs. Okay, now we will go through each of these factors one by one. What do you understand by benefit? Which feature is most important, which has a value? What do you understand by benefit? So, a benefit is the positive value that you are likely to gain by implementing a requirement. Okay. So, for example, if we were to implement the canteen order delivery system for Unilever successfully, it would result in reduction in wastage of food. That is a benefit, right? That you will basically gain by implementing it. Or employees in your company will save 30 minutes on an average that they otherwise would have spent waiting for food, right? So that is a benefit. Okay. The second factor that you will take into, okay, so what do we mean by a factor? If you have two requirements, one with a higher benefit, you are likely to prioritize the one with the higher benefit, right? So, and benefit is the positive outcome or positive value that you will gain by implementing a requirement. Penalty, on the other hand, is something that is a negative value that you will pay if you do not implement the requirement. Okay. The best example that I always use is, if you do not if you do not so in India there was a recent regulation which was that all credit card issuers need to maintain the data of their customers within the borders of India. If they do not comply with that within a certain period of time, they can no longer issue cards in India. So they will lose the customers, right? So that is an example where you need to implement that, because there is a penalty if you do not implement that, right? Another example would be, if you do not adhere to, so the best example for penalty would be, if you do not adhere to the traffic law rules, you will end up paying a fine, right? That is an example of a penalty. If you do not, attend classes for a particular course, sometimes what happens is that they might not let you sit for the exam, right? So these are examples of a penalty. So if you do not manage, or if you do not implement certain requirements, you are going to have a negative impact on you by way of penalty. You have to pay a fine or a penalty. Then there is cost, the next factor. So cost is the money that you are going to spend to implement the feature. again, other factors being the same, a higher cost requirement will be lower prioritized, right? There is an inverse relationship. Okay, you need to understand the risk of your requirement. If there is high risk for your requirement, it is not a wise idea to prioritize it. You need to understand the dependencies. If you have two requirements, okay, requirement A and requirement B, and requirement B is dependent on requirement A, what should be your priority? Requirement A or requirement B? Everything else is the same. You have requirement A and you have requirement B. B is dependent on requirement A. If you do not implement requirement A, you cannot implement requirement B. So obviously requirement A has to be prioritized. You cannot prioritize requirement B above requirement A because that will not work, right? So dependencies is something which else that we need to take into consideration. Then you have time sensitivity. Certain things needs to be done either because of, again, regulatory requirements or because of market pressures in a time sensitive manner. Okay, so the best example is when COVID-19 happened in 2020. A lot of people, I mean, everybody, everywhere it was locked down, so people were spending more time at home and they had to be entertained. So entertained, so they used to watch whatever Netflix, Amazon Prime, Sony Live, or whatever, Apple TV, whatever streaming services were there, their usage started to increase. So there was a demand on these applications to scale up their ability to support the number of users, right? So that was time sensitive. If they did it after 3 years, then things went back to normal. If they could do it immediately in the next 3 months or 2 months, then that would result in higher market share. Okay, then you have stability, which is your requirement being stable, meaning your requirement is not changing much anymore. More stable requirements are prioritized higher. Then you have regulatory or policy compliance. So those are absolutely mandatory. If you do not meet them, you cannot carry on with your business. So those needs to be absolutely prioritized as well. Okay, so those are the 8 possible factors that we can take into consideration for prioritization. And then the challenges are, it is often difficult to find out the relative value. What if something has a lot of value and very high cost, something else has very low value and a very low cost? It's often difficult to decide which one to prioritize, and your stakeholders will disagree heavily on prioritization. So it's something that you need to learn to manage with your stakeholders and force them to not tell you that everything is a priority. You will hear this, everything is a priority. That's not going to happen, right? You need to force rank so that things have different priorities and you can prioritize effectively. And prioritization is an ongoing process. Before we jump on to guidelines and tools, I'll take a look at this Carl Wegner's relative weighting process and we will see an example, and then we can move to the other bits, right? So the way you can prioritize requirements is you take the benefit, penalty, cost, and risk, assign weights to each of these, and then you use this formula where you say benefit plus penalty divided by cost plus risk, and this will give you a value. That value, the higher the value, the higher the priority is. Okay. Okay, you have a list of 9 requirements here. Okay, so you can see I have assigned in a scale of 1 to 9 benefit, cost, penalty, and risk, right? So for example, if you implement the biometric authentication, the benefit is very high but the penalty is very low. The cost is medium, 6, and the risk is okayish. So when you do the calculation, you get a value. So this is basically your benefit plus penalty divided by cost plus risk. Similarly, you do this for every value and you can see this is the one which has the highest value. So that will be the number one. Sorry, this is the one that has the highest value. So this has the highest value. Then you have this, which is the second priority. Then you have this, which is the third priority, so on and so forth. Okay. You have the same. What do you do when you get items that have the same rating. No, even when you have the same rating for one or two factors, you will still have other factors to determine, right? So, for example, let's say there are two changes that has the same benefit, but one has a higher cost than other. So obviously, we will prioritize the one with the lower cost. There might be one where you might have the same cost, but one has a bigger benefit, like that. It is highly unlikely that you have the same benefit, risk, cost, penalty, and benefit. But if that is the case, obviously both of them are of equal priority, right? But then there might be other factors, like if one is regulatory compliance, that might get prioritized. If one is more stable, that might get prioritized. So it is unlikely that all the 8 factors that we just saw in the slide are going to have the exact same priority, Priscilla. Okay, so that is the prioritization. Guidelines and tools, we try and understand the business constraints. We will look at the change strategy. So, whatever is more aligned to the strategy, higher priority. Domain knowledge, we need to understand the domain for effective prioritization. Governance approach will tell you the prioritization approach that we are going to follow. Requirements architecture, the requirement tools and solution scope. These are the guidelines and tools that you can use for prioritization. Then you have a list of techniques that you can use: backlog management, interviews, business cases, workshops, decision analysis, risk analysis and management, estimation, item tracking, financial analysis, and prioritization. So these are the techniques that you can use for prioritizing requirements. So we already saw this formula. Now let's take a look at backlog management and what it is. Okay, so this is more commonly used in the adaptive methodology, or in the agile methodology, or in modern product management methodologies. Basically, what happens is you create a backlog of requirements. Every time when someone create a new requirement, it goes into the backlog. So the backlog would typically contain user stories, change requests, defects, maintenance requests, even documentation requests will go into a backlog. In the backlog, what we'll then do is to do an estimation and a prioritization. An estimation would basically tell you how much effort is required in order to complete one particular backlog item. And then, based on estimation, you will, and the benefit and the other factors that we discussed, we will prioritize the backlog so that the highest priority items are on top. Okay. And then what we do is we pick up items from the backlog and then we implement. As we pick up highest priority items from the top of the backlog, the next priority items will move up to the highest priority item. At the same time, this is a live thing. So there will be new requests that will come through, which needs to be assessed and added into the backlog at an appropriate priority. So at any point, you will have a backlog of items, and the highest priority items from the backlog will be at the top of the backlog. Those top of the backlog items will be picked up and implemented, and then the next highest priority items will move to the top of the backlog. In between, at any point in time, there could be new request that is coming through, which needs to be added into the backlog. So you need to decide where in the backlog they go depending on the priority. It is not that old items are priority. It is new items can be higher priority than anything that is there, depending on the factors that we discussed. So you will put that in the backlog at an appropriate priority and will then be managed accordingly. So the backlog is something which will record, track, and prioritize the remaining work items for a team or for a product. The items at the top typically have the highest priority. Backlog management is deciding when to include an item there. How are we going to describe each item? How are you going to track it? How frequently are you going to review that and make decisions? How are you going to select items from the backlog, and how do you remove items from the backlog? Okay, so that takes us to the next technique, which is estimation. Okay, what do you understand by estimation? Effort to build the feature, timeline. Okay, budget or cost. Okay, sprint size. Sprint size is not estimation actually. It's often fixed, isn't it? So, estimation by itself is when you are trying to approximately identify or forecast a certain value in the future. Okay. So, it can be cost, it can be time, it can be effort, depending on the scenario. I'll start with a very simple example, right? Let's say you want to clear the CBAP exam by IIBA. Okay, you want to know how much time it will take in order for you to clear CBAP exam by IIBA. So how will you do that? You will do an estimation, right? Now we will look at the different ways of doing that estimation. Based on your estimation, then you decide, okay, it will take me around 6 months to complete the CBAP certification. So that is an example of estimation. Okay. Another example of estimation could be, let's say you want to become proficient in proficient in business analysis using artificial intelligence tools. Okay. So based on, so you do some analysis in the market, what are the tools that I need to learn, what are the techniques I need to learn, what are the concepts I need to learn, what kind of certification I need. You understand all those things, and then you come up with an estimation that it will take me 2 years in order for me to do that, reach that level of proficiency as a BA using AI tools and techniques. So these kind of forecasting things in the future, especially measurements in the future, based on information that is available to you today, is called estimation. Typically, estimation is applicable for cost, effort, and timelines. Okay. Why do you do estimation? You do estimation to support decision making. So, for example, let's say you have two features or two requirements. You need to prioritize one of them. In order to prioritize one of them, you need to know both the benefit and the cost of each of those requirements. Correct. At the very minimum, there are other things that can also impact your prioritization, but at the very minimum, you should know what is the benefit and the cost of each of those requirements. How can you do that? You will have to do an estimation of the benefits and the estimation of the cost. Okay. Another example could be, you want to buy a car, right? Now you want to decide between two options. How do? You estimate the cost involved in it, and you also estimate the benefit that you're going to get from it. So that way you will be able to make decisions. So estimations generally support decision making, and it will also communicate assumptions and constraints. So you, when you estimate, for example, let's say when you are estimating the time that it will take you to clear CBAP exam, let's say you are making an assumption that for the next 6 months you are able to spend at least 3 hours a day, 2 hours a day for the next 6 months. So that is the assumption, right? If you are not able to do that, then that will become a constraint, right? So estimation is the process, iterative process of forecasting effort and time and cost in the future, while calling out the assumptions and the constraints that might be there in order to support future decision making. There are a number of different ways in which you can perform estimation. So the first one is top down. Again, sticking with our CBAP example, let's say you want to prepare for CBAP exam. So what you can do is you go and talk to a few people who has cleared CBAP exam. It took them 5 months, 6 months, whatever. You basically look at their learning ability and you say, okay, I can also do that same. So it will take me around 6 to 7 months. So that is a top down approach. Basically, you look at the overall thing, compare it with something which is comparable, and then you arrive at the estimation. That is a top down approach. Or you can follow a bottom up approach. When you are doing a bottom up approach, what you do is you will basically look at each element of it separately, right? So you will look at, okay, it will take me around 6 weeks to read Babok in depth, top to bottom, completely. Okay. Then it will take me another 6 weeks to attend a training. So that's 12 weeks. But then I need to do 3 revisions of 3 weeks each, where I go through the Babok again to revise upon my concepts. So that's another 9 weeks. So in total, it will take me 21 weeks in order to complete the CBAP exam, right? So that's the bottom up approach where you take individual components, estimate them individually, and then add those together, and that provides you the, the total estimate. That's the bottom up approach. Then you have the parametric estimation. Okay. So in parametric estimation, what you do is you will depend on past data. So let's say you have the details of CBAP preparation of thousands of people in the past. Okay. So they basically did each component separately. For each component, they have given the time it took them in detail. So you take that number and then you use that in order to perform your estimation. That is called parametric estimation. Then you have rough order of magnitude, which is when you again, okay, this looks like 6 months of effort to me based on past experience. Okay, so that is rough order of magnitude. Then you have rolling wave, where you estimate immediate things more accurately. So according to you, it takes you 6 weeks to go through Babok, but CBAP is 6 to 9 months. You do not know exactly how much. So your confidence level is much more accurate in the near term. Okay. Then you have the Delphi estimate, where you will again use in Delphi estimate. What you do is you gather anonymous estimates from multiple experts, and then you use that to arrive at a final consensus by discussion. So initially, when they provide the estimate, it will be it will be anonymous. Then you have discussions at the end of which you will come up with the final estimate. We will discuss 3-point estimation in a bit. Okay, so these are the estimation techniques that we discussed. Hopefully, you can see my screen. First is top down. So we start with a very high level view of the project and break it into chunks and assign estimates. So, for example, for a hospital management system, the entire project is 12 months. So they break it down: patient registration for 3 months, billing for 4 months, pharmacy 5 months, so on and so forth. So the high level or top down estimation is used when we want to have a very quick view of the project estimates without having a high level of accuracy, but we are okay. So there are two things that you need to bear in mind. So first is how quickly you want to get the estimate. Second is how accurately you want to get the estimate. You use top down estimate when you want a quick estimate, but you are okay with lower accuracy. Okay. You use bottom up estimation when you want a high level of accuracy, but you are okay if you don't get it quickly. So it will take a little bit more time for you to produce a bottom up estimate and then estimate each of them separately and then aggregate the whole thing together. Then you have parametric estimation. Now, parametric estimation will give you very highly reliable estimate. But the problem is you cannot use parametric estimation unless you have historical data. So organizations where people log the time that they spend on each task will be able to do parametric estimation. Most organizations don't do this, and they don't do this in a sufficient breadth of things. So it is highly specialized. Only in a handful of scenarios can you actually use parametric estimate. Okay. So for example, if you are a company that develops reports, and typically a report take 10 hours and we need 15 reports, the time taken is 150 hours. Something like this is what they do. Another example is it typically takes 100 hours to write 1,000 lines of code. So if you in the new total effort involved is 1,000 man hours, something like that. Rolling wave is used when you are okay with high levels of precision in the immediate delivery, but the overall delivery is the accuracy you are okay to give up. Okay. Finally, Delphi technique is when you have access to multiple people with expert judgment, they will provide different estimates. So those estimates will be initially anonymous, and then they discuss it to converge at a final, what you call final estimate. Okay, so that's estimation. We will continue estimation again tomorrow, because we need to cover PERT and CPM. So we need to cover the different ways of estimating using 3-point averages. So we will continue it tomorrow. But for now, we will stop this here. So the next is top down versus bottom up. So in top down, we do what is known as an analogous estimation and expert judgment. So based on this other project that I have done, which took 6 months, I think that this should take 8 months. So this is very fast. We can get the estimate done very quickly. We don't need to do any decomposition. We will see what is decomposition. Decomposition is when you split the work down into smaller components in detail. It is easy and less costly. If the projects are of a similar nature, it is always a good idea to perform this kind of an analysis. So I have done this project in the past, where what we do is we have a tool which we developed and deployed for one country, and then the next set of tasks is to roll this out to other locations or other countries, right? If you're talking about multinational firms, so this is one of the major work that BAs assist with, which is to roll out the same tool in multiple countries. So once you have done it for a country, you have an idea how much time it takes, and if the other country is in terms of market size, i.e., the amount of business that you do for the second country is comparable to the first country, then you have a very easy way of estimating based on how much time it took you for the first one. So it literally takes no time. You can literally lift and shift the project plan that you created for the first country. So that's where if you have comparable projects, it's a very good estimation technique. The problem is that it is going to be very much a ballpark estimation. It's not very accurate. It requires you to have familiarity with other projects that are similar. Whereas bottom up is when you use things like 3-point, parametric, or analogous estimation, but this will have relatively higher accuracy. You break the project down into smaller chunks and you estimate each of that, and then you aggregate that together. Because we are doing like that, it will take a lot more time and cost, and you need to spend time to understand what is it that you are actually doing, even at the beginning of the implementation, because at that point you don't know. Like if you, you are talking about, say for example, your canteen order management system for Unilever, right? There you have a very high level idea of what needs to be done, but you cannot estimate in a bottom up manner using that information. So you need to spend some time to understand with the stakeholders what are some of the details behind it, break down each requirement into probably a little bit more detailed scope, and that is when you will do the estimation. So it would require more definition before you can perform the requirement. So at a high level, there are two types of requirements. One is top down, which is when you look at the overall project, compare it to something that you have done in the past, and then come up with an estimate. The second is bottom up, where you break down the project into small chunks, as small as possible, and then you estimate each of them. Now, when you estimate each of them, you might still use an analogous estimation where you compare it with some work that you have done in the past, or you use other techniques like 3-point or Delphi or parametric, and then you sum all these estimates together. That will give you the overall estimate for the project. Okay, hopefully that's clear. Moving on, Okay, so this is something that we will discuss slightly in a bit of a detail. So 3-point average and PERT estimation. So there are two quantitative estimation techniques that you can use. The first is called a 3-point average. The other is called PERT estimation. 3-point average is also called triangular distribution. The PERT estimation is also called beta distribution or double triangular distribution. How do you do the estimation in 3-point and PERT? Let's look at 3-point first. In both 3-point and PERT, you need three estimations. First is optimistic, second is most likely, and pessimistic. So optimistic is your best case estimate. Pessimistic is your worst case estimate. So let's take the example of our CBAP preparation. So let's say most likely it is going to take us 6 months. But optimistically, we can complete that in 4 months. But pessimistically, let's say a lot of stuff happen in your work and in your life in general. In that scenario, it could even go to 8 months. So you could have a optimistic estimate of 4 months, a most likely estimate of 6 months, and a pessimistic estimate of 8 months, right? In this scenario, what you do for 3-point average is literally take the average of the three. So 4 plus 6 plus 8 divided by 3. So that will give you 6 months. So that is the 3-point average estimation of that scenario. Now, in PERT, on the other hand, you will use slightly different technique, which is you take the most likely estimate, multiply it by 4. So you take 6, which is our most likely estimate, multiply it by 4. So that gives you 24. Then you add the optimistic and pessimistic. So you add 8 plus 4. So that gives you 36. Then you divide it by 6 instead of by 3. So because you are multiplying it by 4, you divide it by 6. So in this, the example that I gave you, you will get the same result because it's because of the way the numbers are. But if you take the example that you have on the slide, optimistic is 3 days, most likely is 5 days, and pessimistic is 10 days. Okay, so when you do a 3-point average estimation, you get an average estimate of 6 days. Whereas when you do a PERT estimation, it becomes 5.5. So if you take 5 and multiply it by 4, 20, 20 plus 10, 30, 30 plus 3, 33, 33 divided by 6 is 5.5. So as you can see, it's slightly different from your 3-point average. The formulas is simply something that you just need to follow so that you get the calculation completed. Okay, so the reason we do the difference is basically a PERT estimation gives slightly more emphasis to the most likely scenario. Now, in the PERT estimation, you can also calculate the standard deviation. So for that, what you do is you find the difference between the pessimistic and optimistic numbers, and you divide it by 6. That gives you the standard deviation of the estimate. So one standard deviation change in this estimate will be 1.167 days, right? So that's the standard deviation for the estimate. Okay, now you have parametric and rolling wave estimation. So parametric estimation is probably the most accurate way of identifying the estimate. In parametric estimate, what happens is you break down your effort or your work or whatever you are estimating into really small parameters, and you estimate each parameter based on what was traditionally historical data that is available with you, and then you estimate one parameter, and then based on the number of parameters that you have, you will arrive at the estimate. So I gave you this example yesterday where, let's say you define a parameter as 1,000 lines of code. Okay, and for each project, what you will then do is try and figure out how many lines of code will it take you to complete that project. Let's say for a particular project, you realize that it is 10,000 lines of code. Now what you do is you look at the past projects where, in order to write an average 1,000 line of code, how much time it took. let's say for 1000 line of code, it is 10 man days of work, right? 10 man days of work. So if you have 10,000 lines of code, then the estimate will be 100 man days of work. Now the problem is that every time when you do that estimate and then you execute the project, the actual time that you took, let's say you said 100, so let's say you said 10,000 lines of code and then you said 100 days. In fact, you had 11,000 lines of code and you completed it in 100 days. That information will feed back into the system. So when the next time when you try to do the analysis, that also will be included in the calculation of the historical data. As you can see, it requires complex tools for you to maintain your historical data, which tells you how much time it took you to complete each parameter, right? The benefit is it's very accurate. It provides a risk reduction, and it is based on historical information. But it will take a lot of time, require expensive tools. It requires some experience to perform the parametric estimation, right? And then you have the rolling wave estimation, which is basically where you use rough order of magnitude, which is an approximate estimation for the overall project or initiative, but you will estimate the immediate release, let's say phase one of a release, more accurately. So the immediate activities or the immediate deliverables will have high level of accuracy, but in the longer duration will have lower accuracy. So that's about estimation. Is it clear for everybody? Okay, question time. So let's say you are doing a project and the optimistic timeline for completing the project is let's say 20 weeks. Okay, 20 weeks. Then the most likely is 45 weeks, and the pessimistic is 50 weeks. Okay, can you tell me what would be the 3-point average? And first let me what will be the 3-point average. Okay, so the answer is 38.33. It is simply an average, which is you add all these three numbers and divide by 3. I see a couple of you got 35. I'm not sure what went wrong. Did you hear the numbers wrong or something like that? It's 20, 45, and 50. So if you take the sum of all the three, you will get 115. You divide it by 3, you will get 38.33. Okay. Now, okay. So now let's look at PERT. If you were to do a PERT estimation, what will be the estimate? 20 is optimistic, 45 is most likely, 50 is pessimistic. Okay, I think everybody got 41.66. So basically 4 into 45 plus 50 plus 20 divided by 6, that will give you 41.66. Okay, great. So now you are comfortable with the estimation. So we will move on to the next technique, which is prioritization. Okay, so in this technique, we will basically come up with a framework for the BAs to help stakeholders identify the relative importance of the requirements or business analysis information, so that they can effectively do the prioritization, right? So there are a number of criteria that we discussed, things like value or benefit, risk, penalty, difficulty of implementation, all those kind of stuff. Let's look at how the prioritization approaches will work. So the first is grouping. This is when we group similar set of features or similar set of requirements into a priority group. So for example, you could have critical or blocker, that's one priority group, high, medium, and low. Okay, so critical or blocker means it absolutely has to be implemented. High means that it has high priority. Medium means that it has medium priority, and low means that it has low priority, right? That's one way of categorizing into grouping. Another one which is increasingly becoming common, I think I referred to it in some parts previously. This is one which is this is an agile prioritization technique. It is called MOSCO. MOSCO stands for must have, should have, could have, and won't have. Right? So you can categorize requirements into must have, should have, could have, and won't have. So again, these are groupings, right? So if you have 10 requirements, 2 might be must have, 3 might be should have, 3 might be could have, and the remaining could be won't have, right? So that's the grouping of requirements. The second is you can have ranking of requirements. Ranking is when all the requirements you are ranking from, let's say, 1 to whatever n. Let's say if you have 10 requirements, every requirement will have a number associated with it, which is from 1 to 10. Basically, the idea is the one with the number 1 or rank 1 will be the one which will be implemented first. Okay, so that's ranking. The next is based on time boxing. So you might also prioritize requirements as sprint 1, sprint 2, sprint 3. So the reason why we do this is, let's say you have defined a priority, but you can complete priority 1. But if you complete priority 1, you will not be able to do priority 2 or priority 3 in that same sprint because you don't have the capacity. So okay, so let me start again, right? So when we are implementing in adaptive or agile way of implementation, you will implement it in fixed iteration. So typical fixed iteration is called a sprint. Okay, so you take a set of requirements, that requirements will become what is known as your sprint backlog. So you had an original backlog, which is all the requirements that you had to implement. You take a few of those requirements and you say we will implement this in the first sprint. The first sprint will be the first 2 weeks of your project. So in that first sprint, you have a limited amount of capacity. Let's say you have a team of 10 people, right? So 10 people effectively can work for what? So let's say if you assume one person works for like 8 hours in a day, in 2 weeks, so one person will work what, 80 hours? And if there are 10 people, you have 800 hours of possible work that can be done, correct? Now the problem is, let's say your priority 1 will take 500 hours to do, and your priority 2 will take 400 hours to do. So that will basically increase your overall implementation to 900 hours. That is not possible to complete in 2 weeks. So what do? You basically look for priority 3, priority 4, etc., where you can find something which can be done in 300 hours. So let's say priority 4 can be completed in 400 hours, sorry, 300 hours. So what that would result in is you pick priority 1 and priority 4 in sprint 1. So this becomes a different prioritization, which is you are clubbing things together based on when you are going to do it or what time you are going to do it. So your priority will be sprint 1, sprint 2, sprint 3, right? So these are 3 different ways in which you can prioritize your requirements. When you are prioritizing, it obviously involves a lot of negotiations with your stakeholders, because you might be implementing features that are relevant for different stakeholders, and those stakeholders might not agree. So for example, you might be implementing a feature for HR and another feature for operations. Now operations might want their item to be prioritized and HR might want their item to be prioritized, and there will always be a negotiation between them. Okay, let me show you an example of, I think we looked at this yesterday, but I will kind of show that again so that you are very clear as to what are these criteria. Okay, so let's say you have these 9 requirements. So you say critical, high, medium, high, low, critical, low, medium. So this is grouping, right? So you took the entire set of requirements and then you grouped them, right? Ranking is when you say 1, 2, 3, 4, sorry, let's say 2, sorry, my bad. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Which one did I miss? Okay, so you get the idea, right? So this is, I think I missed another high one, but that's fine. So this is basically ranking. This is grouping. This is ranking. So high would be 5, 6 becomes 7, 7 becomes 8, and 8 becomes 9. So this is ranking. Then what could basically happen is you could have sprint 1. So this is time boxing. Sprint 1, you cannot pick 2, so you're going to pick sprint this one, okay, and then sprint 2, and then this one also sprint 2. Then you have sprint 3 and 3, 3, 4. Okay, so this is time boxing. Okay, so these are the 3 different implementations. So the point which I was trying to drive home is that ideally you would expect this item, which is rank 2 or which is also critical, to be implemented in sprint 1. But if you do not have capacity, it is possible that you might pick something else. Okay, so that is the idea of prioritization. You can use grouping, ranking, or time boxing as the case may be. Hopefully that is clear. Can you please explain part 1? Okay, sure, I'll do that. I think I have an example somewhere here. Okay, so you take this example, right? So you take optimistic as 30, you take most likely as 35, and you take pessimistic as 45. Okay, now if you take the PERT calculation, what you do is you take 35 and multiply by 4, then you add the more optimistic and the pessimistic, and then you divide the entire thing by 6. So in other words, you take the most likely by multiply that by 4, then you add the optimistic and the pessimistic estimations. So that will give you a number. That number you divide by 6, that gives you the PERT estimation. So basically, you are going to be more closely aligned to most likely. You're giving slightly more weightage to most likely. Whereas in 3-point average, you are simply taking the average of these 3 numbers, right? Which is sum those numbers and divide by 3. So that's basically PERT and 3-point average. Which technique, grouping, ranking, time boxing, is used in which type of projects? So when you initially start getting requirements, you most of the times use grouping. You don't typically do ranking unless you have to do in group differentiation. And then when you are creating a plan, that time you might use time boxing, because that is when the reality of how much you can implement the how much you can implement will come into question. So in your sprint planning, you are likely to use time boxing if you are implementing in an agile fashion. But typically for all other prioritizations, you almost always use some sort of grouping. It could be either critical, high, medium, low, or it could be must have, should have, could have, won't have. Very rarely will you use ranking. It's always multiplied by 4 with most likely. That is correct, Vidya. It is always multiply with the most likely with the number 4. So you can see that you are dividing by 6. So if you take an average, you are basically adding the 3 numbers and then dividing by 3. When you are adding that 4, so 4 on most likely plus 1, so that is 6. So that is basically you are taking an average only. It is just that for the most likely one, you are giving a slightly higher weightage. Okay, so most likely, basically what PERT is telling you is that most likely is more likely to be correct. So that's where you are multiplying it by 4, and it is always by 4. Why we multiply by 4 to most likely and divide the whole sum by 6 in PERT? Now there is obviously the PERT, the estimation is a more detailed topic, so that's beyond our scope. I mean, if you are interested in project management, you can learn about that in detail. There are there is an entire research etc behind it. There is quantitative techniques etc. So we won't basically cover the the details of why you are taking an average or why you are multiplying with 4, all those kind of stuff, Mahendra. For our purposes, as a business analyst, all you need to do, all you need to know is this is the formula that you need to know, that you need to use in order to do a PERT estimation, and it is supposed to be more accurate. The PERT estimation is more accurate than the 3-point average estimation, and this is how you perform that calculation. That will suffice from our perspective. So item tracking is one of the simplest techniques to use. In this technique, what you are going to do is you are going to identify some things that we need to track throughout your business analysis activities, in fact throughout your project. So it could be that you want to raise a new risk to the project manager. It could be that you want to speak with another team to understand a particular process in detail. It could be that your stakeholder needs to review your business requirement document. Could be that you need to send out the business requirements document to a new stakeholder for their review. So each of these actions or each of these details that we capture during business analysis activities, you will capture them in a log that is called item tracking, right? So that log will have uh, some or all of these fields. So it will have an item identifier. So you typically assign a number, who identified it, who came up with this issue or with this action or with this risk or dependency or whatever, who is it assigned to, what is a summary, what is the impact, what category is in, what priority is it in, what is the status, is it open or closed, when are we expecting this to be completed, when was it identified, who is the owner. So all this information we can capture, and that is basically called item tracking. So item tracking will look like this. So number 1, dependency on specification from system X. You can provide a more detailed description. The owner is BA. The next update is whenever that is. Resolution date is whatever that is, and priority is high. So let's say there is another action item, which is, let's say, review the BRD and provide sign off. This will be by domain SME. So let's say he's expected to do that by 31st of March. Now the next update would be something like 8th of March, and the resolution date is 31st of March. This is critical, I say. So this kind of a log where you have multiple items assigned to various different people, with the more, it could have more fields as well, but I just wanted to show you how this will look like. So that's item tracking. Okay, so that with that, our techniques for prioritization are over. The stakeholders who are involved in prioritizing requirements are customer, end user, implementation SME, project manager, regulator, and sponsor. So these will be the stakeholders who are involved for prioritizing requirements. Okay, so what did we learn in prioritization? In prioritization is the rank of, or the relative value of each of the requirement or feature that we are planning to deliver. In order to arrive at the prioritization, we need to take into consideration one of those 8 factors: benefit, penalty, cost, risk, regulatory compliance, stability, dependencies, so on and so forth. Once we identify those. You will agree with stakeholders what the priority is. You can use the prioritization technique where we can either group, rank, or time box the requirements. We can use in any issue that you identify during prioritization, we can track it using item tracking. We looked at estimation. So prioritization often involves estimation. We learned some of the techniques for estimation: top down, bottom up, parametric, Delphi, random, rough order of magnitude, rolling wave. And then we also learned about PERT and 3-point average. Okay, so that's on prioritization. We will move on to assess requirements change. Okay, so let's say you created a set of requirements, you shared it with your stakeholders, the stakeholders reviewed it and they signed it off. Okay, so we have already defined a process for the requirements approval in the governance approach. So the requirement is approved. Now, once the requirement is approved, there is a new ask or a new request from one of your stakeholders that I want to change a particular requirement, or I want to add a new requirement into the set of requirements that you have. The question that we are going to answer in this particular task, which is assess requirements changes, is what happens when somebody requests a change in requirement or design. Okay, so let's look at it. So the purpose of, or the goal of this task is to evaluate what is going to happen when somebody requests a change in requirements or designs. We have to evaluate the impact or implications of those change requests. So what are the inputs? The inputs are the proposed changes and the existing designs and the existing requirements. The output is what is known as a change assessment. So that is for both the requirements as well as for the designs. We will perform a change assessment for the proposed changes. Okay, so depending on whether you follow a traditional approach or a adaptive or a agile approach, i.e., depending on whether we follow a predictive or an adaptive approach, we will perform this in a more or less formal fashion. Traditionally, when we were using the more predictive approaches or the more waterfall approaches, we used to conduct change requests in a more formal fashion. So it had to follow a certain flow chart where somebody create a new change request that is reviewed by somebody, the impact is identified, the impact is then mentioned in the change assessment, then that change is being reviewed by some sort of a board or an individual who will then make a decision whether to go ahead with the change or not. But with adaptive approaches being in place, the question is not around the acceptance of the change itself. It is more around the priority and scheduling of the change. What does that mean? So I spoke about a product backlog that I have of 100 different requirements, correct? Now, let's say somebody wants to raise 101 requirement. They don't have to basically go through an entire change control process because we follow an adaptive approach. What they need to do is a prioritization approach where they need to then decide where in that 101 item list will their new requirement fit. Are they going to go to the top of the list? Are they going to go to the bottom of the list, or somewhere in between? That is where the change assessment happens and that decisioning take place in a more adaptive setting. Okay, now the other element is the impact analysis. So you were implementing a change. Let's say we are implementing our canteen order management system. When the canteen order management system is being built, let's say some additional change is being asked. Let's say the canteen staff wants to maintain their inventory in it. Okay, let's say that is added on to the scope. Now when that is added on to the scope, that will obviously result in an impact, right? So we need to understand what is the impact to the benefit. Is the benefit going to increase? Is the benefit going to decrease? What is the impact to the cost? Is the cost going to increase? Is the cost going to decrease? What is the impact to the schedule? Are we going to be delayed or are we going to be early? So what is the urgency. So all these impacts we will analyze, and based on that impact we might propose one of the three things. So the changes are approved or rejected or deferred, and the impact resolution is then communicated to the stakeholders. For example, I'll give you an example, right? So I am running another product where we have a set of book of work for 2026. So we know what we are going to do for 2026. Now there is, due to some changes, there is a new change that is required, which has been raised as critical. Now we looked at it and then we came up with three different options. So the first option is that we continue with the current process. That will cost us certain amount of money. That will cost us a lot of money. The second option is that we make a change this year. That would mean that we have to incur an additional cost, not as much as the first option. The first option, let's say it is in the range of $500,000 US. The second option is more like $50,000 US. Okay, so the second option doesn't require as much as funding as the first one, but still requires an impact on cost, right? We need additional cost. The third option is we don't do anything this year. Before we go to the third option, the second option has another impact, which is if we go ahead with the second impact, we won't get additional money. So we have a certain amount of money that is allocated to us for 2026. So there is a set of things that we have agreed to do for 2026. So we need to remove one item from it and squeeze this new item for 50,000 in it, right? So that is the second option. The third option is that we have to defer the second option to the next year. So that means we don't have to let go of anything that we have agreed to do this year. We will do that next year. So these are the options that we have. So somebody will have to make that decision. So there is a governance forum which will make the decision. It could be that we go ahead with I don't see they approving 500,000 instead of 50,000. So that's probably not going to happen. But the 50,000 they will likely to go ahead with. The only question is whether we will do it. We'll do it this year or next year, depending on if the business is okay to do this activity manually for the rest of 2026. Then it makes sense to do it in 2027, where we can request for new funding and all those kind of stuff. So these are some of the impact decisions or change assessment decisions that we take on a regular basis when you are implementing projects. Okay, let's look at the guidelines and tools that we can use. We use change strategy, domain knowledge, governance approach, legal regulatory information, solution scope, and requirements architect. So these are some of the guidelines that we can. So for example, in the example that I mentioned, there is already an established governance in place. If we want to not do something this year that we have already agreed to, there is a forum that needs to approve it. If we want to increase the scope of the work that we are going to do this year, that same forum needs to approve it. So there is a governance approach that is already in place. That governance forum is already in place. They have their own terms of reference and whatnot. So they need to review the change impact, the three options that I mentioned, and then make a decision. So that is where the governance approach becomes critical. Legal or regulatory information, this is part of a regulatory change. So we cannot stop this thing, right? We have to either do it manually in the interim before we implement the change, or we implement the change this year. So domain knowledge, you should understand what is the domain. So we are talking about making payments and whatnot, right? So that's something which you need to have that domain knowledge of, right? So these are some of the guidelines and tools that will help you to perform the impact analysis and propose options for changes to your requirements and designs. Okay, then you can use a bunch of techniques. You can use business case, estimation, financial analysis, risk analysis and management, workshops and interviews, document analysis, interface analysis, business rules analysis, item tracking, or decision analysis. These are the techniques that you can use for assessing requirement changes. And these are the stakeholders who will be involved, which is customer, support, sponsor, domain SME, project manager, tester, end user, and regulator. Okay, so that concludes assess requirements changes. Let me do a quick recap of what we covered in that. So whenever we are implementing a set of business requirements, once the business requirements are agreed and completed, there will always be changes requested to your business requirements. It could be in the form of increase in scope, it could be in the form of change in the way the requirements are created, the way the future state will work. When those changes to these requirements are requested, it should follow the governance approach. But what typically happens is you try and understand what is the impact of the change. Is it going to increase the benefit, decrease the benefit? Is it going to impact your cost? Is it going to impact your schedule? All those things will be. Are there other things that you would not be able to do, that you have to let go in exchange for doing this? All those things will be identified and documented, which will then be presented as per the governance approach, and the governance body or governance decision maker will make a decision. The decision can be one of the following. One is the change is rejected, so we are not going to accept the change. Or the change is accepted, and all. The third option is, okay, for now we are not accepting the change, we will make this decision later at some point. Okay, hopefully assess requirement changes is clear. Any questions? Okay, as part of the requirement lifecycle management, the last task is approve requirements. Okay, so requirements needs to be formally approved in most scenarios or most organizations. This particular task is focused on getting the agreement of your stakeholders on your requirements and designs, as well as to get the approval of your stakeholders on your requirements and designs. The inputs are verified requirements and verified designs. We will see what is verification later when we are talking about requirement analysis and design definition. The outputs are approved requirements and approved designs. What are the elements? So you need to understand who are the stakeholders involved in the decision making, who needs to sign off the requirements. You need to address any conflicts, any challenging situations, any issues that you might come across while you are collecting the requirements. There could be different proposals from different departments, so you need to agree what should be the solution. So for example, when we spoke about the canteen order management system, one of the requirements was that we want to link the system to the payroll or to the HR, so that at the end of the month, along from the salary, the what you call the whatever due in the canteen can be deducted from the salary. Now, HR might say, why? Right? You have several online payment options like cards or other internet banking or mobile banking or whatever, mobile app payment and all those kind of stuff, right? Apple Pay, Amazon Pay, all those things are there, WhatsApp Pay. Why do you want to deduct it from payroll? Because if I have to deduct it from payroll, I need to make sure that I have a legal agreement with the employee to deduct that amount and all those kind of stuff. And it's not predefined amount. It will vary based on month to month, and it might result in them, consuming more, and they might contest that they didn't, and all those kind of stuff, right? There is no way for us to verify. There is additional controls that needs to be put in place. So all these noise can come across, right? That needs to be discussed and agreed. So you might agree that, okay, that's fine, but we will implement some sort of an acceptance of an agreement in the site. That might be one solution. Or it might be that you agree that we will descope this particular requirement and make the payment through some mobile wallet or internet banking or credit card or whatever, right? So that is basically conflict and issue management, where you are and gaining consensus, which is where there will be some requirements where stakeholders will disagree, because they will impact them in different fashion. In some cases, that will make things easier for them. Like in this case, for the canteen, it is easier because they don't have to pay any payment charges. If you make payments through credit card, as an example, merchants typically pay, depending on the card, 2 to 3 to 10% as like a commission to the bank, right? That they don't have to pay. But the problem is that the HR will have to do additional work. They have to get consensus. They need to check the regulations and all those kind of stuff that is applicable for the region to make sure that doing this is not violating any of the rights of the employees and all those kind of stuff. So they might create an issue. They may not, they might, right? So you need, if they do, that is where you need to do conflict and issue management and gain a consensus. So you bring them together, you look at the various options and what is the implication for each team, and agree the best one, so that you can move forward with the uh, with getting the approval and communicate that approval of the requirements in the change log, that okay, these requirements are now approved, we are going to close those. Okay. In our library management system, which is for the Stanford University, the second project case study, who do you think should approve the requirements? Yeah, project managers are not really, like, you need to think of requirements as what does your domain team or your stakeholders should get, right? Like, for example, in our canteen management system, your project manager is not responsible for the requirements, right? So they are not giving you any requirements, so how do they know what to sign off, right? For example, if you take the if you take the example that I just discussed in terms of the issue or the conflict, which is HR versus the canteen staff, which is the better solution, the project manager has no clue. So project manager cannot sign off requirements, right? So the requirement sign off should be somebody from the business. Project manager, so one way to think of it is, nobody in those orange, the internal stakeholders like implementation SME, etc., except domain SME, cannot sign off requirements. So the only person who can sign off requirements potentially is domain SME. Even domain SME do not sign off requirements. They are more likely to review the requirements and provide their agreement, which will then be signed off by the sponsor of some sort, or somebody who is a delegate of the sponsor. So it cannot be project manager. Library manager, yes. So the chief librarian, I think they could be business head or Stanford University management. Yeah, most likely, I think somebody like a vice chancellor or a chancellor of the university could be the final person who could sign it off. Who is the person who is likely to have the funding? They are likely to have the sponsor. The librarian also can provide the sign off as a delegate of the vice chancellor, university management, product owner, etc. See, there are, okay, so what is the scope of product owner? That's an interesting question. Now, there are two types of projects, right? So the first is where you have very consider your canteen management system and the style cart example that we discussed, which is where style cart is a retail, fashion clothes manufacturer, cloth retailer. Now they want to build an online portal, right? Now, if you are a product owner who is building out our canteen order management system, then you are going to interface with the stakeholders who are more like your the senior management of Unilever, the head of HR, the head of operations, the head of facilities, the canteen service provider, so on and so forth, right? So the product owner will engage with them. They need to provide sign offs. They need to provide the priority. They need to essentially, all the decisions will be taken by the product owner in consultation or in agreement with those stakeholders. But if you are building a website where you are going to sell, say, t-shirts, right? You don't have stakeholders who can tell you what features to build, right? In case of our canteen order management, either the canteen staff or an employee representative or a management team will be able to tell you which features should be high priority. But when you are building a website which is to be used by everybody potentially in the world, everybody who can pay for your t-shirt, you cannot basically go everyone and ask, okay, what is your priority requirement? What should I build, right? That is not going to be possible. That is where the product owner will end up making a lot of decisions. right? So which feature is high priority, which feature will be signed off, which feature which feature is now, which requirement is now signed off, which design is signed off. All those decisions will be taken by the product owner, because he cannot, I mean, he can use surveys or questionnaires and all those kind of stuff and get some inputs from customers, but obviously there is a limit to the information that you can gather from them. Like you can use a focus group, etc., but there is a limit to the information that you can get, and customers are not going to sign off on requirements and stuff like that. So that's not possible. So the product owner will perform the actions of a customer essentially. So that's the scope of the product owner. So depending on the project, he could stand in as the stakeholder who is signing off the requirements, or he could be working with the stakeholders to get the requirements signed off. Okay. Techniques: you can use acceptance and evaluation criteria, decision analysis, item tracking, reviews, and workshops. So these are the techniques that you can use for getting the approval on requirement. Now let's look at acceptance and evaluation criteria. Okay. What is acceptance criteria? So acceptance criteria is when you agree a list of criteria that needs to be met in order for you to use the solution. So for example, if you take your canteen order management system, your acceptance criteria could be that the employees should be able to download that as an application in their mobile. From the mobile app, they should be able to log in either using their employee ID or using their email address. It should verify their mobile number by sending an OTP or whatnot. It should allow them to order food, make payment or not make payment, as the case may be. It should allow the canteen staff to see the orders placed by all employees, and then all those kind of stuff. So those are the acceptance criteria, right? So you have a solution. For that solution to be acceptable to the stakeholders, a bunch of criteria needs to be met. Those criteria is referred to as acceptance criteria. Now, what is evaluation criteria? Evaluation criteria is when you have number of options. Okay, so you take all these options and then you need to make a decision as to which option for you to choose from, right? In that scenario, what you do is you do an evaluation criteria. So an example could be, let's say you want to buy a new car. Okay, sorry, let me rephrase that. Let's say you want to buy a car. Okay, so if you want to buy a car, there are a bunch of criteria. So one criteria could be cost, right? Your budget is limited, so you don't want to spend too much, so you have a budget of, let's say, $20,000 as the budget, right? So that's the maximum that you can spend. And then there could be some criteria. So the car should be reliable. It should it should drive for another 10 years or 100,000 kilometers. It should have running cost should be very low. It should have a very low, what you call as mileage, the number of kilometers that you can drive for a certain amount of petrol or gas. That needs to be, that can be a criteria. So you define a set of criteria for someone. Brand and the reputation of the brand and the the show factor of the brand might be a consideration. Like, for example, somebody so they might have less reliance on the budget than on the brand reputation, etc. So you will define a set of criteria which you can then use to decide which car to buy. So within the criteria, is it being met? Yes, all these criteria is being met. Okay, so then let's buy this particular car. So that's basically the idea of evaluation criteria. This applies to your project management or business analysis environments, because sometimes you need to decide from multiple options which option to choose from. So there could be multiple vendors providing similar kind of solution. You need to decide which one to choose from based on your evaluation criteria. Acceptance and evaluation criteria. With testable acceptance criteria, we can be very clear when a solution is considered acceptable. That becomes sort of an agreement between the stakeholders and the project team. In case of contractual obligations, it might be even mandatory. The evaluation criteria will help in identifying the potential value and delivering the potential value. Acceptance criteria might become really strict, so that's something which we need to watch out for. And then agreement on evaluation criteria could be a little bit of a challenging, especially if you have a complex organization with multiple stakeholders involved. So that is acceptance and evaluation criteria. Okay, so you might define a set of attributes: usability of the system, security of the system, reliability, scalability, performance, specific feature, right? So again, the car is to drive, the security features like airbags or ABS and stuff like that. Reliability we already discussed. Scalability in the software or in the project context is the ability to increase the number of users significantly, right? Let's say if you go from 100 users to 1,000,000 users in 3 months, like ChatGPT did, how are you able to sustain that? That's scalability. You can think of specific features. Again, in the car example, it would be something like a sunroof or a moonroof. So that can be a specific feature. So these are the attributes that you will define for your evaluation criteria. For user acceptance criteria, you need to make sure that you represent them in a way that is measurable. What does that mean? That is testable, not measurable. So, for example, if you say the website should load fast, that is not testable, right? You should say that the website should load within 8 seconds in a 4G network, right? That is something which you can test. Are you on a 4G network? Yes. Did the website load in 4 minutes? Yes or no, right? That's something which you can easily test. It also can be when the customer logs in to the internet banking portal, it should show them account balance accurately. So has the customer logged into the internet banking portal? Yes. Does he see his account balance? Yes. Is it accurate? Yes or no, right? As the case may be. So testability is important. So that is the testability part. Then there are, especially for evaluation criteria, there are measures. Like we saw, cost can be continuous, mileage can be continuous. There are some discrete measures also. Does it have a sunroof? Yes or no, right? So we need to look at the measures to make sure that whether you meet the evaluation criteria or not. Step-by-step verification with expected results. That is the acceptance criteria, correct? So you define what steps needs to be taken, and when you take those steps, what should be the outcome that you are expecting. That's exactly correct. Thank you for that. Okay, stakeholders involved in getting the requirements approved: customer, domain SME, end user, op support, project manager, sponsor, tester, and regulator. So these are the stakeholders who will approve the requirements. Okay, so that concludes our approve requirements task, as well as the overall knowledge area of requirement lifecycle management. So let's look at approve requirements first, and then let's review what happened in the other tasks. So approve requirements, the goal is to get the requirements approved by your stakeholders. In order to do that, you need to make sure that the correct stakeholder is identified. In the library management scenario or the library management system scenario, it could be somebody like a vice chancellor or the chief librarian. In the Unilever canteen order management system, it could be somebody like a senior manager in Unilever, the head of operations, it could be, or the head of HR or someone like that. So you identify the right person to approve the requirements. While you are drafting the requirements and discussing the requirements, there could be conflicts, there could be disagreements on what the requirement should be. You need to use conflict management techniques to agree between those conflicts or address those conflicts. Once you complete that conflict resolution, that's when you will present the final requirements and get the approval, which will then be communicated and documented for future reference. You can use the acceptance and evaluation criteria as a technique for performing approved requirements. In acceptance criteria, we define the steps that you need to execute and the output that you need to get, which will tell you how to test each criteria and can tell you whether the solution is acceptable. Evaluation criteria is used when you have multiple solutions and you need to choose from them. So you define a set of criteria that you will use to evaluate all of them and then decide which one to accept. What if we have a disagreement between two stakeholders? So can we go with majority? I don't think so. In organizational settings, it's never majority. You could discuss it out. Basically, like the way you should deal with, like what would happen is that you will have two stakeholders who has entirely different point of views, and they are not wrong in their point of view. So in like we said in our example, you could have an HR who does not want to do that extra work because he probably will have a limited team of managing the payments from the payroll. On the other hand, you could have a canteen or a facilities head whose view is that if we do it through payroll, that makes it simpler for everybody, including employees. So these are two different perspectives. Neither of them are wrong, right? Both of them are working within constraints, and both of them have genuine reason to kind of manage or air their concerns. So the way you should treat this is basically there are two ways in which you can do this. One is you bring them together, you lay out the options. So option one is that you implement some additional changes in the system in order to address the concerns of HR, and we go with that option. Or option two is that we go by what HR says and don't do that through payroll, and we do that using other options. You list down the benefits and the what you call the cost and the challenges of each of those options, and then you talk that out with those two stakeholders who are disagreeing 9 out of 10 times, because they also do not want to be problem creators. So they will also want to generally come to an agreement. So if you present this like this, they will basically accept one of the options. They will both agree to one of the options. Now, in one of that 10 criteria, 1 out of 10 cases, it might happen that they both are really, really stubborn and they may not agree to it, right? In that scenario, that is where you probably need to go through your governance approach, where you raise it to the actual person who has agreed to make the decision. So it might be one of them, in which case they unfortunate for the other. So you need to document that based on his decision, we are going with this particular approach. So it is never really a majority. It is based on the decision making authority and negotiation. Okay, let's kind of do a quick recap of the overall knowledge area. So there are 5 tasks that we covered in the requirement lifecycle management knowledge area. The first one is trace requirements and designs. So the idea in trace requirements and design is to make sure that we maintain the linkage between various designs and requirements. This is to make sure that it is easy for us to perform impact assessment, as well as to make sure that the requirements have a traceability to both solution and as well as the business goals. We need to maintain both the backward and the forward traceability. Maintain requirements. We maintain requirements with correct information. We keep them updated. We make sure that they are accurate and consistent. We maintain them for reusability. Okay, so in the future projects, we can reuse some of those requirements. That is why we maintain requirements. Then we looked at prioritizing requirements. Prioritization is when we categorize the requirements based on their relative importance in order to maximize the value of the product that is being delivered. Then we looked at assessing requirement changes or responding to changes, where we will look at the changes to the requirements and designs, do an impact analysis, identify the impact of the changes to the requirement on cost, benefit, etc. Present that impact analysis to the decision-making authority, which can make one of 3 decisions: accept the change, reject the change, or defer the change for future decision-making. And then finally, we have the approval of requirements, where we get the agreement of requirements and approval of requirements and designs, so that the requirements can be approved and maintained as approved and continued to solution definition and build. Okay, so that's about the requirement life cycle management knowledge area. Let's take a look at a case study. Betonics Insurance, to deliver a solution for improving customers connect that reduces the time between customer search for a policy and the field agent's response, ensures that the customer's questions are clarified as they are searching for the policy actively. So basically, a hot lead. The scope of the requirements were allocated to the solution component. There were conflicts among the stakeholders on the prioritization process. Key stakeholders were not invited for the prioritization meeting. Implementation has taken more time. Sorry, out of scope requirements were allocated to the solution component, unable to implement one of the approved requirements. These are some of the problems with the implementation of the new system. The key stakeholders have decided to design, develop, and implement the solution incrementally. The high level scope and release plan are in place. Requirements are progressively elaborated. Requirements that can be used in future projects have been identified. Okay. Okay. Let's start with the first question. In the given case study, what is the approach for business analysis? Iterative approach, incremental approach, predictive approach, adaptive approach. Okay, we have both incremental and adaptive. The answer is adaptive. So it's always either predictive or adaptive. Iterative and incremental approaches are adaptive approaches. So if you get those answers, you should choose the adaptive approach. What should Paul do when he identifies a couple of requirements which can be used for future projects? Hold for the next projects, label and store for reusability, out of scope as it is general requirement, none of the above. None of the above. It's not correct. Label and store for reusability. That is the correct answer. Once you identify a couple of requirements, they should be labeled and stored for future use. What can be the reason for the requirements not in scope getting approved and allocated to a solution component for implementation? Change control process was not effectively implemented. Impact analysis was not performed. Missing traceability, stakeholder urgency. 4 seconds. Change control is not the answer. Missing traceability. Traceability is not there. That's why not in scope got approved and allocated. Next question. What can be the reason for missing to invite key stakeholders for the prioritization meeting when they are required for providing approvals? Forgot to invite. Prioritization approach was adequately defined in BA approach, BA governance approach, BA information management approach. We define prioritization approach in the governance approach. I am glad that nobody chose forgot to invite. Okay, next question. When requirements are prioritized based on only value, what flow does the approach has? Flow as in FLAW, sorry. No impact, must prioritize high value requirements, missed considering relationship with other requirements, none of the above. Okay. Missed considering relationship with other requirements. We cannot only use the value, you also have to look at the relationship with other requirements. Which of the following business analysis techniques is not used when prioritizing requirement? Decision analysis, item tracking, brainstorming, workshops. Brainstorming is not used when you are prioritizing requirements. So prioritizing requirements does not require any innovative ideas. We are simply looking at the requirements and their relative value for prioritization. Okay. By the way, these are now questions based on quiz, not on the case study anymore. What is double triangular distribution estimate? If most likely is 9, best case is 5, and worst case estimate is 11. Is there a way to post this? Okay, let's see what is the answer. The answer is 8.66. If you take 4 into 9, 36, plus 11, 47, 51, divided by 6, 50, sorry. 4 into 9 is 36. 36 plus 11 is 36 plus 11 is 47. 47 plus 5, 52. 52 divided by 6, that's 8, and 4 by 6, that will be 8.66. Okay. Last but not second last question. Sorry. Which of the following is not a basis for prioritization? Value, penalty, stability, necessity. We learned 8 factors for prioritization. 4 seconds. Whew. Value, penalty, and stability are basis for prioritization. The answer is necessity. Okay, last question. Which of the following is an input to the approve requirements tasks? Requirements verified, communicated, prioritized, and validated.
7 seconds.
The right answer is requirements verified. Okay, leaderboard. Okay, many of you got a number of questions wrong, but okay, good job for those who completed this. I think the PERT question would require more time now because it's 20 seconds. It's slightly difficult for you to calculate the output. So that makes sense. I think it's a set timer. So I don't know if I can change that. I'll see if I can change that in the future. But okay, hopefully we are now clear on requirement lifecycle management knowledge area. Any questions? Okay, if there are no questions, we will take our usual 10 minutes break. I will launch the poll. Once I launch the poll, we will take the break. Once we come back from the break, we'll start with the next knowledge area, which is strategy analysis. Okay, so we are now starting with the next lesson number 6, which is strategy analysis. So in this, there are 4 tasks. The first task is analyze current state. The second task is define future state. The third task is assess risks. And the fourth task is define change strategy. So we will go through these tasks as part of the strategy analysis. Now, if you take a step back and think of what is, let's take a step back and think of what are the 3 knowledge areas that we already covered, right? So the first knowledge area that we covered was business analysis, planning, and monitoring. What do we do there? So the focus there is to make sure that we define an approach for business analysis upfront, and then we define how to engage with stakeholders, how to make sure that there are the decision making about business analysis activities and deliverables are defined and agreed. The information collected during business analysis is properly managed, and performance of business analysts is reviewed and feedback is taken. So these are the planning, governance, management kind of activities that are related to business analysis. So that's the overall governing of business analysis, you could say, and control and plan of business analysis is managed in the business analysis, planning, and monitoring, as the name suggests. The second knowledge area, which is elicitation and collaboration, basically had 2 things. The first is elicitation, which is the process of getting information from stakeholders. And second is collaboration, which is where we build a shared understanding about the change, solution, etc., with the stakeholders. So that is the the two goals of elicitation and collaboration. First is to get information from stakeholders. Second is to build a shared understanding and collaboration with stakeholders. The third knowledge area that we just completed is requirements lifecycle management. The goal of requirements lifecycle management is to take requirements and designs that are produced using primarily using requirement analysis and design definition, and manage them, maintain them, ensure that they are stored correctly, accurately, consistently. The relationships between them or traceability is established and is available for everyone to see. The prioritization of requirements are done. The requirement changes to requirements and changes are and designs are assessed and decisions made on them, and finally requirements are approved and agreed with stakeholders. So the management of the requirements that were identified is done through the requirements lifecycle management task. So when we come to the strategy analysis, as the name suggests, the goal is to take a look at the overall strategy of implementing the change. So the first step is, what is that need that we are going to address? Some of these needs could be of strategic importance to the organization. Some of these needs could be of tactical importance to the organization. What is the difference? Strategic is more long term, tactical is more short term. Now, if you look at the implementation of canteen delivery management, that is more of a tactical implementation. That is not a long time Unilever goal, right? But Unilever would like their employees to have a better experience, so they are implementing that particular project. So that is a tactical implementation. Those of you who remember the style cart example, where they are currently selling clothes through their retail stores, they have a website, but that website does not drive a lot of sales, but they want to revamp or create a new website which will drive their online sales. That is an example of a strategic importance to that's a change of strategic importance to style cart. So you need to identify a need, and that need will address either a tactical or a strategic goal of the organization, right? The need in the case of Unilever canteen order management system is to reduce the wastage of food, as well as reduce the time wasted by employees waiting for food in the cafeteria. Whereas the need in the case of style cart is to increase uh, the the proportion of online sales of clothes that they carry out in a month or in a year, right? The need in case of your library management software is to reduce the amount of staff required for maintaining the library, and to make the process of taking and returning books in the library much more simpler for the students of Stanford University. So the first step in strategy analysis is to identify the need, not step, the first thing that we need to focus on. And then you need to make sure that the organization is ready to address that need. Now, what does that mean, right? So if we were to implement a new library management software, it is not just enough that you build a software, right? That is probably the easy part. You need to communicate that to students. You need to explain it to them how to use it. You need to train the library staff how to use the library management software. You need to implement systems in the library that will help both the staff and students to look up books, etc. So you need to implement a lot of additional things in addition to the core solution component, which is the software. So you need to make sure that not just the solution is being delivered, but the overall enterprise is ready to use that solution and make sure that that need is being addressed. And that should also make sure that the overall strategy of the organization is in line with the change that you are implementing. So for example, most organizations wants to become digital first now. So that, from that perspective, like if Stanford University, for example, their admissions, their course selection, their fee payment. They might be probably targeting all those to be online, right? All those to be digital processes instead of manual paper and pen and paper based processes. So in that context, you need to make sure that you are aligning your change also with the overall strategy, higher level and lower level strategies, in order to make sure that the whole thing works together really well. That is the goal of the strategy analysis. Strategy analysis is looking at the overall organization and the scope of the change to understand whether the need can be addressed. What is the need? Whether it can be addressed. If it can be addressed, what kind of changes should the enterprise or the organization undergo in order to address that need or address that change? And then make sure that that changes or that process of addressing the change is in alignment with the overall strategy of the organization. You will keep seeing this throughout the next 3 knowledge areas. So you are starting with what is called potential value. We will start with defining the need and the solution scope in the strategy analysis knowledge area. Then we go to the requirements analysis and design definition knowledge area, where we will define the requirements and the design. And then we move to the solution evaluation, where we will implement some sort of a solution. It could be a POC or a proof of concept or a prototype. It could be a pilot or a beta release, as they call it, or an operating system which is actually implemented. As you go from strategy analysis to requirement analysis and design definition and solution evaluation, you are also going from what is potential value to actual value, right? So at the time of strategy analysis, what we are talking about is potential value. So you could benefit by increased sales through online channels. By the time you have some sort of a solution implemented, it becomes actual value. There is an increased sales through the online website. Okay, let's look at the Backham overview. Change, which is the act of transformation in response to a need. So in the strategy analysis knowledge area, we will first look at the current state to understand what is the need, and then you will define the future state and a change strategy, which basically explain to you what will the organization look like once the change is implemented. Okay, so the future state of the organization is defined in the strategy analysis knowledge area. Need. So it is in strategy analysis that you identify the need of the organization and prioritize that need, so that, and it also identifies the future state where the need will be addressed. The solution scope will be one of the key things that we will deliver in strategy analysis. You will engage with the stakeholders to understand the business need and to develop the change strategy. The strategy analysis will also identify the potential value of the solution, right? The actual value will come after solution implementation, but the potential value of the solution will be determined while we are doing strategy analysis. And finally, during strategy analysis, while we are doing the current and the future state, we will look at the broader context of the organization for developing a change strategy. So that's how the business analysis core concept model is impacted in the strategy analysis knowledge area. Okay, let's look at inputs. Let's look at the tasks. So the first task is analyze current state. Now we need to understand the business need and the current state of the organization, so that we have a baseline, right? We are trying to understand what is the problem or opportunity that we are trying to address, and what is the context in which that particular problem or opportunity exists. That is done in analyze current state. The second task is define future state. In define future state, we are going to set the goals that we would like to achieve, and to understand what are the parts or what changes needs to be implemented, so that you can move from your current state to future state, which will address the business need that you are trying to achieve. In the third task, we will understand what are risks or what are uncertainties, and then we will also learn how to manage those risks and recommend actions to address those risks. And finally, in defining change strategy, you will perform what is known as a gap analysis between your current state and your future state. You will look at the various options for reaching the future state and recommend the highest value option. Okay, so those are the 4 tasks. Let's look at the inputs and outputs. The inputs for the first task, analyze current state, are needs. These are the business needs, and the elicitation results that are confirmed. You remember there are elicitation results that are unconfirmed, and then you perform confirm elicitation. That is when it gets converted into confirmed elicitation results. That is when those are the inputs to analyze current state. The outputs are obviously current state description. You are doing a current state analysis, so current state description has to be an output. The other output are the business requirements. Now, those business requirements will become an input to define future state, which will then produce 3 outputs. First is the business objectives. What are you trying to achieve? Future state description, the explanation of how the future state of the organization will look like. What is the potential value of the solution? Then you provide business objectives, elicitation results that are confirmed, influences which are both internal and external, potential value and requirements that are prioritized to assess risks, and then you get the risk analysis results. And then finally, using current state description, future state description, risk analysis results, and stakeholder engagement approach, you will define the change strategy and the solution scope. So these are the inputs and outputs of the 4 tasks in strategy analysis. That takes us to the first task, which is analyze current state. Okay, let's start with analyze current state. The purpose of analyzing current state is to understand what is driving the change. What is the need for the organization or the enterprise to change? How does the organization operate today? What will be the impact, or what will be affected by the change that we are proposing? Now, in order to understand these, you also need to understand the context for that change. Who are our stakeholders? What processes are being followed? What technologies or policies or market conditions are being prevalent in the current state of the organization? The inputs into current state analysis are needs and the elicitation results that are confirmed. The output, the first output should be self-evident current state description. The second is the business requirements. Okay, so that's the purpose and the input and the output. Now let's talk about the elements, and then we will discuss a few examples that we already we are familiar with, right? So the first one is the business need. So the business need is a problem of strategic or tactical relevance to the organization. The problem can be identified from various sources. It can be either top down, so somebody in a senior management might look at something and say, okay, we need to change this. So for example, in Style Cart, they might look at, okay, our sales through our website seems to be quite low. We need to do something to increase the sales through our website. It could be bottom up, so it could be somebody who is working in the process. Say an employee might complain that we end up spending hours in the canteen, so that's not going to be of any help to us. So can we do something to make this more efficient? So that is an example of identifying the need from the bottom up manner. It can be from the middle management, where somebody, the librarian, might complain to the what you call the vice chancellor that we have a lot of staff, and it takes us a lot of time to issue books. It takes us a lot of time to return the books. So that could come from the middle management as well. It could be from external sources. I mentioned about the Indian banking regulator, RBI, Reserve Bank of India, insisting that all credit card customer information should be kept within the boundaries of the country of India, right? So this is an example of a regulatory requirement, which is an external requirement. So they asked, if you are, say, for example, a card issuer like Visa, MasterCard, or Amex, these are global card issuers. So they need to make sure that all their credit card data wherever it was before the regulation is migrated into India. So that's an example of external drivers for change. So you can have different levels or different drivers that is driving your change. So your business need for Style Cart is to increase their website based or online sales. For your canteen order management system is to reduce the wastage of food and reduce the time spent by employees in waiting for food. For a library management system, it is reduce the number of employees required to support the library. It is to increase, it is to support faster issue and return of library books, right? So these are the business needs. We learned the source of these depending on the case B, right? Now let's look at the next element, which is the organizational structure and culture. So, what is organizational structure? So, organizational structure is, we spoke about organizational modeling. So, it is like the organizational modeling. How is the organization is structured? So, if you talk about something like Unilever in UK or Unilever in London, they will be structured. Most likely, there will be an overall global head maybe sitting in UK. There could be a UK head. Then there would be a UK head of HR. There could be a head of operations. There could be a head of facilities. There could be a head of marketing and sales. And then there could be various teams under them. And which all teams are going to be impacted? All the employees are going to be impacted by the change of implementing canteen order management system. At least all the employees who eat in the cafeteria, some of them probably brings lunch from home. Then the people who are involved in the project are the facility team, the operations team possibly, and the HR. So these are the structure and culture implications. Culture is basically the way of working of Unilever. So Unilever, from what I understand, is an organization that focuses a lot on employee satisfaction. So they might implement it purely for making it easier for employees to get their preferred food. So that culture might determine the need. In some other organization, it could be that they are not going to implement a change like this unless there is a benefit to the organization. If you take the Stanford University library management system, they are the cutting edge university in the world. So it is kind of against their culture to continue to use, traditional pen and paper way of, issuing and returning library books. That's kind of seems very archaic. So that might make sense to move faster because it is in line with their organizational culture. Now, Style Card is a traditional, what you call probably a family-owned business. So they don't have a highly digital. They don't have a proper digital strategy. So that might feel a little bit more difficult for them to implement because of the fact that their organizational culture is more based on traditional store-based sales. So they might need a lot more training and unlearning of past experiences. So this is what we are trying to do here, right? So we are trying to understand all these organizational nuances so that we can position the change right. So that's around organizational structure and culture. We will now talk about capabilities and processes. Now, every organization have some unique capabilities that is going to help them differentiate themselves in the marketplace. I give two global examples that people generally relate to. The first is Amazon. Now, Amazon is known for their customer focus, right? If you have faced an issue with their shipping, for example, or if you have faced with the delivery, if you just reach out to them, they are generally fairly quick to respond. They are generally quick to reimburse the money that you spend, all those kind of stuff. So they are an organization that is generally focused a lot on customer. That is how they grew. Now there are some new trends where that is becoming a little bit of a question mark. But again, that's an example of a capability that an organization has built over a period of time. Another example of a capability that Amazon has is their last mile connectivity. They have built a very good network where they are able to deliver things through their network fairly efficiently. So these are examples of the capabilities that are in place in Amazon. Another example is Apple, right? Uh, Say what you want about Apple, but they are exemplary in building products that are extremely good aesthetically, in the sense that they are good looking products, and they are also extremely easy to use, very intuitive to use, right? I have seen a lot of for example, earphones. They are all good, but until Apple came up with their AirPod, which is probably until that point in time, uh, until that point in time, that was the best, what you call in-air pods, wireless AirPods, that was that you could have, right? It is not. They were not the first to came up with that idea, but their product was superior in terms of their usability, also the way they look, right? So that's their capability, right? So their capability as an organization is to design products that look good as well as that are extremely easy to use. So every organization will have a capability. So we need to look at, for example, your Unilever. What are the capabilities of the organization that they have currently? Do they have the capability to implement a change like this? What are the capabilities that Stanford has in terms of implementing a change like this? What are the capabilities that StyleCart has in terms of implementing a change like this? Then you talk about processes. What are the processes that are currently in place? So, right. So, if you take the canteen order management system, they already have a process. You go to the canteen, you order food, you wait for your food, you get your food, right? But this has problems. Everybody wants to go at the same time, so there is concurrency issues, and sometimes because of lack of awareness, the amount of food available for certain items is not sufficient for all the employees that would like that particular item from menu. So there are problems with that process, but there is a process already. Again, library management system, there is an existing process. You are a student, you go to the library, you complete a card with a number of books that you want to take out. You take it to the librarian. He searches a catalog where he checks each of that book. He sees that the students gives maximum of 10 books. The librarian checks each 10 book and he sees that 7 of them are already issued. He takes the remaining 3, goes to the student, he signs those cards, and then he gives them back, and he can take those cards back. When he comes back, the same process repeats. He gives back those 3 books and signs those cards, and then the books are then placed back in the appropriate place in the racks within the library. So that will be the process for the what you call the LMS system. For Style Cart, there is the current process is not very good, so they have a website which is not very friendly for mobile, etc. The customers every time needs to enter their addresses. They enter the address and they place the order. The order is then shipped to them. Sometimes there is a mismatch between inventory, so the shipping does not happen, and they have to refund the money to the customer or something like that. So you basically look at the processes and the capabilities of the organization as they have it today. Okay, we will look at technology and infrastructure. Okay, so what kind of technology is being used by the organization for their process today, right? So if you take StyleCart, they have a website today which is very rudimentary. It is not. It takes a lot of time to load. It doesn't load very well on mobile devices. So there are a number of problems. If you take library management system, they don't have any system today. They do everything on pen and paper today. If you take the order management system, they have something, I think, in the canteen at the moment, but it is not extended to the customers or employees. So they have some things in place, but not everything. So you take a survey of or document the current state of the technology and infrastructure that are going to impact while that are going to impact the need that you are trying to address. Then you have the policies. Now, each organization will have a set of policies that will guide decision making, governance, and the behavior of the entire organization. I, I mentioned this example when we are talking about governance approach, where each level. So, for example, if you want to travel somewhere from your organization, and the cost of travel is 10,000 US dollars, a manager might be able to approve that travel. But if it goes beyond 10,000 US dollars, it might need an approval from a senior manager. And if it goes beyond 100,000, it might need the approval from a director, so on and so forth. So there will be policies that guide all these decisions. So you need to look at what are the policies that are relevant to your need. So in terms of the canteen order management system, there might be policies that restrict the organization from deducting the payroll. So you need to be mindful of that. You need to document that. In case of library management system, there might be policies as to how many books they can take out at a time, and how long they can keep those books, depending on whether you are a graduate student or a postgraduate student, etc. You look at all those policies and how they are going to impact the current state and the business need or the business requirement that you are trying to address. Then you look at the business architecture. So we already discussed business architecture. Business architecture is when all these elements, the people, process, technology, everything come together and deliver value for the customer. So in case of Style Cart, they have a website. They have probably very good inventory, but the website is not very great, because of which the inventory is not reaching the customers as well as it should. The If you take the example of canteen order management, the current business architecture is a manual process, because of which employees are not happy, and that results in a lot of wastage of food. In the example of library management system, the business architecture is again manual. There is existing organizational knowledge that is driving the process. For example, if a senior librarian resigns or retires, it might be difficult to replace the kind of knowledge he has in terms of where various different books are, most common books are. So that kind of things, that kind of challenges might be there. So you look at business architecture to understand how these individual elements come together to support the entire process, or the support the entire organization. Then you look for what are the tangible and intangible assets that your organization has. So in case of Style Cart, they are able to, they have good design team. Possibly they come up with new trendy clothes which sell out quite a bit in their physical stores. So that is a key asset that they have. They might have a very good inventory. So that's another asset that they have. If you take the canteen order management system, they might have a good canteen. So they have the facility to cook a lot of different types of food. That might be a key asset that they might have. So you identify those internal assets. In case of library, you have a lot of books, curious students. So this might be the assets that they have. So look at both tangible assets, which are actual physical things, intangible assets, which are know-how, brand, so those kind of things. And then finally, you look for influences. So in case of Style Cart, the external influence is extremely high, because shopping is becoming more and more online. So if they do not keep up with the times, they might lose out on market share to their competitors. So that external influence is extremely key for them to be aware, so that they can make appropriate decisions. In case of the other two, I don't see external influence having as much impact. Okay, I used the three examples to go through these elements, which is business needs, org structure and culture, capabilities and processes, technology and infrastructure, policies, business architecture, internal assets, and external influences. Okay, hopefully everyone is clear about that. Let's move on to guidelines and tools. We spoke about business analysis approach. This comes from the business analysis planning and monitoring knowledge area. That will tell you the techniques, the deliverables that you need to produce, and the techniques that you can use for current state analysis. enterprise limitation. This is an output from the solution evaluation knowledge area. We will see about it later in the course. The enterprise limitation will tell you what are those things that the organization is unable to do, or what are the things that are limiting the organization, what are the key challenges that the organization has. Then you have solution limitation. So existing, again, another output from the solution evaluation knowledge area. It will tell you what are the challenges that the solution currently have. Organizational strategy, solution performance goals, solution performance measures, and stakeholder analysis results. So these are the guidelines and tools that you can use for analyzing the current state. There is a list of techniques. I won't read through every one, but some of these we already saw. For example, lessons learned, focus groups, observation, mind maps, workshops, survey questionnaire, benchmark. No, we didn't see benchmarking or market analysis yet. Item tracking. So these are some of the techniques that we already saw. But what we will do now is we will take a look at some of the other techniques. We will take a look at functional decomposition, root cause analysis, and process analysis. Okay, so the first one is functional decomposition. Okay, so functional decomposition. What happens is every now and then we need to understand complex concepts, or we need to solve, or we need to do complex, we need to deliver complex deliverables or projects, right? So in order to do those, what do? We take the whole and then we break that down into smaller pieces, and we try and understand each of them separately, and that will make it easy for us to understand them. So this is exactly what we are doing when we are doing our CBAP sessions, right? Business analysis is a very complex topic. So what do? So we break that down into various components. So we speak about planning, monitoring activities for business analysis. We speak about elicitation activities for business analysis. We speak about requirement, how to manage the requirements for throughout its life cycle. We speak about the high level strategy based activities that a business analyst should do. Then within the strategy work that the business analyst should do, we then look at, say for example, we need to analyze the current state, define the future state, and within the analyze current state we look at, okay, what should we need in order for us to do an analysis of the current state. So we need the business need, we need whatever else we require, the elicitation results from the stakeholders. So we use those, and then what do we review? Okay, let's review the business need, let's review the organizational structure, let's go through the capabilities and processes the organization has. So like that, breaking down from business analysis to performing an analysis of the current state is called functional decomposition. Okay, it is when you break down processes, systems, functional areas, or deliverables into smaller components. This helps us to manage complex concepts or complex deliverables, and by breaking them down and managing smaller pieces, so that easily, right? Like there is a saying, right? A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. So this helps us to make that single step, right? So it will help you to analyze each part independently and then put them back together so that you can understand the whole thing better. Okay, I'll show you an example and then we'll come back with more theory. So if you think of a course administration, right? So course administration, like what we have in a university or in what we have in Simplilearn, a course administration will have several components. You need to make sure that the course enrollment takes place. There should be a course completion, and then there should be attendance. The enrollment involves registration and payment. Now, the registration can be for an individual or for groups, or payment can be using cash or using online payment. Course completion might involve assessment and a certification. In this way, if we break things down, that is called functional decomposition. So we have the decomposition results are generally represented in tree diagrams, nested diagrams, case diagrams, flow diagrams, transition diagrams, other notations, decision models, mind maps, decision trees, cause effect diagrams. Some of these we already saw, mind maps we already saw. Some of these we will see. We will see tree diagrams like decision trees, cause effect diagrams. But effectively, you can represent that this decomposition results in various different ways. There are two parts to this. First is, why are you doing the decomposition? Okay, are you doing it to understand it? Are you doing it to design something new? Are you doing to analyze something? Are you doing the decomposition for estimation and forecasting? We spoke about how bottom up estimation works. The first step of bottom up estimation is to decompose your problem or your project into smaller chunks. You can use it for measuring, for optimizing, substituting, and encapsulating, where you can bring things together. Now, the subject of decomposition can be a business outcome, the work that you have to do, a process, a function, a business unit, a solution component, certain activities, or product services, decisions, etc. So let's stay with our examples. So we want to implement the solution, improve the solution for the style cart, online, increasing this online solutions, online sales, right? So what are the business outcomes that we are trying to achieve? So we want to increase the number of, or the value of clothes that are sold through our website. That's the business outcome that we are trying to do. What does that mean? So we want more people to visit the website. That's one. More number of visitors to the website. More people to select interesting clothes. We want people who select interesting clothes to complete the purchase. So these are the business outcomes that we are broken down. Now, if we want more people to come to the website should be easily accessible. It should be loading quickly. We should run campaigns on various social media sites. So that's breaking down, increasing the traffic. The second component, which was the people who reach the site should be able to shop easily. So that would require fast way to traverse or to move between pages within the or the usability of the website should be high. It should be quick to respond. The overall checkout process should be smooth. The address should be saved for returning customers. Then so these are the kind of way in which you break down one problem into smaller problems, so that you can address each of them separately. So the technique of breaking anything down into smaller things is called functional decomposition. Any questions on this or anything that we covered in strategy analysis so far? Okay, we will take a look at the process analysis technique next. So in process analysis, what happens is you take a process and break that down into steps, try and analyze that process, try and understand what is happening in the process, then identify any ways to improve either the efficiency or effectiveness of the process, and recommend changes that can improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the process. The first question is, what is a process? A process is a series of steps that you take in order to achieve a certain goal. I gave the example of onboarding a customer. Right? If you go to a bank and tell them you want to open an account, they will give you a form. You need to complete the form. They will take that form along with some documents from you. Those documents will then go through some review. The form will go through some review. They will make some changes in their systems, whereby your account will get created and your checkbook will get created, your debit card will get printed or whatever, and then it will be sent to you, so that thereby your account is open and active for use, right? So there is a series of steps. In process analysis, what you are trying to do is you analyze those steps to understand, is there a change that we can make which will make this process simpler, effective, efficient, etc. This is used for identifying the gap between your current and future state. Some of the problems that you might have is in the process, not necessarily on the technology. So that will help you to perform an analysis. The process analysis technique can be used to analyze your current process and provide recommendations that will make it easier for you to carry out that particular process. A type of process analysis is called SIPOC. It stands for suppliers, inputs, process, outputs, and customers. So if you take the example of library management process, who are the suppliers? So the suppliers are basically the suppliers are basically the booksellers. So you buy the books from the suppliers. You keep those books within the library. Then inputs are basically those cards filled by the employee, so by the students. The process is to find the book. The book is the output. The output is then taken by the customer, who is the student, right? The input in some scenarios would be the supplier, could be in case of canteen order management, the supplier could be the person or the software service provider who might provide you a solution for your canteen order management system. The input could be the orders placed by employees. The process is when they create the food, they prepare the food and send it to the customer. The output is the prepared food. The customer is the employees. So this is basically SIPOC. Okay, so they have provided another example. So you have a training company like Simplilearn. They have provided the inputs, which is the trainer, me, workshop material, the slides, the information, etc. There is experts advice as well. Then the process is conducting training, as we are carrying out right now. Output is knowledge. The customers are the participants, which are you, all of you, right? So this is basically the end-to-end process analysis. So suppliers can be either external to the organization or internal to the organization, and inputs and outputs are, it could be materials, services, or information. Okay, if that is clear, we will move on to the root cause analysis. Okay, so root cause analysis is when you have a problem, you are basically trying to understand what is the underlying cause of that particular problem. You focus more on the origin of the problem. You can look at various aspects that can cause the problem, like people, physical reasons, or organizational. It can be either reactive, i.e., something went wrong and you are doing a root cause analysis, or it can be proactive, where you check something to understand why certain things happen the way it does. It helps to maintain an objective perspective, and it might be slightly difficult for very complex problems, but it is used effectively in a lot of places. The best example that I try to give is whenever an incident happens in the airline industry, they do a very detailed analysis. The analysis it goes way beyond the immediate causes. So, for example, let's say you identify the cause as, okay, the pilot made an error. The question then is, why did the pilot make the error? Was he overworked? Was he under stress? Was he properly trained? Was it a training gap? Was it overworking? Was it because there were guidelines given to him which made him to make that error, right? So that's basically the idea of root cause analysis. You don't just look at the immediate causes, you look at the root. Now, there are few techniques that you can do. We will see the techniques in a minute. So the first is a fishbone diagram. We will see what fishbone diagram or Ishikawa or cause effect diagram. All three names are used. Questioning process with 5 eyes. That's another technique that you can use. So that's what we did so why did the accident happen? Because the pilot made an error. Why did the pilot make an error? Because he was not trained properly on this particular maneuver. Why was he not trained properly on this particular maneuver? Because it is a new change or new enhancement onto the aircraft, which has been only present for the last 3 days. Okay, why was the enhancement issued without training all the pilots? Because the enhancement was considered to be minor and it didn't require a pre-training for all the pilots. So you understand by step what is the root cause of the problem. Okay, so that's the 5 whys. Now, before we see fishbone diagram or Ishikawa diagram, there is an approach that we follow in order to understand in order to do a root cause analysis. The first thing is, what is the problem statement or definition? Let's take another example, right? For style cart, there is very limited sales that is coming through from the website that they have. That is a problem statement. Then you do data collection. So you see all sorts of data collection. You will see how much people visit the website, how many of them add items into their cart, how many of them check out, how many of them abandon their cart, what information is asked from them. So all those data is identified. Then you start identifying a number of causes. One cause could be that people clicked on a link, but they could not wait till the website loaded. The website loaded, but since it was on a mobile phone, they simply closed it because they couldn't navigate it easily. So you identify these causes, and then you identify, okay, what do we need? So okay, make the website more mobile friendly. So that's an action. So similarly, you will identify a number of actions. That is basically the concept of a root cause analysis, or these are the steps that you follow while you are doing a root cause analysis. Let's look at the fishbone diagram or the Ishikawa diagram. So you have a problem, which is my tea was cold. Now you look at various different reasons why your tea was cold. First is your material. So too much milk was added. There was no powder. There was no power. The power was not there because of issues with the fuse box, or power cut, or electricity cut off because of admin error, because of bill payment. You look at method, excess time taken. You look at machine, kettle not working because of issues with the socket or with the fuse. Man, kettle not switched on, tea allowed to go cold, lack of skill, labor availability, training. So you can see, you start with the immediate reasons, possible reasons, and then you drill down deeper and deeper until you identify the actual root cause of the problem. Okay, so that's root cause analysis. Okay, with that, we reach the end of analyze current state. The stakeholders who can be involved in analyzing current state are customer, end user, operational support, tester, domain SME, implementation SME, project manager, regulator, sponsor, and supplier. Okay, I am not getting any questions. I'm not sure if all of you are awake. So I'm going to give you an activity, and I will get maybe one or two of you to come on and explain that, right? If you can take the library management system example from Stanford University, and in your own words, you explain the current state as best as you can. Take 5 minutes, you note down few points which will highlight your current state. Think about all the elements. I'll bring that slide back so that you can think about those elements, right? Write down, use this as a reference. So these are the elements that you can think of, and identify the elements for your current state, right? Okay, so I'm going to kind of create this into various sections according to our material. So the first one is the business need. So the business need is current. So what we are saying is reduce the number of employees needed to run the library. That's one business need, right? Reduce the time and effort required to manage the library. Okay, anything else? Provide 24/7 access to students to the library. Okay. Maintain accurate records. Okay, so that's basically your business needs. That's fine. Okay, then we have manual and efficient processes. So that will be in the capabilities and processes. I will keep this as processes. Manual and inefficient processes, high operational cost and staff dependency. Okay. Student convenience we already covered. That's why I'm going to remove that. Okay. Inefficient, this we already covered. This we already covered. Okay. I'll put this here. Fine management, fine calculation is tedious and time consuming. Okay. So we will. Okay, for data visibility and reporting, I will put that within capability. Sorry. Capabilities. That's fine. Okay. This should be process. Okay. So we are basically looking at everything one by one. So we looked at business need and process and capabilities. Anything from the perspective of technology and infrastructure. Technology. Current process manual, no technological solution exists. Infrastructure, which could be the collection of books, the library building. Okay, then what else is there? Process, fine management, you already calculate. Internal assets, knowledge of library staff about books, right? So something like this is basically what we are looking for. Hopefully that gives you a better understanding of the analyze current state task. Okay, excellent. All right. Okay, define future state. So what are the conditions that you need to achieve or that you need to arrive at in order for you to meet the business needs? Okay, so the input into this is the business requirements. This is one of the outputs from the analyze current state task. The outputs are business objectives and future state description and potential value. Okay, so there are three outputs: business objectives, future state description, and potential value. Now, the business analyst in this particular task will need to make sure that there is a clearly defined and feasible future state that is agreed with your stakeholders is being defined. Okay, now there are the same set of elements that we will discuss through before we move on. So the first is the business goals and the objectives, right? So if you take our library management software, the primary business goals are to reduce the staff required to manage the library, to reduce the manual effort involved, reduce the time and effort involved in managing the library, provide 24/7 access to the students for the library. That's not exactly a business requirement. You could say it is a stakeholder requirement, but can be a goal or an objective. Maintain accurate records. So these are the overall goals or objectives of the future state, right? So what we are saying is what are we trying to achieve? We would like to run the library with lesser staff We want to reduce the time and effort required to run the library. The student should be able to access the library 24/7. The records at any point should be accurate and up to date, right? So that's basically the business goals and objectives that we are trying to achieve. Now, what is the scope of solution space, right? What is the scope of the solution? So, what are the things that should the solution have? The solution should have a list of all the books that are currently available in the library. The ones which are already issued should be marked as issued along with the student to whom it is issued. The uh, the the student there should be some desktops within the library area, a few kiosks where the student can go search for each book and then identify whether it is already available in the library or it is issued. If it is available, he should be able to reserve it, and then he should be able to go and pick up that from a designated counter by showing his reservation either on his phone or on a slip. So the solution space should cover book issue, book return, book reservation, book inventory management. So that's basically your solution scope. What are the constraints? There could be, for example, budget constraints. There could be only a limited budget available for the solution built. There could be any other constraints depending on the project, right? Like in right. So that's you identify what are the constraints on your particular solution. What is the organizational structure and culture? Again, what change should happen to the organizational structure? Should there be any new reporting lines? Should there be any new training? There should be any cultural changes that should be there in the organization. Is there any new capability that is required? Maybe the library staff should be trained better in using computers and systems in general, because they have been using it in paper and pencil format for the past several years. They may not be familiar with it. The processes will change slightly. The students might be able to register pre-book their books either through a phone or through a kiosk or from a computer. So the process changes needs to be documented. Then we have technology and infrastructure. So there will be a new system that will be implemented, which will be used by everybody, including students and library management team. Policies. What policies should there be any change to the policies? Is there any policy that will impact the future state? What is the business architecture? How is it all coming together to influence the overall delivery of value? What are the internal assets that we are going to utilize? In fact, in the library management system, we probably will lose the internal asset of the employee knowledge of where the books are. And then finally, what are the assumptions that you have, and what is the value of the solution that we are delivering? So these will form the elements of your future state. Okay, since we covered the library management system in our current state, I'm thinking, can we talk about the future state for our style cart case study? Let me just bring up that case study so that you know what I am talking about. I think some of you might have read that. I have attached that in the material as well. Okay, take a moment if you want to again read through this and tell me what should be the future state definition for this. Mobile friendly and responsive system optimized for speed, usability, and conversions. Okay, so your technology changes will be either to implement a new system or to enhance the existing website, which is mobile friendly. It should have higher speed. It should have better usability, and conversions. Okay, user interface will be fast. Okay, so that's fine. Accurate stock availability. Okay, modern mobile first website aligned with current brand and optimized for all devices. Okay, secure seamless checkout. Okay, so So that's more around process, search, filtering. Okay, so that's basically requirements, built-in marketing tools, high performance, secure platform with fast load times and reliable uptimes. Okay, great. All right. So I think we are all comfortable with the future state. So let's move on to some of the guidelines and tools. Current state description can be used for providing the context of defining the future state. The metric and key KPIs, uh, it will help you to understand how far away is the future state, or how whether it has been achieved. Organizational strategy describes the path to achieve the desired future state. Techniques, there is a bunch of techniques. I won't read through this. Let's look at some techniques in a little bit more details. So the first one is balanced scorecard. So in balanced scorecard, what happens is, it is a tool for performance management within an organization. It has 4 dimensions. The goal is to make sure that you not only focus on one of the dimension, but you focus on all the 4 dimensions with a certain amount of balance, so that all those dimensions are taken care of. So now, what are the 4 dimensions? So the first dimension is learning with growth, right? So every employee should be trained about the products and services that you are providing. They should be training on the latest trends in the marketplace. They should focus on driving innovation. It's the corporate culture should be one of fostering growth and learning. Okay, so that is the first dimension of the balanced scorecard. So you will define a set of measures. It could be number of learning hours. It could be new products that were launched. It could be new certifications that were completed by employees. But basically, every employee will have certain goals. Every business unit will have some goals with measures against the dimension of learning with growth. The second dimension is customer. Now, the goal of customer dimension is to make sure that the organization continues to focus on customer, right? So make sure that the customer is happy with the services or the products that are provided by the firm. There is value that is being delivered to the customer, so that the customer will keep coming back for more products and services. So against customer would be matrices such as your metrics such as your customer satisfaction score, customer net promoter score, or of repetition of customers. So those will be the key metrics for customer. The third dimension is business process. So the business process is focused on improving the performance of the organization in delivering the processes and products for the customers. So you not only measure the outcome from a customer perspective, you also measure the efficiency of delivering things from the organization perspective through business process. So things like number of defects, non-value added time, all those kind of stuff will be the metrics that will showcase the impact of the business process dimension. The last dimension is financial. So the financial dimension is probably the easiest to understand. It is focused on revenue growth, profit growth, economic value, all those kind of things. The problem often what happens is that people or organizations focus way too much on the financial dimension, thereby impacting the customer or the learning and growth or the business process dimension, which will impact the organization in the long term in a negative fashion. Okay, so in an organization, what happens is that there is a set of organizational level goals that is established, which is based on the balanced scorecard. So you would say, if you think of my entire goals as 100%, 30% of my weightage should go to learning with growth, 30% of my weightage sorry, if my entire thing is 100%, let's say 20% of my weightage should go for learning and growth, 30% for customer, 20% for business process, and 30% for financial. So when you set a goal like this, you know how much of effort you need to put in and what areas you need to focus on in order to deliver the overall organizational objectives. Okay, now benchmarking and market analysis is a technique where you are going to compare the performance of your organization against the best organization in your segment or in your industry, and analyze their ways of doing things against your ways of doing things, and then come up with a set of changes or set of actions in order for you to improve your performance in the market. Market analysis is when you reaching out to customers to understand the products and services that they are interested in and that they need. This is used for understanding when to enter and when to exit a particular market. Let's look at the details of benchmarking and market analysis. So in benchmarking, what you do is you decide what area should you study. So for ages, like, I don't think it is that much of a hype now. For a long time, Japanese car makers, best example would be Toyota. They were known for their quality. So if you are an organization that would like to increase your quality of your processes, quality of your deliverables, etc., then you will benchmark yourself against Toyota, right? The car manufacturer. So let's say your area of focus is quality. So you identify the enterprise that leads in that particular area is Toyota. So you will gather information about how they are able to achieve high levels of quality, right? So uh, sometimes you could even request for information from the organization. You can even make industrial visits to the organization or to their factories or whatever, to understand what are the best practices that they employ, and compare that against what are the practices that you have in your organization, and understand the gap between them, on the back of which you will create a set of proposals. So those proposals will then become projects that would be driven in order to deliver the benchmark in your organization. So that is benchmarking. So you identify an area. So for example, if you were to focus on design, the best organization could be Apple. If you were to focus on customer satisfaction or customer focus, the organization could be Amazon. So like that, you will identify an area, you identify the leader in that particular area, you will get as much information as possible from that particular leader. You might even agree to visit them to understand their best practices. You understand their best practices, compare it with your standards, and then identify areas for improvement and implement them through project proposals. Market analysis is when you are trying to understand what your customers want, right? So, for example, if you are Style Cart and you want to understand whether you should invest in your online sales, then you could do a market analysis. So you want to so let's say your hypothesis is that customers who are at a certain age group, people who are, let's say, 30 or younger, are more likely to purchase online than offline. So that's your hypothesis. So you want to test this. So you would reach out to customers who are in that age group, and then you will look to gather data from the market, which will either validate your hypothesis, which will say you are right, people who are in this particular age group would rather shop online, or it will invalidate, saying that you are not right. I mean, they also prefer, I mean, there is some online sales, but significant portion of the sales still happens through retail stores. In that scenario, you don't need to make a lot of investment, right? So your investment decisions can be driven by this market analysis, where you will identify the specific customers and the specific product that you want to do an analysis against. You will look for the competition, identify market threat, gather market data, and then review that data to determine any trends and draw the final conclusion. Okay, so that's on the benchmarking and market analysis technique. All right, so benchmarking and market analysis is used to improve. So benchmarking is used to benchmark yourself against the leader in a particular area and understand your position against their level of operation, and then come up with project or proposal to improve your performance in that particular area. Market analysis is used to understand the products that are required or needed by customers. So this will help you to decide when to enter, when to exit, when to partner with other firms, etc., so that you can provide the products that the customers needs. Now, the way you do both this stepped out is explained in these steps. In benchmarking, you identify the area that you want to study. So, for example, quality could be your Toyota, and then you identify. So then you reach out to them. You conduct some surveys. You reach out to them with requests for information, where you understand what are the best practices that they follow. You can even visit their factories or their offices. Then you understand what are the best practices or benchmarks, and then you compare your processes against them, and then develop a proposal for implementing the best practices so that you achieve the goals that you would like to achieve. In market analysis, on the other hand, like we said about SWOT, you might want to understand what is the impact of online sales on your overall sales. You might have a hypothesis that most of the younger demographic would prefer online shopping, so you might want to test it through market data. That is when you perform a market analysis. Okay, we will move on to SWOT. I don't know. Okay, does anyone know what SWOT stands for? SWOT stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Strengths, anything that the organization is doing well, that is internal to the organization, right? So that is strengths, right? So, for example, we said Style Card produces very good clothes. They produce trendy, fashionable clothes. That is a strength of the organization. Weaknesses, actions or functions performed poorly or not performed by the organization. So for Style Card, the obvious weakness is their website. So their digital sales is poor, right? Now, what are the opportunities? Opportunities are external factors that can be taken advantage of. So in the style card case study, opportunities are basically the fact that there is an increasing trend of buying clothes online, right, from online websites or from e-commerce sites. So that is an opportunity. People are becoming more and more comfortable with buying clothes from online stores. That is an opportunity that the style card team can take advantage of. Threats are external factors that can negatively impact your organization. No, so what are the threats for style card? There is the online marketplace is a highly competitive place. So if you were to compete with the online marketplace, you might not get sufficient market share. So that is a threat that you need to be aware of. Now, SWOT analysis is used to evaluate the strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities and threats of an organization. It can be performed at any level. The result of SWOT analysis provides a high level view. You need to do more detailed analysis before you can actually take any action. So let's take a look at the library management system. So the library in Stanford University, what are the strengths? So the strength is they have a huge collection of books. Another strength can be there is a inquisitive set of people, students who are very keen to read many of those books. So there is a lot of demand for the services provided by the library. The weakness, on the other hand, is they don't have an online book issue or a system-based book issue currently. The process is quite fragmented and it is quite time consuming. What are the opportunities? Because there are easily available solutions in the market for things like this, they could easily plug that particular gap. That is an opportunity. Threat could be that increasingly these books and research papers and weeklies, everything is becoming digital. So there is a question as to whether people will continue to use physical books. That can be considered as a threat. So that is how you perform a SWOT analysis. Okay. So once you perform a SWOT analysis, then you decide what are your strategies. So the strategies that you are going to target are either SO strategies, so which is when you use your strength to exploit your opportunities. So, for example, Stanford can use their amazing collection of books to continue the engagement with their students without having to worry about the threat from their from online books, right? So that's the SO strategy. WO strategy is when can we use the opportunity to mitigate some of our weakness. So while Stylecart is not having a great online presence, they can use the fact that it is an increasing field, it is an evolving field. They can use that to mitigate that by building something really good. Now, threat ST strategies are when you use strengths to turn threats on their heel. So that's when like I said, Stanford, given that they have a huge collection of books, they might be able to ward off some of the threats from online magazines and online books and stuff like that. WT strategies is when you avoid the threat, right? There are some areas where you don't you have a weakness and you are being threatened, so you probably need to get out of that. Let's look at some more example. What does your organization do better than others? That is strengths. What unique selling points do you have? What do competitors perceive as your strength? What gives you competitive advantage? These are all strengths. What does PEST stands for? PEST stands for political, economical, so social and technological. So these are the factors that are external to you that could be favorable to you. You can look at any demand gaps, any innovation. So these are all examples of opportunities. What are the things that you don't do very well? That is weakness. What are the things that adds no value? What does your competitors think your weakness are? Those are all the ways in which you can identify weaknesses. What in pest can be unfavorable to you? Challenges. And what does your competition does that is negatively impacting you? So those are examples of your threats. Okay. So what do you think are the capabilities that WhatsApp has or they require in order for them to implement the WhatsApp Pay business opportunity? Core payment capability. Okay. Payment capability. Okay. Payment transaction. I am going to call it payment infrastructure interface, let's say. Okay. Customer base is not exactly a capability. They have a customer base. Secure transaction. So I'm going to say security, rather information and data security, right? Okay. Multi-currency. Okay. Capability to manage cross currency transactions. Okay. Platform integration. Okay. Multi-language. Okay. Card lifecycle. Merchant payment capability. Okay. I would say merchant acquisition and merchant integration. Okay. So this is basically you need to get merchants to get onboarded into WhatsApp Pay, and they also need to to integrate with the and card life cycle. Do they need? I mean, they don't need to issue, for example, cards and stuff like that, right? So I don't think they need card life cycle. They need multi transactions. Priscilla, what do you mean by that? QR code generation and scanning. Okay, so I think that's fine. Ecosystem. Okay. Ease of use / customer experience. Okay. And then scalable infrastructure to support future expansions and business growth. So ability to scale. Okay. Expansion, that's ability to scale, Akhilesh. Multi-factor authentication, many transactions at the same time. Again, that is scalability. Fraud detection and prevention. Okay, so this is a good list of capabilities that we have. So we are going to stay with this. How do I do this? Let me see if I can. How many are there? I should have done it like this. Okay, so let's look at the first few, right? So payment capability, what do you think is the current level of maturity that WhatsApp has for making payments? So do they make payments today? No. So obviously their level of maturity in payment capability today is low. Required maturity is obviously high. So the actions that they can take is hire payment experts, possibly, right? Payment infrastructure interface is also currently low, and the required maturity is high. They can start building payment infrastructure. Actions are going to be long, aren't they? Okay. Information and data security. What is the current maturity? Medium, I would say high. They have pretty robust encryption that they currently have, isn't it? So I would say they have a high information and data security maturity. You cannot really there, as far as I am aware, there have been no incidents of people hacking into WhatsApp to get data, etc. So, but the required maturity is also high, so there is no action required. They have limited capability to manage cross-currency transactions, so this is low. They need high, so that requires building out cross-currency integrations with something like Swift. If you do not know what Swift is, don't worry about that. Platform integration, I would say, is medium, but they need high. And then so you understand. Okay, so we went through a few of these, but I hope you understand the idea behind the capability analysis. What are those capabilities that they currently have, like for example information and data security, that they can reuse for payment feature. What are those capabilities where they are currently low, where they need to take some action in order to upskill or increase their capability so that they achieve the required maturity to implement the feature that they are trying to implement. Okay, so we will continue with our specify and model requirements. Let's take a look at an example. Okay, so specify and model requirements. What are we trying to do here? So we are trying to describe the requirements clearly and also represent them in the form of visuals so that the stakeholders, the business stakeholders and the technical stakeholders can understand the solution in a consistent fashion, right? There are two things that you have to do in this particular task, right? The first is specify the requirement. So you need to write down the requirements in a clear, structured language. Then model requirements. So represent them visually in the form of diagrams, tables, flows, etc. Okay. So that will help the stakeholders to visualize the system and how it will behave. So the first step is to identify the requirement. So if you remember our style cart e-commerce website case, some of the requirements could be that the website should be mobile friendly. So the system should provide a responsive interface that works on smartphones and tablets. The second requirement is user account management. So customers must be able to create accounts and manage their profile and orders. Secure and checkout payment should provide a secure checkout process, again integrated with payment gateways. There should be enhanced search and filter functionality, and then there should be the stock that is displayed on the website should be accurate in terms of availability, so that it should be integrated with the inventory systems. Okay. Now, the second step is to specify them. So where you write them very clearly, unambiguously, and testably. Now, I have only used two fields, but like we saw in the example yesterday, you could have more fields like priority, you could have source, you could have date identified, all those kind of stuff. The attributes can be significantly more, but the goal is to write them as clearly as possible. So the website shall provide a responsive design that adapts to mobile phones, tablets, and desktops. So the website should, so when you load the website, depending on the device that you use, it should adapt to its screen so that the customers have a better experience. It will allow users to create accounts using email or using some social media platforms. The system shall provide a secure checkout process integrated with payment gateways such as digital wallets and credit cards. It will allow customers to search products by keywords and filter by these four things: category, price, brand, and size. The system shall display a real-time product availability. Okay. So what have we done so far? We started with identifying the requirements. We wrote those requirements down clearly. So we will look at what are the characteristics that you should look for when you are writing the requirements in the next task. But once you have written the requirements clearly, they are specified. Now you are going to model the requirements. So we use visual models to improve our understanding. You can use use cases. So we will see use cases and scenarios later in the session today. You can use process flow model. So for example, a process flow for checkout could be the user adds the items to the cart. They will then review the cart, enter the shipping details, choose a payment method, authorize the payment, and they will get an order confirmation. Right? So this is the sequence or the process that you can create so that it is clearly understood by all stakeholders what is the process for checkout. For the technology team, you might create a data model. We will also take a look at an example of a data model later in the session. So why are we doing all these models? So that it is easily understood by your stakeholders. So for example, your business users generally prefer process flows because it is in business terms, so they are able to understand that. Your architects might prefer context diagrams, your product owners might prefer use cases, and your developers might prefer data models. Okay, guidelines and tools that you can use for specifying and modeling requirements. So the first is modeling notations or standards. So there are some standard modeling guidelines, so things like BPN, business process modeling notation. You can use that kind of notations to make sure that everybody has a shared understanding of modeling that you use. There are modeling tools like VCO, even things like PowerPoint or Word document that you can use. You can use requirements architecture because requirement architecture will provide a view of the entire requirements. We will cover what that is in the session today. You can use requirements lifecycle management tools, and you can use a solution scope to understand boundaries of the models that you should create. You can use a set of techniques, right? So which of these are examples of people and roles techniques or models? Any thoughts? People and role models. Which of these are people and role models? Roles and permission matrix, that's correct. Organizational modeling, that is also correct. Anything else? So that's all the people and roles models. Which are the rationale models? Which are the models that we are going to use in order to explain why are we doing the change? Yes, business model canvas, root cause analysis, root cause modeling, root cause analysis, business model canvas. What is BCA? So business model canvas, root cause analysis, business rules analysis, decision modeling, scope modeling. These are all examples for the rationale models. Okay. Next, what are the activity flow models in this? Yes, user stories is activity flow modeling. Use cases and scenarios is another one. Process modeling is another one. So that's right. Capability models. Yes, sequence diagrams are also, no, sequence diagrams are actually data and information models. We'll come to that in a minute. But capability models, business capability analysis, that's correct. And functional decomposition, prototyping is also a way for us to identify the capabilities. Okay. Data and information models, data flow diagrams, yes. Data dictionary, data modeling, that's also correct. The other examples would be glossary, state modeling, and interface modeling. Okay. So we have, what we will do now is we will take a look at those techniques that are highlighted in blue. So let's start with non-functional requirements and analysis. So non-functional requirements are also called quality attributes or quality of service. Let's take a look at an example and then we'll come back to the theory. So this is how you capture the non-functional requirements. The first example is availability. The website should be available 24 hours and 7 days except during scheduled maintenance work. Or it could be that the website should be available 95% of the time except for scheduled maintenance work. So that is availability. Second is compatibility. So the website should open on Explorer, Chrome, so on and so forth, right? So the browsers that the website should support. Performance, if it is a standard DSL connection or broadband connection, it should load within 10 seconds. Localization, it should be in default in English, should be localized based on the user's location. Security, only for authenticated and authorized users. So these are some of the examples of non-functional requirements. There is a set of categories. So you could have availability, compatibility, functionality, maintainability, performance efficiency. Portability is when it can work on different devices. So for example, it should work on the Android phones and iOS phones, or it should work on Windows systems, Mac, Linux, everything. Reliability, scalability, security, usability, certification, compliance, localization, service level agreements, and extensibility. So these are some of the categories of non-functional requirements. Uh, when you provide non-functional requirements, many of them would have a measurement, like for example, it should be available 95% of the time, or it should be able to load within 10 seconds. So that's the measurement of the non-functional requirements. And then finally, you have a context. You have a reason why that non-functional requirement exists. So for example, if it is an internal website that is being used by the staff, most of the time the response times are not very high, but the security levels are expected to be very high, right? So depending on that context, you will define the non-functional requirements. So you define these as performance. You specify the criteria to judge the operation of a system. They are represented as declarative format, and they are the constraints that apply to the functional requirements. For example, the functional requirements should not impact, say, for example, the security of the system. So they work as constraints or quality attributes. That is non-functional requirements. Okay, let's take a look at the business rules analysis. Right. So business rules is whenever you are working on a project, you will look at those business rules that you have to capture separately, so that you make sure that those rules are explicitly mentioned in your requirements. Okay, so the starting point of a business rule is a business policy, but the problem with the business policy is it is not clear enough for you to implement it. Okay, so for example, if you are in a so let's say you are a construction company, your business policy could be that the all employees should prioritize safety at all times. Okay, so all employees should prioritize the worker safety. The organization will prioritize worker safety at all times, which is a sensible thing to do for a construction company. But that is not, like, how do you evaluate whether you are being safe or not? You cannot, right? So that is where something like a business rule comes into picture. So a business rule could be, when you are in an under construction site, all staff or everybody who is visiting an under construction site should wear a hard hat. Okay, now this is something that we can easily test, right? You can check, you can go to a construction site and see if everybody has a hard hat on their head, right? So that is an example of a business rule. So that is an actionable, testable directive, whereas business policy is more high level, right? The organization will take all necessary steps required to fight money laundering. Okay, now that's a policy. You cannot really evaluate whether that policy is being adhered to. Now, the business rule that might be derived from that policy could be and the account of a customer will only be active once the know your customer process is complete, once their KYC is complete. Okay, so that is a business rule that will support that business policy. Okay, so you will have complex business rules. So you could have a number of, we'll see some examples of business rules when we are talking about a decision tree or a decision table. Let's take a look at them now so that you have an idea of. So for example, right, so you have a insurance company business rule where you are going to say, depending on the age and whether the customer smokes or not, and based on whether they had a pre-existing disease, on the base price you will provide an enhancement or a loading, right? So if you take a random example, if the customer is greater than 60 years and if they smoke and if they have a pre-existing condition, they are not eligible for the policy. If they do not smoke and they never had a pre-existing condition, then it will be the base price for 60 years. If they had a pre-existing If they did not have a pre-existing condition, but they do not smoke, then it is 150% of the base price. So this is example of how rules can be used for implementing business policy. Now we will look at structural or definitional rules and operative or behavioral rules, right? Let's take a look at each of those. So definitional rules are definitions. Okay, so they represent how something is defined. You can misapply them, but they cannot be violated. Okay, an example is the local tax must be calculated based on the tax rate applicable for each item. So depending on the item, there might be a tax rate applicable. So for example, something like cigarette might have 100% tax, something like milk might have 12% tax. So the local tax will be applied based on the item, right? The service tax is calculated on the local tax based on the local service tax. Okay, so these are definitional rules that cannot be violated. If you take as an example behavioral rules are how you are supposed to behave within an organization. So these are used to guide the actions of people. Now example would be, you should not accept an invoice if the purchase order number is not there. The order should not be accepted if the billing address and the address provided by the credit card provider are different. So these are behavioral rules. Now these can be violated. Okay, let's look at some more examples to make this a little bit more clearer. So behavioral rules are rules that guide or constrain business behavior or operations. They are action oriented. So people can break them or they can be violated. So they will typically be prescriptive. They directly influence decisions, and violation often results in exception or penalties. An example should be, a customer must provide KYC documents before an account can be activated. Now you can activate an account without KYC documents, but that results in violation and exception, right? It might result in penalties. A discount code may only be used once per customer. Students must not register for more than 6 courses per semester. So these are examples of behavioral rules. So this basically tells about a specific action. Now, definitional rules on the other hand are definitions. They define facts or knowledge or criteria. They generally use are, right? So for example, a customer is considered a senior citizen if he is more than 60 years, right? You cannot break this, right? This is a senior citizen. If somebody is below 60 years, you cannot use the term senior citizen for them. An order is high value if it is greater than 50,000 rupees. A full-time student is defined as someone who is enrolled for at least 12 credits. So these are definitions. You cannot break them. Okay, so that is definitional and behavioral rules. Okay, so rules are generally defined using a standard vocabulary in the organization. They are expressed differently from how they will be enforced. The rules at the lowest level possible in a declarative format. The rules will be separate from the process that will enforce them, and the rules will be mapped to a decision, and the rules will be maintained. So these are the elements of the business rules. Okay, hopefully that's clear, and we can move on to decision modeling. What is the difference between functional and non-functional requirements? So functional requirements talk about the behavior of a system. So for example, the customer should be able to add any item based on their search into their cart. That is an example of the behavior of the system. That is an example of a functional requirement. Non-functional requirements talks about the performance or quality of the system. So the web page should load within 3 minutes. Sorry, 3 seconds. Minutes is too much. 3 seconds on a broadband connection or on a 5G connection. So that is an example of non-functional requirements. All payments should have two-factor authentication. That is from a security perspective. That is not from the perspective of behavior. So that is where you define it as non-functional requirements. So functional requirements are what the system should do or how the system should behave. Non-functional requirements are when the constraints or the quality or the performance of the system that should underline that behavior. Okay, decision modeling. So modeling tells you how decisions are being taken in an organization. Okay, so you combine knowledge and data together to make decisions. Okay, so this is often linked to the processes, and they will represent them in the form of decision tables and decision trees. We will see both decision tables and decision trees. I think we already saw decision table, but we will look at them again. So, but the typical decision model will have a knowledge source, which will have the business knowledge, and then based on the data, you will make the decision. The input to the decision could be the data, another decision, and the business knowledge. Okay, what does that mean? So, in one of the projects that I am currently working on, you need to charge what is known as VAT or value added tax for certain products and for the customers who are for the cases where the client and the supplier are based on UK. Okay, so okay, let me just show you what I mean, right? Okay, so we have a bank. The bank has a client. The client has a supplier. Okay, the supplier could be something like a law firm. Okay, so the law firm provides law services to the client, but instead of, so obviously the client, let's say the client is, let's say, an oil refining organization. Okay, so they basically buy crude oil and convert that into refined oil that is then sold, right? So they are focused on oil refining. They don't want to manage the invoices, so they will tell the bank to manage their invoices. So the bank is the one who actually raise the client invoice. Okay, so this is a setup. Now, when the client is when the bank is creating a client invoice, they need to decide whether to include a VAT or value added tax based on three factors. So the first is the product. Second is the client country. The third is the supplier country. Okay, and then the decision is basically VAT. Okay, so let's say the products is A, client country is UK, supplier country is UK, VAT is yes. Product is A, client country is non-UK, supplier country is non-UK, VAT is no. Client product is A, client country is UK, supplier country is non-UK, VAT is yes. Product is A, client country is non-UK, supplier country is UK, VAT is, let's say, yes. Product is B, UK, VAT is no. So this is basically what we are basically going to do. So you have a set of business knowledge. Right now, the knowledge source is basically the laws or the rules that concerns the application of what that is converted into business knowledge, and the data that is being input is the product, the supplier country, and the client country, right? Based on those three inputs and the existing business knowledge, we make a decision whether what is applicable or not. Now, sometimes the input into this could be the result of another decision, right? The product might be decided based on the kind of service the client has provided. So that's basically the supplier has provided. So there might be another decision matrix that is input, that the output of that would be the product. So that output would be the input into this particular decision. We already saw this matrix, so I will not repeat this. Hopefully this is straightforward. The next is the tree. So based on the order amount, okay, so you have order amounts at 5,000, between 5,000 to 10,000 and greater than 10,000. And based on membership, so there is no membership. So if the order is less than or equal to 5,000, if there is no membership, you will provide a discount of 5%. But if there is a gold membership, you will provide 10%. And if you have platinum membership, 20% discount. Whereas if there is no membership and the order amount is between 5 and 10,000, then the discount is 10%, so on and so forth. So this is how you make the decision. So this is an example of how you are doing this in a decision tree. The same thing you can apply in the form of a decision matrix, and the same thing you can apply in the form of a decision tree. But in this scenario, it will be significantly more complex. Okay, are we comfortable with decision and modeling and decision table and decision tree? Okay, all right. So the next technique is concept modeling. Okay. So the best example of concept modeling is our business analysis core concept model, right? What did we do? We defined a set of noun concepts, right? So for example, we said change is an act of transformation in response to a need. Need is a problem or opportunity that is being addressed. Solution is a way of satisfying the need, so on and so forth. So we explained each noun or each concept. Then we created connections between them using a verb. So change is in response to need. Need is satisfied by solution, or solution satisfies need. Stakeholder is interested in solution, change, and need. Value is the worth of the solution or the need. Context impacts the solution. Context impacts change. Context impacts stakeholder. Stakeholder impacts the solution. So this is basically concept modeling. So concept modeling is done to establish a business vocabulary, to make sure that everybody uses same words or same concepts for communicating the knowledge of a particular domain. So we defined business analysis core concept model to communicate the business analysis knowledge in a way where everybody exactly means the same thing when they uses those terms. So you start with a glossary. So you will define each term. Then when you are using a concept model, you will use natural language, and the definitions will be design independent. It doesn't really matter what kind of change you are going to implement or what kind of solution you are going to implement. The solution definition will remain the same. So those are design independent. Now there can be some other types of connections. So you could have categorization. So categorization is when you have, for example, various categories of changes, right? So various categories of contexts are called perspectives, for example. You can have classification. You can have partitive connection, which is when you have a whole and a part. And then you can have the roles. So that is the concept of concept modeling. Okay, next technique is data dictionary. So a data dictionary is what you define in order to make sure that you have a defined data set. It is also known as the metadata repositories. Let's take a look at an example, right? Let's say you have a database which has the name and the phone number of people. Let's say we create a database of everybody's names and phone numbers that are here, right? So before we create the database, we might create a data dictionary. Now the data dictionary will have the name of the data element. So the data element 1 is the first name, data element 2 is middle name, data element 3 is last name, data element 4 is the international calling code, data element 5 is the country code, and data element 6 is the phone number. Okay, now for each data element there will be an alias. Okay, so first name can also be called given name. Middle name doesn't have a alias, you call it a middle name only. Sometimes last name is called surname. International dialing code can also be called ISD. Country code can also be called STD. Phone number can also be called landline number. Now, what is the value? So this is a character. There has to be at least 2 characters. This is optional. This has to have at least 1 character. This is a numeric value. This is a numeric value. This is a numeric value. Then you have description. So this is the first name. This is the middle name of a person. This is the family name, so on and so forth. These are called primitive data elements. Now you can have composite data element. So a composite data element is employee name, which is first name plus middle name plus last name. So that all of that together forms the employee name. So for example, Bijo Mani would be the employee name for me. The telephone number will be ISD plus STD plus phone number. Okay. So these are the primitive data elements. These are the composite data elements. Okay. So data dictionary is when for a particular project, you define the data elements that are relevant to you and then store those along with the alias, value, meaning, and description. Okay. So the data dictionary describes the data element characteristics. It has the name, aliases, the value or the meaning or the description. You can have composite data elements or primitive data element. Let's take an example, right? How do I? Let's talk about our style cart project. So you have your customer details. So the customer details would have, so your data element 1 would be your customer first name. Then you have customer, I'm going to say 1, 2, middle name, last name, country code, cell phone number, email address, delivery address, billing address. One, two, three. So we have 8 data elements. We will. This is the customer. So this is name, alias. Alias could be given name, name, international dialing code, mobile number, address, payment address. Then you have value / meaning. So this will be characters, min 2, max 40. Middle name is optional, max 40, no, not 40, let's say 15, 15, max 15, min 1, country code numeric, email address format with @ delivery address alpha numeric, min 10, max 200, The same thing for billing address as well. Okay, what was the other thing? Then you have description. You can provide name of the customer. Sorry, first or given name of the customer, country code such as +1 for US, +44 for UK, +91 for India, cell phone number, email address where the delivery should take place. Okay, so this is our data dictionary, and then we create composite data elements, which is customer name equal to first name plus middle name plus last name. Your phone is country code plus cell phone number. Okay, so this is how you create a data dictionary. You are basically explaining the characteristics of the data attributes that you are going to capture and store as part of your project in your database. Do we have primary and foreign key mentioned as well? So this is not yet data modeling, Diksha. So we will cover data modeling later today, but that is when we will talk about primary key, foreign key, relationship between tables, etc. So this is just the data that we need to capture. Okay. So this is the definition of the data that we need to capture. Alias means also known as or a different name, right? What will be the best example? So there are people who have aliases, right? So which is they are also known by that name, right? I'm just trying to think of some. Nothing comes to my mind quickly. If you are, let's say, you have your friends call you AK, short for Akhilesh Kumar, right? Let's say everybody call you as AK, right? That can be an example of an alias, right? I don't know if you have seen the movie Matrix, the one with Keanu Reeves. I forgot what his actual name is. He has an actual name, isn't it? The character of Keanu Reeves, but he is often called as Neo, right? He's often called as Neo. Yeah, so that is the example of alias, right? So you often have an actual name and then and a different name that your friends or your colleagues refer to in, right? So that is alias. Yeah. So like Vidya says, it's an alternative name or a nickname. Yeah, I think what I was trying to remember is if I say Cassius Clay, do you know who that is? I suspect any of you know who who Cassius Clay is. But if I say Muhammad Ali, you will know he's probably the most famous boxer, right? That's an example. A lot of people whose names that we know are not their actual names. Anyway, all right, let's move on. So alias is basically a different name for that particular data element. So instead of first name, if you can say given name, or instead of last name, you can say surname, that's alias. All right, let's move on to the next technique, which is glossary. So I'm sure you are quite familiar with glossary. If you have ever read a book, at the end of the book, there will be a glossary. A glossary is basically the key terms that you use in a particular context are listed down with an explanation as to why or how that particular term is used in that particular domain. Okay, so glossary is a definition of key terms and synonyms for a particular business domain. It is organized and made accessible to your business stakeholders, and most of the time they use a common language. You use a term in glossary when there is a very specific meaning for that term in that particular domain, and it is outside the term's common usage, and people might misunderstand that particular domain, that particular term in that particular domain. right? That is why we use that glossary. You make sure that there is a very clear definition of each term in that glossary. If there is any short forms, that should be spelled out, and it is maintained on an ongoing basis with some people editing it so that it remains relevant. An example would be in the normal parlance, a leverage would mean, a leverage would mean the actual use of a lever, right? The ability for you to move something using a lever, or it could mean something that you have that can make somebody else do something for you. So if you have leverage over somebody, or it can mean in a very financial context, debt, right? A leverage in a debt in a financial context is you are investing in something, but you don't have money with yourself, so you are going to borrow and invest. That is leverage. So depending on the context, the same term leverage can mean different things. That is when you use a glossary to make sure that everybody, when they are referring to that particular term, is using the exact same meaning. Okay. The next is a data flow diagram. Okay. So what is a data flow diagram? Let's take a look at the data flow diagram, and then we will come back to the theory. So a data flow diagram basically has a data source. So somewhere from where the data originates, it could be an external agent, or it could be a data source. The data from the external agent or the data source is consumed by a process. The process will then either give it to an external agent or store it in a data store. Okay. So data flow diagram basically shows how data is consumed by a process, and how does the transformed data from the process is being used, or where it is being stored. Okay. Now, there are two different ways in which you can represent a data flow diagram. In the Gain-Sarson method, you will show the external agent as a square, and you will use a rectangle with rounded edges for the process. You will number the process and provide the process number, and then the data store is represented with a rectangle. In Jordan, the process will be represented in the form of a circle. The data flow diagram shows where the data is coming from, which activities process the data, and the output results, where is it being stored. It shows the movement and transformation of data between external entities and processes. There are few rules. The first rule is that the input should come from an external agent or created by another process. Every process should have at least one input and an output. Every output must flow to another process or should be stored in an extra data store or to an external party. So these are the rules that you have. Let's take a look at as a more concrete example. What is the difference between these two diagrams? I think, Ashima, you mean between Gain-Sarson's and Jordan's. It is only a notational difference. There is no other difference. So if you take an example, the external agent is a customer. The customer places an order. The data store is the order details. Okay. When it is Jordan, you represent the process in a circle. So the process is place an order. In Gain-Sarson, you represent the process in the form of a rectangle with curved edges. So, but the rest, everything remains the same. Okay. So this is the data flow diagram example. Okay. So there is no difference between the two beyond the fact that those are different notations. Okay. Next, we come to data modeling. Okay. So data model basically refers to how in any project you will have multiple entities. Okay. So an entity is one of the several real world things that you will have to represent in your project. So for example, if you take our style cart website order project, right, or case study, a customer is an entity. So a customer will have some attributes to him. So a customer will have things like a name, They will have an email address, a phone number, an actual delivery address. They might have a billing address, so on and so forth. You can have an order. An order will have an order number. An order might have the order amount. It might have the various order items. You could have, so these are examples of entities, right? If you take the canteen example, an employee can be an entity, an order can be an entity, the canteen staff can be an entity, so on and so forth, right? Now, in a data model, you are going to represent the objects or the entities that are relevant to that particular domain in in the form of a picture. Now, there are three levels of data model. The first one is called a conceptual data model. The second one is called a logical data model. And the last one is called a physical data model. In a conceptual data model, what you are going to do is to establish the entities and the relationships between them. You do not specify either the attributes or the primary keys. What is a primary key? For every entity, there will be a primary identification attribute. Okay, so for example, if you have a data set of employees, if you use the employee name, right? Often people can have the same name, right? So often people could have the same name. So you cannot use employee name. So typically, there will be, if you work in an organization, you typically will have what is known as an employee ID. That is a very unique identifier specific for you in that organization. Nobody else in your organization will, by definition, have the same employee ID. So that is an example of a primary key. A primary key is a unique identifier for one data point of a particular object. So if you think of all the employees in the organization, you could have two people with the same name and the same surname, but you cannot have two people with the same employee ID. That is the primary key. So primary key is for a particular data table. You identify one unique attribute that will be unique for everyone. So this will be the foundation for the logical data model. Now let's take a look at an example. So if you take our style cart example, your conceptual data model would look something like this. So you have a customer entity or a customer object. The customer places order or orders. So you have order as the next entity. Now the order includes product. Now the order requires payment. So basically there are four objects or four entities. You have customer, order, payment, and product. Okay, so this kind of establishing a conceptual model where you understand the relationships between the various objects in a project is called a conceptual data model. Okay, can you please repeat the data modeling? So data modeling is when you are having different objects or different entities in a particular problem or a particular project. When you are establishing the relationships between the various data attributes of each of those entities, then that is called and represent them in the form of a picture, that is called the data model. Okay, we will look at the logical and the physical data models, and that will make it a little bit more clearer. Let's take a look at the logical data model. So if you take logical data model, so in logical data model, you have, again, just like your conceptual data model, you will have all the entities and the relationships between them. Okay, but in the logical data model, it will also specify the attributes and the primary key for each entity. Okay, it will also specify the foreign keys. I will explain what the foreign key in a minute. And it might involve normalization. I will explain normalization also in a minute. Let's take a look at an example. Okay, so you have a customer. Now the customer has a customer ID, which is the primary key. The Name, email, phone, and address are the other customer attributes. Order has an order ID, which is the primary key. Now you can see that the customer ID is also there in the order table. The goal of this is to identify the customer who has placed the order. Okay. Now you have the order ID in the payment database. This is to understand what is the corresponding order or the corresponding payment, right? So this is how a logical data model will look like. Is that clear? The last one is physical data model. So in specific physical data model, you will specify all the tables and the attributes. It will have all the foreign keys. It might involve denormalization. I'll cover normalization and denormalization. Okay. So in a physical data model, there will be more details. It will have things like the actual names of the attributes, the actual name of the table. So you have table customer, you have customer ID, which is the primary key, which will be an integer, customer name, which will be a varchar, which is the character, which is with a maximum of 50, so on and so forth, right? The order, again, you can see it actually can produce the actual table using this particular representation. So it will have more details than your your logical logical model. And you can see the references are also there. So you have the reference of the customer ID, in which is a foreign key here. It says you can refer the table customer for the customer ID, right? So basically, it is using this foreign key that you establish the relationship between the order and the customer. It is using this order ID that you establish the relationship between the order and the payment, so on and so forth. So that is the idea of the physical data model. The first below customer ID is, please explain the symbols used. Yeah, we will come to the symbols. Yeah, just stay with me. But did you understand so far? So you understood primary key. We will come to the symbols. In the first block, customer ID is primary key. In the second, it is foreign key. Can you explain why we use different identifiers? Okay, let's for a second assume that the customer ID is not there in the order table. Okay, you don't have the customer ID. How are you going to establish the so the question is, you have a table, so you have an order. Which customer placed that order? How are you going to identify that? There is no way, correct? By placing the table, by placing the customer ID in the table, you are going to establish which customer has placed the particular order, correct? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 is the customer ID. Customer name is Bijo Mani, bm@gmail.com. Customer phone 111, address PQRST. Okay. Customer 2, let's say 1, 2, 3, 5, ABC XYZ x@gmail.com. 2222, address is LMNOPQ. Okay. Now you have order ID O0001, order date, let's say 8th March 26, customer ID 1234 O00 O201 March 1234 O00 08 March. Why did we want to do here? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 5. So the first question that you should ask is, why do we have two different tables? Okay. Let's assume you don't have two different tables. Let's bring these together into a single table. Okay. which I call as customer orders. Okay, so customer orders will have everything that you have in the customer. And then everything that you have for the order. But we don't need the customer ID because we don't need to repeat that. Okay, now what are we going to do? We are going to take the information from here and put this here. And then, so you have this here. Again, this one will be repeated for a second order. Sorry. And then we have this. For the third order. Okay. So the first question that we have to try and answer is, why do we split this into two different tables? Okay. Now, if you look at this, how many data attributes are there? There are 21 attributes, right? So there is 7 attributes into 3 orders. That is 21 attributes. If you look at this on the other hand, you have 10 here, and then you have 9 here. So you only have 19 attributes, right? The reason why you have less number of attributes in the in this option, when you have two different tables and you have more tables here, is that for every order you are repeating all these fields, right? So because you are repeating all these fields, there is some redundancy in the database table. As you have thousands and thousands of orders, what will result in is that this will end up consuming a large amount of space. In order to avoid that, we do a process called normalization, where we split the table or the data into multiple tables so that we are efficient at storing the information that we have to store. Now, but when you split this, okay, before I explain primary key and foreign key, when you do this splitting, that is called normalization. Normalization is the process by which in a database you are making sure that there is no redundancy in the data. So you are not having to repeat every data points for when you can separate them into separate tables. Okay, so that is called normalization. But when you do the normalization, you cannot replicate the same information. If you replicate the same information, you will not have this customer ID row. When you don't have the customer ID when you don't have the customer ID column, you cannot relate these two tables. So in order to relate those two tables, you add a reference into one of the tables so that it can be used to look up in the other table. So what you then do is, for a particular order, if you want to identify the customer, you use the customer ID and look up in your customer table. Okay, that is done using what is known as the foreign key. A foreign key is when you use a reference, a unique reference for the other table. So you take typically the primary key or any other unique reference for the other table, and you place that in this table so that you can then use that key to look up into that other table. That is called the foreign key. Okay, hopefully that makes it clear what is normalization and what is foreign key, and why do we have the primary key in one table as the foreign key in the other table. Now the question that you have is on the symbols. Okay, so we spoke about entity or class, which is your customer, order, payment. We spoke about attribute, name, value or meaning, description, all those kind of stuff. Relationship or association. So customer places orders, order includes products, order needs payment, so on and so forth. Then you have cardinality and ordinality, and the different notations that you can use. Okay, so cardinality and ordinality is the relationship in terms of the numbers between the tables. Okay, so let me use my example to explain this better, probably. Okay, one customer can place many orders, but one order will only have one customer. So the cardinality from customer to order is 1 is to many. The cardinality from order to customer is 1 is to 1. Okay, what this symbol represents here is that this line, this is called cross foot notation. One customer, many orders. One order, one customer. One order, one payment. One payment, one order. One order, several products. One product, several orders. Okay, that is cardinality and ordinality, which is you represent the relationship of 1 is to 1, 1 is to many in your between your tables. Right now, you can represent this in two different ways. Okay, you could use what is called cross foot notation, which is where if you are representing 0, you represent it like this. If you are representing 1, you represent it like this cross lines. If you are representing many, you represent it like this. When it is 1 to many, it will be like this. When it is 0 to 1, it will be like this. When it is 1 to 1, it will be like this. When it is 0 to many, it will be like this. Okay, so this is cross foot notation. You can also use UML notation, where you represent 1 as 1, star as many, x as the, like if it is 2 to 3, you will say 2 to 3. So whatever other number you represent using that number in your UML notation. So if you go back, so your 1 to many can also be represented as 1 and then the asterisk, or using the other notation, which is this one. When you use the actual numbers, it is called UML. When you use the lines, it is called cross foot notation. Okay, so what we will do is we will take our break at this point, as we are very close to our halfway mark. I'll launch the poll. Okay, I have launched the poll. Please provide your response to the poll, and then we will take a break. Once we come back, we will continue with our techniques. We'll look at a couple of more models before moving to the next task. Okay, so let's get to the next technique, which is process modeling, which is another modeling. This is an activity or flow modeling. So process modeling is when you represent how a process is carried out in a graphical or in a visual format. So this can be used for a business process. For example, let's say we are going to explain how a new account is being opened for a banking customer. So we can represent that in the form of a business process. It can be used to describe a system process. So for example, when you are raising an invoice, the system might already calculate the VAT and update that in the invoice. So that process can be represented in the form of a process flow. This can be constructed on various level. So if you look at a very high level, it might seem quite simple, and then you can drill down into operational levels to understand some of the details. So we call it level 1 to level 4, right? So where we start with something along the lines of the customer completes an order for clothes in the Style Cart website. Okay, and then that order is then taken up by a fulfillment team. The fulfillment team arranges for the delivery. The delivery guy collects it from the warehouse, the transports to their hub location, and then they deliver it to the customer. So that's at a high level. Now, order is completed by the customer itself can be broken down into smaller details. So you could have the customer logs into the system. He searches for the product that he wishes to buy. He is, based on his past purchase, he's shown recommendations. and then he selects the items or the products that he wants to buy, adds to his cart. At some point, he decides to check out his cart. He checks out his cart, makes the payment, and then places the order. So that is order. We are basically expanding that single box, which was the customer completes the order, right? That can be expanded into more detail. That's what we mean when we say the process model can be at different levels. It could be at a very high level, which is an enterprise level or a context level, or at a low operational level. This can be used for modeling current state as well as future state. It could include participants, so who is triggering the process, business event. So it could be that in some, so for example, there are monthly processes or reports that you might have to create. So it could be that the trigger is at the end of a month, or it could be that certain activity is triggering it. So for example, if there is a market scenario that might trigger the process, it will then have the steps or the activities. There will be paths and decision points. What is a decision point? So decision point is when you have to make a decision based on an input and then a final result of the process. Okay. The components of a process model on the right hand side of the screen are event. So generally an event triggers the process, or it could be an actor. So you have role, you have the activity, it will have a directional flow. So typically the process flow will have a certain direction in which activities happen. It is typically from top to bottom or left to right. There could be decision points which are represented using diamonds. Then there could be a link between the various steps in the process. The simplest process modeling is a flowchart. So if you remember our example at the beginning of the class, imagine this in various boxes. So add item to the cart, review cart, enter shopping details, choose payment method, payment authorization, order confirmation. This is basically a flow chart, right? It basically shows the flow of the process. So flowchart is probably the easiest process model that we can use. We discussed the data flow diagram, which is another example of a process model. When we are discussing the business process management perspective, we will cover BPMN, business process model and notation. That's another modeling technique or modeling approach that you can use. Then you have IDEF or IGOE, just like SIPOC, which we covered. So these are other process models that can be used for representing the process. Okay, if there are no process modeling questions, we will move on to the next technique, which is scope modeling. So one of the first things that you do when you are defining any project or the business analysis activity in any project is to define its scope. So in order to identify the scope, you will call out what is in scope and what is out of scope. Okay, so for example, in the style card, what is in scope? Enhancements to the website to make it more user friendly, integration with the inventory system to make sure that the inventory is real time. So these are in scope. What is not in scope? New product development is not in scope. New rollout to new geographies for physical stores is not in scope. So those are what you call out when you are doing a scope modeling. Now, you might have to understand various different scopes in order to define the in scope and out scope of a particular project. The first is, what is the scope of change, right? So for example, in our canteen ordering system for Unilever, the scope of change is the lunch for the employees in the Unilever cafeteria, correct? For the Stanford University library management system, the scope of change is issue, return, and maintenance of library in Stanford University. What is the scope of change for your WhatsApp Pay? A new feature, that is the scope of change. So first you understand the scope of change, you can understand the scope of solution, Scope of solution is what solution scope that we define as part of our strategy analysis. What is it that your solution going to be able to do, right? So that's scope of solution. Scope of need. What is the problem? What is the scope of the problem that you are trying to solve? And finally, scope of control. What is within the control of your organization or your organizational unit that you can, if you understand that, that can help you to understand what can be solved and what cannot be solved. Okay, so you start by defining the elements of scope models are the objective. What are you trying to define? Are you defining the scope of the solution? Are you defining the scope of the change? What is the objective of the scope model? What is the scope of change and context? What is the context in which you are operating? At what level of detail should you produce a scope document? So the scope could be at a very high level. You could say these are in scope, these are not in scope, or it could be at a detailed level. As you move forward in your implementation, you might say, okay, the VAT calculation is in scope, but the reporting of VAT is not in scope. So that kind of level of detail you need to define. You should understand the relationships and call those out. If there are any assumptions that you make during your scope model, that needs to be called out as well. And then finally, the scope modeling results will represent both the in-scope and the out-scope elements of your change. Okay, let's move to the next technique, which is use case and scenarios. What is a use case? A use case is a way in which an actor interact with the solution or secondary actors. Okay, a use case is a way in which the actor or a primary or a secondary actor interact with solution or other actors. Now, a use case will have a number of different scenarios. A scenario is one way that the actor can accomplish a goal. Okay, so use case diagrams are when you represent the relationship between actors and the use cases that will be supported by the solution. Let's take a look at an example and then we will come back, right? So imagine a cash deposit machine, right, where you can go and deposit cash. Let's start from the perspective of the customer. So the customer should be able to log in to the cash deposit machine. Once he logs in, he can perform a number of transactions such as cash deposit, pin change, mini statement, balance inquiry. So these are all the various use cases that the customer can achieve by logging into the cash deposit machine. For some of these transactions, it would require input from the bank. Now, the administrator might also use the cash deposit machine for maintenance. Now, the maintenance would involve collecting the cash that is deposited by various customers, generating a report, and it might also involve a system health check and a reset of the system, thereby making sure that in the future cash deposits are accurately done by the system. Okay, so that is the example of the use case diagram. If you look at the use case diagram, there are two relationships that we can have. The first is extend and the other is include. So extend is when a particular functionality is used by another use case. So for example, in this example, the report generation is extended by the system maintenance. So when you are doing a system maintenance, you are going to generate a report. The other is an activity becomes a subset of the other activity. So that is include. So when you are resetting a system, it involves a system health check. So that is include relationship. So this is how you represent your particular use case in a use case diagram. Okay, so this is an example of a description. You could have the use case details, the name of the use case, cash deposit, deposit cash, short description, goals, the actors, trigger point, any precondition, what are the main flows, what are the alternate flows, what are the post conditions, is there any related use cases, and the frequency, and any assumptions and any other constraints. So these describe the use case for you. Okay. So let's say you want to get a demand draft issued from a bank. So the entities or the objects who are going to be present for this are the customer, like you are the customer, so you want to get a DD issued. So customer will be one entity. The token system will be the second entity. The banker is the third entity. And in most banks, there will be a master system or a core banking system, which will have the details of the accounts. That account master will be the fourth entity. Okay. So there are 4 entities. Now you can see for each entity, there is these dotted lines. Okay. So you have these dotted lines are called lifelines. Okay. So you have these dotted lines for each entity, that is called the lifeline. And then on that dotted line, you will see these green boxes. These are called the activation boxes. Okay. Okay. So that's the second point. So you have the objects or classes, which is your customer, token system, banker, and account management. Then you have the lifeline, which is the dotted line. Then you have the activation box, which is the green boxes that you see. And then you finally have the messages. So the customer becomes active and requests for a token. The token system issues the token. After that, the token system is no longer active, right? Then the banker, based on the token number, will display the token number. The customer will request for a demand draft. The banker will check with the account master for the balance. So once the balance is provided, the account master is no longer active. So you can see the activation box ends. Then the banker goes back to the customer saying that because of insufficient balance, you have rejected, or they issue the demand draft. Okay. So representing the entire flow in this kind of a format is called a sequence diagram. Now, you will see that some of these messages are synchronous. For example, when you request for a token, you actually wait for the token to come back. But some of the other requests, like requesting for a demand draft, is asynchronous. You request for the demand draft and then you will wait there, right? Rather than immediately getting a response. You might get the response significantly later, right? So that's synchronous versus asynchronous messages. So a sequence diagram is used to model a scenario by showing what information is passed between objects in the system for the execution of a particular scenario. In the example that we saw, the execution of issuing a demand draft. Okay. It shows how processes or objects interact during a scenario. It doesn't show the relationship with each other. Which model shows the relationship between entities or objects? Which model shows the relationship between objects? Which model show how entities are related to each other? Not process modeling. Process modeling shows the steps, right? We are talking about, like, for example, if we take the example of style cart, which model shows the relationship between customer, order, payment, product, etc.? Yes, data model, right? So the data model shows, not data flow model. The data model shows that the customer, like in the case of a bank example, the data model will show the customer gets tokens from the token system. The customer requests for services from the banker. The banker uses the account master for validating things, right? So that relationship will be maintained in the data model. Okay. Yeah, conceptual data model. That's correct. Okay. So that's sequence diagram. Can we take one example and see all these diagrams in that reference would be easier? So the problem is going to be that the models are in slightly different contexts, isn't it? So if you take a data flow, if we, for example, take the style cart example and create a sequence diagram, how will it look like? So we have to take a specific activity, whereas the data model will be for everything. It is establishing the relationship. It is a static model. This is a more flow model. So you have to take one activity. So if you take, for example, customer as one entity, and then if you take the order management system as the next entity, so the customer or let's say the cart as the next entity, the customer adds products into the cart, right? So adds products to the cart. So the cart is then taken to the order management process, which is the checkout, and the checkout will basically provide an order reference number back to the customer. So that will be slightly different from what we saw from the data flow diagram. So these are slightly what you call a different context. So it's slightly difficult to follow the same example. Okay, but we will try. Okay, so that's sequence diagram. Okay, so the last technique that we are going to cover is state model. So let's take the example of our style cart project. So imagine an order. Now the order will have different stages, right? So the first state would be the order can be called as in draft or unpaid or not placed. Okay, then you have a state where it is paid but not placed. Then you have a state where it is placed, and then you have a state where it is completed, right? So effectively you can have four states. First is unplaced and paid, second is paid but not placed, third is placed, fourth is fulfilled or completed, right? So a state model is when you show the translation between various states, either using a state diagram or state tables, okay, of a particular element in a particular entity or system. So state model will show a set of possible states for an entity, the sequence of states that the entity can be in, how one entity changes from one state to another, the event and conditions that causes the entity to change states, and the action can or must be performed by the entity in each state. Let me try and see if I can show you it in the form of a state model. So let's say there is a cancelled also. Right? So this is basically a state table, right? Okay, you can also represent this in the form of a picture, but this is basically what a state diagram will look like, just like we saw in the sample example. Sorry, on the slide, you have a initial state which is not placed and not paid. So you make a payment, it will go to state 2, which is the paid but not placed, and then place the order, it go to state 3, which is placed, and then they can cancel, that will go to place state 4, and then if they fulfill it, it go to state 5, which is completed. Okay, any stakeholder can be involved in the specify and model requirements task. With that, we move on to the next task, which is verify requirements. All right, let's take a look at the next task. So in specify and model requirements, what do? You take the elicitation results in any state. You understand what the requirements are. You specify them clearly, and then you represent them in the form of models so that it can be easily understood by your stakeholders. Next task is verify requirements. So the goal of verifying requirements is to make sure that the requirements and the designs that you have produced are of high quality, and they can be used by your stakeholders to understand the change as well as for implementing the change. The models and specifications that you have created should be should be meeting the standards of high quality. The input is the output from the previous task, which is specified and modeled requirements. The output is verified requirements. So the first element is the characteristics of requirements and design quality. So there is a list of qualities that you should make sure that your requirements have in order to make sure that they are of high quality. Let's take a look at each of this in a little bit of detail so that you are clear what each of that stands for. Okay, what do we mean by atomic? So atomic means requirement should represent a single thought. It should have one idea. It should not be bundling things together. Okay. So as an example, the system shall send an OTP to the user's registered mobile number is an atomic requirement. Okay. The system shall send an OTP and update the login log file. That is not a good requirement. So you need to split the second requirement into two. So you should say the system shall send an OTP to the user's registered mobile number. The system, once it sends the registered mobile number, that fact will be updated to the login file. So updating the login file and sending the OTP are two different thoughts, and they should be separated in represented in separate requirements. That is called the requirement being atomic. Okay. The next quality characteristic is complete. Okay. So it should call out all the required information in order to understand the requirement or for implementing the requirement. Again, the example is the report must contain customer name, ID, and transaction amount is a good requirement. The report must include customer details is a vague requirement. Imagine it from the perspective of the person who is implementing it. How do they know what details to be included, right? They might not even know what customer details are. So we need to explicitly provide all the necessary information for understanding the requirement and implementing the requirement. When you do that, the requirement is considered to be complete. The next quality characteristics is consistent. Now, you should not have the requirement or multiple requirements contradict each other. So they should use a consistent terminology and they should not contradict each other. So for example, in one place, if you say user, you shouldn't say customer in another place. You should consistently use either user or customer or whatever, right? The terminology should be consistent. Then you should not have conflicting requirements. So sometimes you might say system might allow only admins to delete records, but you could say any user can delete their own record. Now, it's not technically conflicting, right? What we are saying is the admin should be able to delete anyone's record, but other users should only be able to delete their own record. That's what we are trying to say. But unless we explicitly make it clear, that would be considered as inconsistent or contradictory. I'm going to pause there to check if there are any questions on any of these three. Atomic, complete, consistent. Atomic, one thought. Complete, all the necessary information. Consistent, no contradictions, use the same terminology. Okay, next characteristic is concise. You should try and keep it as brief as possible. User must log in with a valid email and password. Good requirement, clear, brief, provides all the information required. Users are required to enter their email address and password, and both of these must be valid in order to gain access to the system. It gives the exact same information, correct? But much more lengthy, much more wordy. So you should try and make it as brief as possible. You can obviously use some of the tools that are available today. So there are generative AI tools that can help you to make your requirements more concise and consistent. So you should start using them, because that will make you significantly more effective. The next is feasible. So it should be possible to be achieved. You should not give open-ended requirements. So it is a good and feasible requirement to say that the website must load within 3 seconds on broadband connections. So you are basically putting in place the constraint. So if the user has a bad internet connection, it is definitely going to take more time to load. You can build the best system possible, but that doesn't solve your problem. If you say, on the other hand, the website must instantly load at any internet speed, that is not achievable, right? That is simply not achievable. So you need to think of that feasibility when you are writing your requirements. The sixth characteristics is unambiguous. There should be no ambiguity. There should be no confusion of what the requirement is. Only one interpretation is possible, right? As an example, password must contain at least 8 characters. That's a very clear requirement, right? We can unambiguously say if your password has 9 characters, then it is meeting that requirement. But if you say the password must be long enough, then that is unclear, right? It is ambiguous, right? So when you're driving a car on a highway, if the ask is you should drive slow, it might mean different things to different people. For someone, 40 kilometer per hour is slow. For somebody else, 90 kilometer per hour is slow, right? If you're used to driving on really high speed roads, then 90 kilometer per hour is a slow speed. So if you clearly say, okay, the speed limit on this highway is 75 kilometer per hour, there is no ambiguity. But if you say you should drive slow, there is very high level of ambiguity in it. Okay, let me pause if there are any questions on any of the 6 that we covered so far. Okay, moving on. 7, testable or verifiable, right? You can test it. It should be verifiable or testable. You can prove either that it is working or it isn't working. So as an example, the system must support 1,000 concurrent users. That is something you can test, right? You can use some tool to simulate 1,000 users, or you can have 1,000 users logging in and the system should work. That is testable. But if you say system must support many users, it is not testable. So you need to be specific. It should be prioritized. The requirement should be prioritized. It should be understandable. It should be clearly written so that the stakeholders should be able to understand it. If there is jargon that you are using, like for example, RFC 2616, you need to make sure that you call out what that means, right? So that is understandable. So there are 9 characteristics: atomic, complete, consistent, concise, feasible, unambiguous, testable or verifiable, prioritized, and understandable. So you need to make sure that your requirements adhere to all these characteristics when you are writing them. Okay, so those are the characteristics of a requirement and design quality. The second part of verifying requirements is the verification activities. The best way to perform a verification activity is to get your requirements reviewed by a senior BA or a peer BA who ideally should use the same framework. So they should use those 9 characteristics where they check, okay, is this requirement atomic? Is this requirement complete? Is it concise? So on and so forth. So they typically use checklists. They make sure that the requirements are in compliance with organizational standards. they make sure that wherever you have used modeling, the notations are correct, there is consistency between models, and the terminology is understandable for your stakeholders. And in order for that, they might use checklists, which is the best way of quality control. That's what you do when you are doing verifying requirements. We have a set of characteristics that each good high standard requirement should adhere to. There could be other standards in terms of organizational quality standards, in terms of modeling notations, etc. Against those, we will use checklists and validate that the requirements that you have prepared are of quality, and that basically completes the verification of your requirement. Requirement lifecycle management tools can be used for guidelines and tools, and techniques that you can use are acceptance and evaluation criteria, item tracking, metrics and KPIs, and reviews. We'll take a look at reviews as a technique in a little bit more detail. Okay, what is review? Review is when someone from your team, it could be a senior team member, it could be a peer, it could be a colleague, basically evaluates your work product from a business analysis perspective. It could be the specified requirements, or it could be the modeled requirements. So they basically take a look at your product, your work product, basically the requirements that you have created, or the models or the diagrams that you have created. They might use checklists or other references that can be used to evaluate the quality of your work product. And on the basis of their review or their analysis, they provide some comments. Most of the time, it can be formal written comments. Sometimes it can be informal. We will see the various techniques that we can use. And then wherever there is rework required, you need to make sure that the rework is completed so that the quality of your output is improved. So you have objectives. Why are you doing the review? Are you performing the review to make sure that the requirements are correctly captured, or the correct requirements are captured, or are they correctly captured? So if you are reviewing with your business stakeholders, they might be looking to understand if the correct requirements are captured. Okay. If you are reviewing with your peer or your BA team members, they might be evaluating them to understand if they are correctly captured. The way in which they are articulated is correct. So these are two different things. So you will make sure that you understand the objective of the review. Then there are a number of techniques that we can use. And then you decide who needs to participate in the review. Now let's look at each of this technique in a little bit of detail. The first review technique is called inspection. Now, inspection is a very formal review. Okay, it follows a structured process. There is defined roles. You have an author, you have a moderator, you have a reviewer, and a recorder. They use checklists and metrics to make sure that it adheres to quality. They focus on detecting defects. What are the problems? They may not provide you solutions, meaning they may not tell you, okay, you need to reword this particular requirement because it is not concise. They may not say that. They will say this is not concise. They may not give you any suggestions. The findings are formally documented. Okay, so an example would be there is a compliance inspection of a banking app. So that will be conducted by the compliance team, and any defect will be formally logged for correction. So that is inspection. Inspection is very formal. They use checklists for review. It's focused on detecting the defects. The next technique is formal walkthrough, which is when the person who has created the work product, let's say you created a BRD, you present the work product to your stakeholders or your reviewers in a structured meeting. The purpose is to understand and feedback, not just defect detection. So they might ask questions and suggest improvements. They might say, instead of saying this, you might say this. So there is a lot more suggestions that might come through. An example will be, if you create a BPMN model. If you do not know what a BPMN model is, we will cover that during business process management perspective. The team might look at the BPMN and provide feedback. So that is a formal walkthrough. Then you have what is known as a single issue review, which is generally not used in business analysis because it is typically focused on one specific aspect, and it is used for that targeted check. So, for example, if you have created a requirement document, somebody who is an expert on GDPR, which is the data privacy regulation for EU, they might review the requirements to understand if it violates any GDPR compliance. So that is called single issue review. Then you have informal walkthrough. So informal walkthrough, it is much more formal, as the name suggests. In informal walkthrough, it is less formal. You basically get a bunch of your colleagues or stakeholders together and do an informal walkthrough of the work product. As an example, you might cover the wireframe for a mobile app and get some feedback before you make changes to it. The next is desk check, in which before you send it to a reviewer, you assume you are a reviewer for your own work and review it yourself. It might involve getting a friend or a colleague to sit with you so that you get a fresh pair of eyes. The last two, the second last is pass around. This is when you created some, let's say you created a set of requirements, you send it to a bunch of stakeholders. They will provide some feedback to you. These are not formally documented. These are not formally followed up. And the last is ad hoc review. This is the least formal review type. There is no agenda, checklist, etc. People will use their judgment to provide your feedback. More focus on whether it makes sense or not. Okay, the stakeholders who are involved in verifying requirements are any stakeholder. That takes us to the next task, which is validate requirements. Okay, let's look at validate requirements. So the goal of requirement validation, the goal of requirement verification, verify requirements, the previous task was to make sure that the requirements are of high quality. The goal of requirements validation is to make sure that the requirements align with the business expectations. Okay, so the goal is to make sure that every requirement that you have written is going to contribute to your business requirements or the business objectives that you are trying to implement. The input will be specified and modeled requirements. The task is requirements validation, and the output is the validated requirements. The elements involve identifying any assumptions. So you will review your requirements with your stakeholders and call out any specific assumptions that you might have. So for example, in your WhatsApp Pay project, a key assumption is that the WhatsApp organization will be able to convert a significant chunk of their existing user base to use the payment feature. So those assumptions will be called out. You will define measurable evaluation criteria. So in the evaluation criteria that we defined for WhatsApp Pay was around the number of people who adopt the pay feature and the amount of payments or the market share that they will get in a certain period of time. And then you make sure that your requirements are in alignment with the solution scope so that you have the correct requirements being captured. Like I said, verify requirements, focus on the requirements are correctly captured. Validate requirements, focus on the correct requirements are captured by the business analyst. Guidelines and tools are business objectives, which will guide us to understand if the requirements are valid. Future state description, potential value, and solution scope. Techniques that can be used are acceptance and evaluation criteria, document analysis, financial analysis, item tracking, metrics and key performance indicators, reviews, risk analysis, and management. Okay, so these are the techniques that you can use. Any stakeholder can be involved in validating the requirement. The fourth task is define requirements architecture. So we have now created specified and modeled requirements. The question is, do they work together to achieve the overall objectives of the initiative, right? So in order to understand that, what you do is you define what is known as a requirements architecture. The input into requirement architecture are information management approach, requirements in any scope, any state, and solution scope. The output is the requirements architecture. Let's take a look at what are the elements of requirements architecture. So the first is the idea of a viewpoint. Okay, you have a set of requirements. If you take as an example our style cart case study, you have the viewpoint of a implementation SME or a technical development team. What do they need the requirements in the form of? They need it in the form of data flow diagrams, sequence diagrams, more detailed requirements, detailed system requirements, functional and non-functional requirements. If you look at it from the perspective of, let's say, a product owner, it will be more at a level of use case diagrams. So you might create a few use case diagrams so that the product owner can understand that. You might create a high level process flow or a high level representation of the changes for the senior management at style cart so that they can understand what the requirements are, right? So we now have three different viewpoints. So first is a developer or a technological viewpoint. Second is a product viewpoint or a middle management viewpoint. And then you have a third viewpoint, which is a senior management or a sponsor viewpoint. When you are creating your requirements, you will create requirements in such a way that there will be a cut of the requirements which will help the developers or the technical technological team to develop the solution. So that is one view. So the requirements expressed from the perspective of a particular viewpoint is called a view. Okay, a view of the requirements that is from the viewpoint of the technological or the development team. Similarly, there will be another view of the requirement from the perspective of the product owner. So that is a different view. So you have one view in the from the viewpoint of the development team, one view from the viewpoint of the product owner, and a third view from the viewpoint of the sponsor or the senior management. Once you have all these views, a collection of all these views is called a requirements architecture for that solution. Okay, I am going to repeat it with a different example. In order for you to build out the Unilever canteen order management system, you could potentially have multiple views for the requirements. You need a view for the from the viewpoint of the development team, which needs things like data flow diagrams, data models, sequence diagrams, etc. You might need a view for the employees, the business SMEs and the domain SMEs. So the employee representative and the staff representative needs to understand the requirement. In order for them to understand the requirement, they need the requirements at the same level of granularity, but represented in more business terms. So that is the second viewpoint and the second view. And the third viewpoint is that of a senior leadership who might need to understand if the project is going in the right direction. So you will create the same information, but in a much less granular fashion for the senior management to review. That is the third view. Okay. When you have all these views, the collection of all these views is called the requirements architecture. I'll give a third example. We have the WhatsApp Pay implementation. So for the development team, they need again the details of the implementation. So that is represented in the form of technical documentation, including technical models and direct diagrams. That is one viewpoint and view. The second viewpoint could be from the perspective of a domain SME who is going to provide the requirements for the payment related requirements. So he obviously needs to understand the details, but not at the same in the same language as that of the technical team or the development team. So that is the second viewpoint and view. Now the third viewpoint will be from the perspective of the senior management, just like we discussed in the other examples. But in this case, there could be a fourth viewpoint, which is a regulatory viewpoint, right? Before you can go live, you might require an approval from your regulator. So you need to submit the requirements to your regulator. When you are submitting it to your regulator, you need to create the same requirements in a slightly different viewpoint, and that is called a fourth view. So the collection of all those four views is called the requirements architecture. Then you have, in order for the requirements architecture, there are template architectural frameworks that are available, which you can use or reuse in order for you to produce your requirements architecture. So, for example, there might be a template for, let's say, banking industry, which includes the technical viewpoint, the SME viewpoint, the senior management viewpoint, and the regulatory viewpoint. You might have a more MNC architectural template where you will have the viewpoint from the perspective of the major markets, right? So there are template architectures that you can use in order to decide which viewpoints you should generate in a specific context for your requirements architecture. Now, why are we doing this requirements architecture? The goal of the requirements architecture to understand the complete set of requirements and make sure that they are consistent, reliable, and they provide a holistic view of the business objectives. So the completeness is addressed through the requirements architecture. Wherever there are requirements, relationships between the requirements, we will make sure that they are defined. It is necessary to have that relationship. The relationship is correct. It is not ambiguous. So there is no confusion on the relationship, and it is consistent. And finally, you will use the structure of that business. So the structure of the business analysis information that you create like this is called the business analysis information architecture. Okay, so those are the elements of a requirements architecture. You can use architecture management software. So there are tools that will help you to create the requirements architecture. Depending on the industry that you work, there could be legal and regulatory requirements around producing the requirements architecture. And then finally, you can use methodologies and frameworks for defining the requirements architecture. The techniques that you can use are functional decomposition, data modeling, org modeling, scope modeling, interviews, and workshops. The stakeholders who will be involved in defining requirements architecture are domain SME, implementation SME, project manager, sponsor, tester, and any other stakeholders required. Okay, the fifth task in requirements analysis and design definition is to define the design options. So the purpose is we potentially, based on the requirements that we have received, we could potentially have multiple approaches in order to implement the solution, multiple design options. So the goal of this task is to look at those options and define them, allocate the requirements to those solution components so that you make sure that those solution components or the design options are going to satisfy your requirements. The inputs into these are the change strategy, validated and prioritized requirements, and the requirements architecture. The output is the design options that you will have at the end of this. Once you have the requirements represented in the form of a requirements architecture, you will look at what are the different solution approaches that you could have, right? So if you take our solution for the style cart case study, you can enhance the existing website. You can build a new website. You can purchase a off-the-shelf website from someone else, or you can purchase from someone else and make customizations for yourself. So these are basically the solution options. Solution options typically fall within the spectrum of buy and build or create and purchase. So you will look at those options and define each of them in as much detail as possible. Then while you are doing it, you will evaluate other additional benefits that you can add on to the solution. So are there ways to improve efficiency? Is there a way we can increase the efficiency of the style card team? Is it possible to improve access to information? Are there additional capabilities that we can build? So for example, one of the solutions or one of the additional capabilities that you can build in the style card website is a recommendation engine. Okay, so based on what customers has previously searched for or what customers have previously bought, you can recommend other things that they are likely to buy, thereby potentially increasing the sales, right? So are there additional capabilities that you can add that might increase the benefit that the business is going to get from the solution? So it may not be in your original requirement. When you are looking at your build versus buy decision and go to supplier, they might say our custom solution comes with this additional feature which will help you to provide recommendations. So that's the identify improvement opportunities. Then for the design options, for each design options, there will be multiple solution components. So you should allocate the requirements to the solution components. So this is what you do when you are doing traceability. So this is where you build that forward traceability. And finally, you need to describe each design option in detail so that a decision can be made in order to go ahead with one of the design options. So you decide the solution approaches, you look for areas for improving the value, you allocate the requirements to solution components, and then you describe each design option in detail to make a decision. Guidelines and tools that you can use are existing solutions, future state description, the traced requirements, and solution scope. Techniques that you can use: brainstorming, interviews, lessons learned, mind mapping, survey and questionnaire, workshops, benchmarking and market analysis, document analysis, and root cause analysis. We covered all these techniques except vendor assessment. So let's take a look at vendor assessment. I think survey and we covered survey and questionnaire. So vendor assessment is the one that we have not covered. So let's take a look at vendor assessment. Right. So Stylecart decided to go with ABC company to build their solution, which is an enhanced website. In order to decide that if they go with ABC company, they will have to decide, they will have to perform what is known as a vendor assessment. So what are you going to evaluate? You will look at the knowledge and expertise of the vendor. How much expertise does ABC company have for implementing customized website solutions? What are the licensing and pricing models? How much will we end up paying on an yearly basis for the services that the ABC company is providing? In relation to their competitors, where do the ABC company stand in the market? What are the terms and conditions that we have to follow in order to use their product? Are they bankrupt? Are they likely to go bankrupt? Are they stable? Who are their other customers? So that analysis is carried out in order to understand the suitability of your vendor. Okay. Vendor assessment is used to identify the suitability of a particular vendor to achieve the goals of your project. Stakeholders who can be involved in defining the design options are domain SME, implementation SME, operational support, and project manager. That takes us to the last task, which is analyze potential value and recommend solution. Okay, so we have defined the design options. In this task, we are going to look at the potential value for each of those design options and decide which one is the best for us to go ahead in order to meet the enterprise requirements. The inputs are solution potential value and design options. The output is the solution recommendation. Let's look at the elements of this particular task. The first is expected benefits. So these are the positive value that the solution is going to deliver to the stakeholder. So for example, if you are going to build a new website for StyleCart, it is likely that the overall cost is going to be cheaper than if you buy something from the, for example, from a vendor. So that is the expected cost, right? But the problem is that it is more time consuming, and your skill of your organization or the capability of your organization is not very highly focused on building the solution. So that expected benefit in that particular design option is going to be reduced, right? So that is what you are going to look for each solution option. So if you look at each solution option, what are the expected benefits, and which is basically nothing but the potential value that the solution is intended to deliver to the stakeholders. You will look at the cost, right? Any negative value that is associated with the solution. That basically gives us an overall value, and you assess the design option against each of this value, thereby providing a final decision as to which option to go with. Let me try and do this a little bit more clearly using an example, right? Hopefully you can see the Excel sheet. Option, expected benefits, expected costs, value. The first design option, enhance the existing website. Expected benefits, medium. The website is quite rudimentary. Limitations in the ability to enhance it. Limited in-house expertise in building state-of-the-art digital solutions. Okay, so that's the first option. Expected cost is low. Already existing website, in-house development is lower cost. Okay. Now the value, I would say, is low, as existing in-house team lacks expertise. Second, build a new website, medium. Because of the limited in-house expertise. Okay. Expected costs, medium. Need from scratch. Value medium, let's say. 3 is purchase commercial off the shelf solution. High, the vendor or supplier has state of the art solutions, including a recommendation engine. Cost is high, involves annual licensing costs in addition to initial implementation. But the value is high. The expected additional sales is very high. So you see, what we have done is basically what we do in the last 2 tasks of your okay. What we have done here is exactly what we do in the last 2 tasks of the requirement analysis and design definition knowledge area. We have designed, we described the design options. So the first is for style cart, enhance the existing website. The second is to build a new website. The third is to purchase a commercial off-the-shelf solution, right? So courts is commercial off-the-shelf solution, okay? The benefit is that they typically have high quality, state-of-the-art solutions, right? So we defined these 3 options. We looked at the expected benefits and the expected costs and the resultant value. And on the basis of it, we basically say we recommend this solution. Okay, this is what we do in this particular task. Okay, guidelines and tools, business objectives, current state description, future state description, risk analysis results, and solution scope are the guidelines and tools that you can use. Techniques that you can use are focus groups, interviews, survey and questionnaire, workshops, brainstorming, acceptance and evaluation criteria, metrics and key performance indicators, business cases, business model canvas, estimation, financial analysis, decision analysis, risk analysis and management, SWOT analysis, and backlog management. Okay, we will take a look at decision analysis as a technique. So decision analysis is when we look at a problem, possible decisions, and look at the value for each decision and make a final decision. So decision is the act of choosing a course of action from a number of different options. So for example, let's say you want to buy a car. Now, if you go to market in pretty much any country, there will be a number of different options available for you to choose from, right? Which car are you going to buy? That is a decision, right? Act of choosing one course of action, what specific car, or right. So that's the decision. So second is value. Like, so if you look at each decision, each options for a decision, it will come with a different value. Okay, and that value is going to typically drive your decision. So for example, you could buy a very low cost hatchback kind of a car from a low cost car company with a high fuel efficiency. The benefit will be you will save a lot of money and you can use the car, right? You could also go with a high-end car, which is probably slightly more costly, but comes with a certain amount of prestige, or you can do a little bit of show off. The car will be a little bit more comfortable. It could be a little bit more fun to drive. So that is a different value. So you look at that value for each of the options, and you have to decide what is more important to you. So if you are going to look for, let's say, the brand image, or the fact that the way people perceive you is important to you, if you are going to weigh that, then you are likely to go with something like a BMW or a Benz, right? Or if you want people to think of you as you are more environment conscious, you want that to be your brand, then you might go with an electric car. On the other hand, you are only interested in reliability and low cost, you might go with something like a Toyota or a Honda, which will run for a very long time, right? So these are basically the relative decisions that you will have to make. So in order to make that decision, you will look at a problem statement. Okay, I want to buy a car. You will define the alternatives. What are the different options that I have? You will evaluate each alternative. So I have a Honda option, a Toyota option, a Suzuki option, a Kia option, I don't know, a Benz option, a BMW option. So for each option, you will look at what are your criteria, and for your criteria, you will rank each of them, and then eventually you identify the best option according to your criteria, and you implement that choice. So we looked at decision metrics and decision trees in decision modeling. But let's take a look at the rest of the decision analysis tools or techniques. The first technique is pro versus cons analysis, sometimes also called advantages and disadvantages. This is the simplest of the techniques. What you do, you list down all the benefits and all the disadvantages, and then you make a decision. So, for example, if you take a canteen ordering system implementation, there are three options. You can use a mobile app, you can use a web portal, you can use a kiosk system. So pros of mobile app are fast ordering, modern UX. Cons, higher development cost. Web portal will work on all devices. This is less convenient than the app. For kiosk, the benefit is no phone is needed, but there is a hardware cost involved. The benefit is this can be pro versus con. You can use very easily, for low complexity decisions, can used with brainstorming with stakeholders. The limitation is it's subjective. There is no criteria, no weightage, all those kind of stuff. Okay, so that is the first one, which is pros and cons analysis. The second one is called force field analysis. This is developed by somebody called Kurt Lewin. You don't need to know that, but essentially, it uses driving forces and restraining forces. So if you take the same thing, driving forces, right, is faster service, 4, lesser crowding, 3, better order tracking, 3, restraining forces, which are opposite, employee unfamiliar with the app, 3, development cost, 4, resistance to change, 2. So this total score will tell you. So if you take the total score, this is 10 here and 9 here. So it is slightly favorable, right? So that's where you use the force field analysis. So you try to assign strength or weightage for those forces that are in favor of online canteen ordering and that are against online canteen ordering. Okay. So for whatever option that you are trying to evaluate, you will look for those forces and the values against that for which are in favor and that are against. And that will give you a force field analysis. The third is multi-criteria decision analysis. This is one of the best techniques. What you do is you come up with a list of criteria. Let's say you have cost, ease of use, scalability, implementation time. Now you have two options. For option A, in a scale of 1 to 10, cost you have 8, ease of use 7, scalability 9, so on and so forth. So you do multiply the weight with the option and then add those together for each option. Whichever has the highest score is the best option. This is probably one of the most objective way in which you can make a decision. Then you have the comparison analysis where you look at the options and you do a pairwise comparison. So for cost and convenience and maintenance and stakeholders, you look at each option and compare them into high, medium, low. Then you have totally, partially, not. So for example, if you have requirement remote ordering, the mobile app will totally meet it. Web portal will totally meet it. Kiosk will not at all meet it. Ease of access, mobile app is partial. Web portal is total. Kiosk is total. Cost efficiency, mobile is partial. Web portal is total. Kiosk is not, right? So like that, totally, partially, not. Then the next is analytical hierarchy process. So it's a strategic, structured mathematical decision method. You will have the goals. So cost, usability, and performance. The alternatives, options A, B, and C. And then for each two option, you check which one is better until you finally arrive at the priority scores and rank the alternatives. The last one is computer-based simulations. So things like Monte Carlo, optimization, decision trees, etc. You could look at the average wait time for manual online ordering, kiosk, etc., and then make a decision. This is highly complex, requires large data sets, and requires a lot of computing power. So if the decision outcome is very high or very critical, then you could use computer-based simulation. So these are the techniques that you can use for implementing decision analysis or performing decision analysis. How to give score in these options? It is slightly subjective. So for example, if you take the three options that we discussed for implementing the website for style cart, you would know that the cost for a new website is going to be higher than that of the enhancing the existing website, but the cost of getting the website from a vendor is going to be the highest. So you can use that relative knowledge to do the ranking. So you do this ranking based on that relative information. In some scenarios, you actually have a cost. For example, you reach out to your IT team and your IT team says, it will cost me 200K US dollars to enhance the existing website. And you know that it costs you $300,000 for implementing a new website, and the vendor cost is $400,000. So you can use that information to basically provide those weightages and provide those rankings when you are performing the decision analysis. Okay, so that is decision analysis. So we looked at these already. We looked at the decision or the problem. We look at the decision maker. We look at what are the different options that we have and what are the criteria that we have. And then we make the necessary trade-offs based on our criteria and finally make the decision. Stakeholders involved in analyzing potential value and recommending solution are end user, customer, domain SME, implementation SME, project manager, regulator, and sponsor. That concludes our requirement analysis and design definition knowledge area. We covered specify and model requirements. We covered verifying requirements, validating requirements, requirements architecture. We covered defining the design options and recommending the appropriate solution. Okay.
And with that, we have come to the end of this course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.